Chapter 128. Which mercenary regiments are still resisting? Danny looked up at Grey Worm and found that there was also some blood on his leather armor, but overall, it was much cleaner than hers. It seemed that the task of the Unsullied was completed more easily. There are still 7 small strongholds left. In this battle plan, the 2,600 cavalry were responsible for cutting off the enemy's camp and then driving the horses from north to south to attack the camp. The 5,000 Unsullied led 2,000 longbowmen to block the enemy's escape route at Poplar Slope. After all, the Gith Alliance was not stupid. Seeing thousands of horses galloping in the distance, they naturally knew to avoid. When the horses bypassed Poplar Slope and left, the Unsullied set off from Poplar Slope and pressed towards Gith's broken camp, forming a pincer attack on the enemy with 2,000 cavalry. After cleaning up the stragglers, the 20,000 civil servants would carry sandbags and set up an isolation belt at the entrance of the enemy's small camp. Well, to prevent the other party from escaping, the Unsullied had no horses and couldn't catch up. The Rose Regiment on the edge was the most intact. The Second Sun Regiment was broken through by the horses and suffered heavy casualties. Only 200 people hid in the camp of Master Gith. The Raven Regiment was even worse. They were powerful and had 500 armored cavalry. But because their whole regiment was cavalry, the camp was connected to the stable. Nearly 2,000 horses rioted with the horses, and the camp was trampled to pieces. Almost no one survived. At this point, the eunuch warrior, who had always been reserved, could not help but sigh. The strongest mercenary regiment was destroyed in the most cowardly way. They should have surrendered to His Majesty earlier. Well, Danny's old lover inexplicably received a box lunch. How miserable. This is their own choice, she said lightly, pulled down her helmet, stood up, and shouted to the Centaur cavalry who surrounded her in a circle to protect her. Adger, let Sir Barristan follow the plan and cooperate with the Unsullied to clean up 10 kilometers to the north. Yes, Calixi. Let's go. After finishing the work, we can rest for a while, Danny said to Grey Worm. Seeing her come over, a centaur immediately led a tall horse with yellow fur. Well, her little silver horse stumbled and hurt itself. Less than 500 steel cavalry guards once again surrounded Danny. Little White also spat out the bone in its mouth. It flapped its wings and flew to Danny's head. It circled around the group and slowly moved forward. How many of our brothers did we lose, Chui Luo? Danny asked the armored guard beside her. Unlike Ago and the other 2 Blood Brotherhood guards, Chui Luo began to get used to the armor after joining the Queen's heavy cavalry. 20 dead, 40 injured. Calixi, how are your injuries? The centaur youth asked with concern. He had witnessed the entire process of Danny falling off the horse with his own eyes. It's fine. The inner armor cushioned most of the impact. The process of putting on a full body armor was very complicated. It wasn't as simple as just putting on a layer of iron. Starting from close-fitting cotton-padded clothes, light and soft leather armor, flexible and elastic inner padding, silk or linen outerwear, and finally, iron armor. If one wanted to look better, one could put on an overcoat over the iron armor. Of course, normal warriors didn't have the financial resources to put together a full set of armor. To them, a poor quality inner armor would affect their martial arts. In most cases, they would only put on a layer of leather armor over the iron armor. The difference between a noble knight and a normal cavalry was that if they fell off the horse at the same time on the battlefield, the noble knight would be fine after recovering and would continue to swing his sword. On the other hand, if a normal cavalry didn't fall to pieces, they would bleed internally and would be unable to continue fighting. There was another point. Iron armor with an excellent inner lining could partially resist hammering. On the other hand, if a normal iron armor met a fierce man wielding a spiked hammer, it would be damaged and would die. In a battle between cavalry, the hammer was the most lethal weapon, followed by the fine steel spear, then the 2-handed heavy sword, and finally the scimitar. How are the casualties of the Unsullied and the longbowmen? Danny asked Grey Worm, who was walking beside her. None of the Unsullied and the longbowmen died. Only a dozen warriors were grazed by the arrows. In the end, Grey Worm respectfully praised, "Your Majesty, you have fought a battle that will be praised for thousands of years." This was not a deliberate compliment. Not to mention the Gith slave soldiers. The yellow silk cloaks were also trash, but the 5,000 mercenaries were too terrifying. Mercenaries had a bad reputation, but their combat strength was really strong. Whether it was the strength of a single warrior or the collective combat of a small legion, in this different world, they almost surpassed the regular armies of all countries and city-states. Let's put it this way, 5,000 mercenaries against 5,000 Unsullied, and the Unsullied had a 50% chance of losing. Unlike the Dothraki roaring warriors, mercenaries' combat skills were too high and they were very versatile. Many mercenaries could be both cavalry and archers. If they were equipped with armor, they could even become heavy armored knights. For example, Yura Mormont, who had once been a mercenary, signed labor contracts with several small mercenary groups that were not famous. With Yura's level, he could only be a small captain of a 50-man team. He had the highest position in the mercenary world, and in most cases, he was just an ordinary member of the mercenary group. More importantly, the mercenary group was richer and better equipped than the Unsullied. For example, the Raven regiment that had been wiped out in the gallop of 10,000 horses only had 500 cavalry on the surface, but they were equipped with 1,500 war horses and 500 workhorses, and the rest of the materials were innumerable. Khaleesi, you can add another bell. I dare say that there's no call on the steppe who has a better battle record than you. Chui Luo was also very excited, deeply proud that he could be loyal to such a great Khaleesi. Khal Drogo will also cheer for you in the Night Kingdom. If you didn't say that last sentence, this flattery would have been full marks. Now, I'll deduct 40 points and let you pass. Keep up the good work. Dany complained in her heart, but said with compassion, "It's all thanks to the lives of the soldiers. For the great cause of freeing the slaves, we have sacrificed many brothers today, and we will lose even more tomorrow. It is my honor to die for Khaleesi." Chui Luo immediately said, "We are willing to die for Her Majesty the Queen." More than 400 knights shouted in unison. Very good. The morale of the army is high. Perhaps she could change her strategy. Previously, she had only wanted to repel this wave of attack, then wait for the dragons to grow for another year. At the same time, she would farm for another year and finally sweep through Slave Bay. However, the slave owners' hiring of mercenaries reminded her that the slave owners were very rich. Those fellows who should go to hell were using her money to hire soldiers to attack her city. This Dany thought angrily. "Don't kill me, don't ask suddenly." A cry of agony woke Dany from her thoughts. "What's going on?" She patted her horse's belly a few times and walked briskly to the front of the formation. Not far away, a man in linen clothes with a large dragon head imprinted on his chest was lying on a corpse, desperately pulling at the chain around the corpse's neck. Under the noon sun, the chain reflected bits of golden light. A golden chain as thick as a finger? Dany had not had the time to invent printing and papermaking, but she had already made the printing and dyeing equipment that used large pieces of oak to carve patterns. She had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, so she could not stand the messy uniforms of this era. The soldiers under her command, even the peasants, had the same uniform. 2 linen shirts with black dragon heads imprinted on the chest, just like the man who was stripping the corpse. Dany scanned her surroundings. The ground was torn apart by the galloping iron hooves of thousands of horses. The wild grass and flowers in the field were trampled into the soil. There were corpses of men and horses everywhere, smoking steaks, and tents that were trampled into the mud. She could smell the fragrance of the soil and the burnt smell of blood and fire. A group of peasants were scattered across the land that had been plowed by swords. They carried baskets and held scimitars, buying the lives of the dying as if they were buying crops. They plundered their leather shoes, leather armor, helmets, iron arrowheads, swords, and other weapons, even the wallets and expensive jewelry they carried with them. The scimitars were inserted into the necks of the dying. Occasionally, there would be a short and hurried wail. Dany's mouth opened and closed a few times, but she did not say anything. She patted her horses but a few times and continued forward in silence. Perhaps she could save a few with her skills, but what was the point? She could not even save her own subordinates. Was she going to waste her energy and scarce medicine for the enemy? This was war. Soon, she passed through the battlefield and arrived at the remaining 7 villages at the front of the camp. The reason why they had survived the trampling of thousands of horses was mainly because they were located closer to the west, in the recesses of the coastal rocks. At this moment, there was a low wall made of gunny sack piled up around the outer perimeter of every small stronghold. It was only about 1-2 meters tall. If the light cavalry charged at high speed, they might be able to leap over it if they ignored the unsullied spear formation behind the sandbags. Which village is the Second Sun Regiment hiding in? Danny asked. Before Grey Worm could reply, a familiar loud voice came from the top of a wooden tower 40 meters away. Your Majesty, I surrender. I am willing to lead the regiment to rely on you. The back of the camp was against a continuous stretch of gray rocks. The tallest rock was 4 to 5 meters tall, and the shortest one was a meter square. The other 3 sides were surrounded by a fence formed by a mixture of carriages and wooden stakes. It looked like it had just been built, but the carriages were connected by iron chains as thick as a person's wrist. It seemed to be quite sturdy. Behind the wall formed by the carriages, there were 2 rows of warriors with shields in their left hands and short swords in their right. Behind the shield warriors were more than 100 archers. Each archer had 3 or 4 loaded crossbows by their hands and feet. Behind the warriors, near the rocks, there was a wooden tent with the top of the tent removed. It was similar to Danny's wooden palace. The walls were made of wood, and the roof was made of canvas. At this time, in the tent where the roof was removed, there was a small 4-meter-high sentry tower built by wooden tables and wooden stakes. 2 people were standing on top of it. The one who waved and shouted to Danny was the bearded Titan's illegitimate son, Marrow. The slave owner next to him also met with Danny last night. He was a great master of Serene and seemed to be called Grazdan, but Danny did not remember his surname. Put down your weapons and come out to surrender, Danny shouted from behind the wall of sacks. We, the Second Sun Regiment, are willing to serve your Majesty, Marrow said. Put down your weapons first. We are warriors. We can serve your Majesty. Danny was annoyed. She pointed to the big Bravosi man and said to the mercenaries and soldiers of guys inside, cut off the head of this disrespectful man, put down your weapons, kneel down, and surrender. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. You, the Titan's illegitimate son, was shocked and angry. The long golden beard that dragged to his waist could not help but tremble. He did not expect Danny to be so rude and unreasonable. His Second Sun Regiment still had more than 200 members at this time. 200 elite mercenaries were almost equivalent to 200 experienced cavalry. In the Westeros, it was more than 200 knights. My members have pledged their loyalty to me. Mother of Dragons, I apologize for my inappropriate words and actions last night. However, please understand that if you accept my allegiance, you will gain several hundred more warriors. If you choose to fight to the death, my brothers, and I will take away 1,000 of your unsullied. Marrow suppressed his anger and tried to persuade him with both soft and hard methods. At the same time, he swore in his heart that as long as he got out of this predicament, he would find a chance to take revenge on this silver-haired bitch. Bang, bang, bang. The Second Sun Regiment's swordsmen immediately knocked their shields with their short swords to express their support for their leader and also to show Danny the unity and courage of the Second Sun Regiment. Titan's illegitimate son, Titan's illegitimate son, they shouted in unison. The big Bravosi man straightened his back and looked down at Danny behind the sandbag wall with a proud smile on his face. In the shouts of the Second Sun Regiment, Danny slowly withdrew from the unsullied army and said lightly, "Use the oil cans, don't leave anyone alive." Chapter 129. Danny's order was immediately carried out. The unsullied in the front row placed their shields on the sandbags to form a shield wall, while the unsullied in the back used 3-shot mode and lined up to throw pineapple-sized earthen jars at the opposite camp. Bam, 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 bam. The pungent smell of asphalt soon spread to a radius of 100 meters. Even the other mercenary groups in the nearby camp, who were watching the situation unfold, could smell it. The Bravosi looked at the shattered oil jars on the mercenaries' shields and shouted in horror, "Little bitch, what are you doing? We're willing to surrender." Suddenly, a mercenary shouted and picked up the crossbow beside his feet. He turned around and shot at Mero, who was on the sentry tower. Ah, betrayal. The Titan bastard was shot in the arm. He squatted down and shouted in shock, "Kill him! Kill that traitor! TSK! TSK! TSK!" Mero's years of ruling the Second Son's regiment showed its effect. The nearby mercenaries instinctively raised their crossbows and shot the rebellious mercenary into a beehive. But as soon as they killed him, the mercenaries' faces changed. "What the hell did I do? Let that idiot. Oh no. Let this brave warrior bear the sin of killing the commander alone. It's only right that we live safely." Sigh. Now I can only hope that after seeing our staunchness and loyalty, the Mother of Dragons will be magnanimous and pity us for our bravery and bravery. I didn't expect the Second Son's regiment, second only to the brave regiment, Blood Troop, on the mercenary ranking list, to be so loyal and brave. Dani indeed saw their staunchness. She looked at Grey Worm with a complicated expression and said, "Send them on their way." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. She waved her hand, and the longbowmen behind her immediately shot out hundreds of arrows. Boom! On the carriages that acted as fences, the mercenaries' shields and helmets were instantly covered with a layer of orange flame, adding another wave of heat to the hot afternoon. "Ah, I surrender, Mother Dragons, I surrender." The mercenaries threw away their shields and bows and rolled wildly on the ground, screaming miserably. There were also brave mercenaries who picked up their crossbows and shot desperately at Dani. When they ran out of crossbows, they picked up their bows and continued to shoot. As they shot, they cautiously retreated to avoid the spreading waves of fire. Tut, 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 tut. The shield in front of Dani made a series of clanging sounds, and the steel-tipped arrows were visible to the naked eye. "Charge, charge, charge! Fight them!" The Bravosi were still shouting. There were also a dozen or so armored cavalrymen who braved the rain of arrows, leaping over the burning carriage and charging towards the sandbag wall. But before they could get close, numerous long spears pierced through the gaps of the sandbags, forming a wall of long nails. The warhorses and knights howled miserably and fell into a pool of blood. "Commander, climb up the rocks." Mercenaries scrambled up a 2-meter-high rock and staggered through the uneven stone forest toward the western coast. The others followed suit. Soon, the remaining 100 or so people, including Merlot and the great lord of Meereen, left the camp and entered the rugged mountain narrow path. "Hiss-aw, dragons!" A desperate scream came from the mouth of the first mercenary who climbed up the rocks. Then, there was a boom. Bright red tongues of fire with black smoke licked the bodies of the mercenaries in front. They struggled desperately. Their bodies melted under the high temperature, and their bones were twisted in the dragon's flames. They were like candles thrown into a furnace. Hiss, hiss! 2 more dragons flew from the direction of the sea and quickly passed over the mercenaries' heads, leaving long waves of fire. Merlot hid behind a piece of granite and felt the hot breath sliding past him. He shouted in horror, "Use your bows and arrows to kill the dragon." "If your bows and arrows could kill the dragon, I wouldn't have let them out," Dani sneered in her heart. Without strong crossbows, powerful longbows, and special steel-forged arrows, unless they could hit the dragon's eyes, it was almost impossible to cause fatal damage to the dragon. In fact, the mercenaries who were scared out of their wits did not dare to attack the 3 roaring dragons. They had already lost their bows and arrows. Were they going to use their swords to cut the dragons in the sky? Kill the Bravosi who insulted the Mother of Dragons. The great lord howled in fear. Kill Merlot. Merlot insulted the Mother of Dragons. He is no longer the commander of the Second Sons. Kill him, and we can leave the fiery hell. The warriors in yellow silk capes of guise and the mercenaries of the Second Sons all had red eyes. They avoided the rolling heat waves while looking for the big Bravosi Creek, not far away. The mercenaries and slave owners who saw the demonic dragon's havoc opened the gate of their camp. They no longer dared to hope to resist stubbornly, nor did they dare to ask the mother of dragons to surrender. As long as they were not burned to death by the demonic dragon, even if their heads were chopped off by the Unsullied, they thought in fear. Dany let the Unsullied deal with the people who surrendered, but she herself seemed to be stunned. She just stood there and watched the 3 dragons melt more than 100 people who were crying in despair in a fat oil. In the end, Little Green and Little White even landed on the rocks and tore into the charred corpses that were emitting sparks. The corpses were still howling hoarsely. The scene was extremely tragic. Roar, Blackie flapped his wings and opened his mouth as if he was inhaling sharply. In fact, Dany had already entered the dragon spirit state. Through the black dragon's perspective, she saw countless fluorescent, colorful spiritual substance floating in the flames. She immediately merged with Blackie's soul and used the Mother of Dragons' spiritual bestowment skill to integrate the spiritual substance from the burned mercenaries into Blackie's spiritual sea. This was not the first time that spiritual substance was found in human corpses. The last time they attacked Astapor, more than 10,000 people died. When Dany separated the bodies of the slaves and the slave owners who were not owned by anyone and cremated them, she found that human corpses would overflow with a higher density of spiritual substance when burned in the fire. The fresher the corpse, the higher the density of spiritual substance. The corpses of the Gith people had been left for 2 more days and had rotted into a puddle of rotten corpse water, but there was still a batch of spiritual substance overflowing. At that time, Dany was surprised. A person's life was constantly nourished by nature. After death, the elements that formed the body returned to the earth, and the characteristics that formed the soul dissipated into the sky. Although this phenomenon was strange, she could understand it and thought it was very reasonable. But if spiritual substance came from the soul, then why was there still spiritual substance in the corpses after several days of death? After that, she quietly burned a batch of mummies. Well, the specially treated dried corpses at the bottom of the Great Pyramid. It was popular among the Gith nobles to store the bodies of their ancestors at the bottom of their pyramids. Dany also followed the tradition and reserved a small pyramid for the surviving descendants of the nobles. After burning, Dany was even more shocked. Even the dried corpses still had spiritual substance overflowing, but the density of the spiritual substance had decreased by a lot. Could it be that the body and the soul were not independent existences, but that every cell of the human body contained a part of the soul and the body were completely integrated? Since the remnant of the soul could be resurrected, could the corpses in this world be resurrected? Well, it seemed to be possible. For example, the deviant ghosts could resurrect human corpses into ghouls. Dany almost changed from a queen to a scientist. Well, she was actually verifying it at this time. The density of spiritual substance overflowing in the process of burning a living person was really high. Bastards, who told you to eat people? When she came back to her senses, she saw the 2 dragons biting the white human spine in their mouths and sucking the bone marrow. Dany was furious. Didn't they see that the captives around were almost scared to death by this horrifying scene? Not to mention the captured mercenaries. Even Dany's subordinates were pale and wanted to vomit. Dany climbed up the rock with great difficulty in her armor, raised her whip, and lashed out at the 2 dragons. Pitter-patter-wooga. The 2 dragons were whipped until they covered their heads and fled, but they no longer spat fire at Dany like before. They didn't even roar at her. Last time, when Yulun seized the dragon, she didn't use the dragon's horn to control the white dragon and the green dragon. Instead, she combined the power of the black dragon and led the white dragon and the green dragon to forcibly break through the restraint of the dragon's horn. The power of the dragon binder of the horn was destroyed, and it became a magic instrument that couldn't control dragons. Well, she could still use the dragon soul in the dragon's horn to deter inferior creatures. Since then, she had a much closer relationship with the white dragon and the green dragon. It wasn't just emotional intimacy, but a strange connection that originated from the depths of their souls. Let's put it this way. If Dahe died one day, Dani could immediately establish a stable dragon spirit relationship with the white dragon or the green dragon. If she had 3 skill slots, she could even pull the souls of the white dragon, the green dragon, and the black dragon together in different areas to play mahjong. Your Majesty, Captain John of the Rose Group wants to see you. Grey Worm looked at Dani, who was chasing after the dragons, cursing and whipping them, and his expression was a little timid. Well, all the soldiers below who had seen the process of the Megalosaurus spitting fire, burning people, and eating people, regardless of friend or foe, after seeing the scene of the 2 ferocious dragons fleeing in all directions under Queen Dani's whip, they would all revere Queen Dani like a god. This was the true dragon, the female dragon king, who could subdue the Megalosaurus. When we go back, I'll starve you for 2 days. Dani fiercely threatened as she pointed at the 2 dragons flying towards the sea. When Little White and Little Green flew far away, she stepped on Beavis' shoulder and climbed down from the rocky beach. Has the Rose Group surrendered? She asked. They are willing to surrender, but they want to talk to you about the treatment after surrendering. The Unsullied commander said. They're quite bold. Dani rode on the big yellow horse, and as she walked, she instructed Koe Luo, today's battle is over. Take off your armor first, and go to the battlefield to collect a batch of livestock corpses and send them to the Black Dragon. If the White Dragon and Green Dragon come back, watch them. Don't let them eat people again. It's okay to eat the enemy's corpses. The Centaur youth muttered. Dani glared at him and said, today they eat corpses, tomorrow they might eat living people, and the day after tomorrow, even you, a Megalosaurus guard, will be eaten. Is that okay? The Centaur Knight rubbed his nose and silently rode away. Along the way to the poplar slope, Dani saw the Dragon Mother's Guard Infantry Commander Morono instructing people to spread flags on the grass, and could not help but ask, are these the flags of the Gith Alliance and the mercenary group? What's the use of collecting them? Long live the Mother of Dragons. Seeing Dani, Morono immediately straightened his body, quickly raised his right hand, and shouted a slogan. If it was changed to Hey, Hitler, it was almost a complete military salute. The first time she saw this kind of military salute, Dani was shocked. Later, after asking Whitebeard and Morono, she found out that the hand salute had been popular in the era of the Gith army. In Westeros, there was a chest-thumping salute where one stood up straight and clenched their right fist to hit the chest, a more formal salute where one kneeled on one knee, and a salute where knights raised their hands. Among the mercenaries on the continent of Ursos, there was also the salute of fist-bumping that was passed down from the Summer Islands. Later, Morono suggested that Dani raise the hand salute for the entire army, because in Slaver's Bay, the Gith army salute was more solemn, just like the Valeglia language of the language. Your Majesty, these are not collected for me. They symbolize your glorious achievements, and should be hung in the hall of the Great Pyramid for your guests to appreciate. Morono pointed at the damaged or dirty flags. Chapter 130. Jon wanted to negotiate with Dani, but unlike the Second Sons, he did not lock up his camp and wait for her strike. On the contrary, the gate of the Rose Group was wide open, and the mercenaries inside were also, well, most of them were still lying in their tents and sleeping soundly. Your Majesty, your Great Wall Dry Red is really strong. I'm still a little dizzy, and most of my members are still hungover. Jon said to Dani on the warhorse with a wry smile. How can it be called Great Wall if it's not strong enough? Dani said matter-of-factly. Of course it's strong enough. My white wine is not for drinking at all. It's a high-concentration wine that can be disinfected, mixed with grape juice, and added with a lot of white sugar. People who don't drink can still drink a big glass in one go, but the after effects are not something ordinary people can bear. Speaking of the Great Wall Dry Red, one could not help but sigh at the poverty of Slaver's Bay. Before Dani's arrival, Slaver's Bay had 5 major specialties: slaves, olives, copper or sugar beets, and sour grapes. Other than olive oil and slaves, there are almost no goods that could be exported. Well, the grapes in Slaver's Bay were not suitable for making wine. Even the manor lord himself was not willing to drink the wine. There was a bitter taste that Danny could not understand. The grapes were obviously big and sweet. After Danny's arrival, she did 3 things in Astapor's economic reform. First, she increased the concentration of grape wine, which meant that she created a high concentration of white wine that could be used to clean wounds. She could also sell it as a specialty wine, which was a fake grape wine mixed with white wine. Second, she used beets to produce sugar. Third, she funded craftsmen to build more than 10 bronze processing factories, creating an industrial chain of copper ore, copper ingot, and fine bronze products. Currently, Astapo's sea and trade routes were blocked by the Guy's people, and good products could not be sold. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with the Rose Group? Commander John asked seriously. Danny's iron gloves tapped lightly on the saddle. Instead of answering his question, she asked with a smile, "Now do you understand why Torrhen Stark surrendered to Aegon so easily 300 years ago?" Commander John smiled bitterly and nodded. He sighed and said, "Our ancestors wrongly blamed the Taming King. He was very wise and made the best choice for the people of the Northern Territory. With 3 young dragons, you swept away the allies of Gith with very little loss, when King Tony did not have as many soldiers as he does now. On the other hand, His Majesty Aegon has a stronger military force than you and an even stronger adult megalosaurus. The mortal army is almost invincible. So, as the descendants of the self-exiled nobles of the northern region, you have let go of what happened back then?" Danny continued to ask, "You know that we are descendants of nobles?" John asked with a complicated expression. Don't forget that I'm also a Westeros." Danny's tone was gentle as she spoke in the common language. "Your 3 companions, Lila Amber, Bruce Wayne, and Herman Tauha? Other than Wayne, I'm not sure. Amber from the Last Huth Fire and Tauha from Torrhen City. Am I right?" Your Majesty's eyes are sharp. Wayne's ancestor was a knight attached to Winterfell. He did not have any land, and after leaving Stark, his family's title was naturally lost. "I see." Danny nodded. This world was very particular about inheritance, or rather, class was too rigid. Even if the descendants of nobles and commoners became mercenaries, those who could succeed were mostly descendants of nobles. This was because they had various inheritances such as swordsmanship, battle techniques, knowledge, etiquette, and initiative. Their survival ability was stronger, and their chances of rising to a high position were higher. Under the same conditions, others would have a higher recognition of the noble's bloodline. Your surname is Snow, and most people don't even have a wife. How can you have an illegitimate child?" Danny continued. "The illegitimate children of Westeros were like mistresses in modern society. Ordinary people did not have the right to have them." "Who's your father?" she asked curiously. Jon Snow smiled bitterly and shook his head, sighing, "My father is probably a mercenary for Bravos. As for who he is, even my mother does not know. My mother is a Bolton." "Bolton, the Flayer of Terror Castle?" Danny was shocked. "Yes." Commander John quickly added, "Your Majesty, I don't skin people. In fact, the ancestors of the Bolton family stopped skinning people after they came to Ursos. It was too bloody and barbaric. It would cause disgust among customers and ruin the reputation of the Rose Group." "Do you know the current situation in the northern region?" Danny asked. "I've been paying attention. I heard that Robb Stark led the nobles of the northern region south to Hajin to fight for the Iron Throne," John said. "He's not interested in the Iron Throne. His main goal is to avenge his father." "How can you be sure that he's not interested in the Iron Throne?" "Your Majesty, please forgive me, but 15 years ago, Theon Bella also rebelled in the name of revenge, but in the end he sat on the Iron Throne," John said with a cold smile. "What are your plans for the future?" Danny changed the topic and asked tentatively, "The situation in the 7 kingdoms is chaotic. The 4 kings are fighting for supremacy. You can join one of them. Perhaps you'll have a chance to restore the glory of your ancestors." This John was stunned. He said directly, "Your Majesty, you also have thoughts of reclaiming the Iron Throne? To be honest, our ancestors are all self-exiled. Our family titles are still there, and we have no grudges against our own family." "All right, I won't beat around the bush," Danny said bluntly. "I think that with the reputation and integrity of the Rose Group, you have the right to pledge your loyalty to me. Right now, my goal is to flatten Slave Bay and destroy slavery. I'm not sure about the future. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. We're just holding on to our bottom line. Then, are you and your Rose Group willing to pledge your loyalty to me? Continue to be mercenaries and work for money. Work for me, and your strength will be used in the meaningful and just cause of freeing the slaves. What's your choice?" Danny asked. "Your Majesty, you're making an enemy of the world." John's eyes flashed as he replied, "The world has been ruled by the Dragon King for 5,000 years. Danny said, "You only have 3 young dragons. My enemies are all trash. The young dragons are enough." The bearded Jon Snow was speechless. "Me and my Rose Group are trash too?" His face flushed red. He wanted to refute, but the reality was that their 5,000 elite mercenaries were really like trash. They were swept away by the queen before him. The slave masters of Kaiyuan and Serene have too much wealth, enough to hire mercenaries from the entire world. When that time comes, they will learn the lesson of today's defeat. At the very least, there will be countless dragon-slaying crossbows hidden in their tents. The bearded John set a tactic to deal with dragons. "Ha! Captain John, do you think those slave masters will have the chance to form an alliance again? Do you think dragons can only breathe fire?" Danny's laughter was as clear as a bell. "Let me ask you, Party A is fighting for money, and Party B is fighting for their own lives and the lives of their families. Party B has more people than Party A, and can also know all of Party A's tactics and the status of the camp defenses, but Party A knows nothing about Party B. Who will win?" This, John was stunned. Today's surprise attack is not a special case. In the future, any battle between me and the Guy's Alliance will be similar to today. The information on both sides is completely unequal. Go back and discuss it with your companions. I won't force you. If you refuse, you just have to pay the ransom according to tradition and swear not to join my enemy's camp. After that, Danny turned her horse around and prepared to return to Poplar Slope. "Wait a minute." John stopped her and asked seriously, "Your Majesty, please tell me, how will you use the Rose Group?" Danny reined in her horse and turned back. "I will expand the Mother of Dragons guards. The cavalry and infantry will be several times larger. The soldiers will be selected from the slave army. If you pledge your loyalty to me, I will break up the Rose Group and form the generals and officers in the new legion. It is impossible for every mercenary to be Jorah Mormont, but it is certainly not a problem to command 10 men and 100 men. The Rose Group has 800 backbone members. Even if they're only promoted to captain of a 10-man team, Danny will immediately have 8,000 more warriors. No matter how poor the quality of the slave soldiers is, they are better than the Westeros peasant soldiers with manure forks and sickles, right? As for why they didn't select the officers from the original Dragon Mother's guards and form another army, that way their loyalty would be more guaranteed. The problem is that the members of the Mother of Dragons guards were slaves before, and there are too few people who have received military training. Even the cadres in the army at this time are not qualified. For example, Danny's cavalry commander, Scarback Simon, was chosen as the commander by Whitebeard for only 2 reasons. His voice is loud enough, and his political background is good. Well, the so-called political background is that he was born as a slave and hated the slave owners. He has a high level of personal worship for Danny, who freed the slaves. His real technical and tactical literacy is actually very weak. His equestrian skills are not even as good as Danny's Maid Eyrie. If the Gith Alliance does not take the initiative to attack, she will let Jorah and Barristan train them for another 1.5 years. But John is right. The slave owners are rich and can hire mercenaries and assassins from all over the world. She must take advantage of Kaiyuan and Meereen's defeat and weakness to lead the troops north and take down the 2 cities in 3 months. Well, The mercenaries of the trading city-states on the west coast generally take 2 months to half a year to reach Meereen. Your Majesty, Jon Snow is willing to pledge my loyalty to you. The bearded captain walked a few steps and came to Dany's horse, knelt on one knee, and said solemnly, "Oh, where are your members?" Dany understood the meaning of his words and asked with a smile, "The Rose Group is disbanded in my hands today. The members are all voluntary. They can stay and pledge their loyalty to you, but they will no longer have a superior and subordinate relationship with me. If the members choose to leave, I will hand over the Winter Rose flag, and they can reorganize the Rose Group." Jon Snow said loudly, "This is a smart man." Dany flipped off her horse and pulled out the long sword at her waist. The sword tip rested on the bearded captain's shoulder and said, "Do you still remember how to swear an oath to the monarch?" "Probably." Jon Snow was both excited and terrified at Dany's solemn loyalty to him. At the same time, there was a sacred ritual in his heart. "I swear, I will never let down the person who gave me such honor." He blushed and made a decision in his heart. "Do you believe in the old gods or other gods?" Dany asked solemnly. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "I should believe in the old gods, but there is not even a weirwood in the continent of Ursos. I may believe in the most popular red god, like King Lalo, but I feel that I am still a Westeros. So, Your Majesty, I am willing to swear in the name of the 7 gods." "Yes, I believe in the 7 gods too." Dany laughed. This was not a lie. As a monarch, Dany needed to have faith. Non-believers were even more unacceptable than the fallen. She could not tell people that she believed in the Buddha and the 3 pure ones, right? That was not right. In modern society, she did not believe in Buddha or the 3 pure ones. 7 gods: Heavenly Father, judgment; Holy Mother, motherly love and nurturing; warrior, courage and victory; maiden, innocence and purity; blacksmith, craftsmanship and labor; crone, wisdom; stranger, death and fear of the unknown. The Church of the 7 Gods did not have real gods. The 7 gods only represented the 7 stages of life and the 7 noble virtues. It was not much different from the modern 8 honors and 8 disgraces. Dany felt that the 7 gods were the most advanced religion in the world. It was okay to believe in them. Chapter 131. The southwest wind brought the salty smell of the sea to the east coast of Slaver's Bay, diluting the smell of blood and fire on the battlefield below Poplar Slope. The midday sun reflected the dazzling white light on the snow-white blade with 7 or 8 notches, causing Barristan and the others to squint slightly. 7 wooden stakes stood behind Dany. The upper half of the stakes were freshly carved with the faces of 7 people. A bearded man holding a balance, the father, a smiling woman; the mother, a young man with a long sword; the warrior, a veiled girl; the maiden, a man with a hammer; the blacksmith, a hunchback old woman holding a lamp; the old woman, and a faceless man, the stranger. Dany tapped the sword 3 times on the shoulder of the excited bearded man and said loudly, "Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of Bravos and the Northerners, under the witness of the 7 gods, are you willing to swear allegiance to me and serve me with your courage, strength, and wisdom for the rest of your life?" She took off her helmet, and the silver hair on her grayish-black shoulder armor shone brightly under the sunlight. Her palm-sized fair face was filled with a solemn and respectful expression, and her smoky purple eyes only made people feel sincerity and dignity, ignoring her beautiful face. Jon knelt on one knee and shouted excitedly, "I, the illegitimate son of Bravos and the Northerners, Jon Snow, swear allegiance to my lord, Dany Liz Targaryen. I swear allegiance to you and will never leave your side." "I accept your allegiance." Dany smiled like a blooming flower. "I swear you will always have a place by my fireplace. You will drink wine at my table and eat meat with me. I swear I will never let your service be tarnished. In the name of the 7 gods, I, Dany Liz Targaryen, solemnly swear." She then sheathed her sword and looked around. Finally, her eyes fell on Jon's head and said softly, As the Lord and Queen of Jon Snow, I declare that Jon Snow is the son of Luna Bolton. From today onwards, he will inherit his mother's surname. Jon Bolton, thank my lord. Big Beardy's voice trembled. The fake main character follower I just accepted is gone. Dany took 2 more steps to the side and came up to another bearded man who was kneeling on one knee. She tapped his shoulder 3 times with the flat of her sword and said, "Bruce Wayne, descendant of the exiles from the northern region, under the witness of the old and new gods, are you willing to swear allegiance to me and be my most loyal knight for the rest of your life, serving me with your courage, strength, and wisdom?" Well, Bruce was like many Westeros. He believed in the old traditional gods of the Northern Territory, but he was also respectful and pious to the 7 gods. In fact, Jorah Mormont was like this. He was a Northerner, but he was baptized by the ritual of the 7 gods and became a proper knight. For Bruce, Dany's oath was slightly different. After Bruce took the oath, the tall red-haired woman, Lara Amber, and the black-haired middle-aged man, Herman Tawa, were next. This was not the end. When the 4 newly promoted knights stood up excitedly, Scarback Simon, Fatty Morono, Black Mantal, Centaur Chuelo, and the other 25 warriors lined up in 2 rows and knelt in front of the statue of the 7 gods and Dany. This was a reward based on merit. The 25 people in front of them had made great contributions in today's battle and would be conferred as knights by Dany together. Well, they could have other beliefs, but they would still be baptized by the 7 gods and become the most orthodox knights, although many of them did not have proper knight skills at all. Looking at Shui Lo's blushing face as he loudly swore to Dany, Aggo said to Rakaloo with a bitter taste, "I also want to become a knight." "Me too," Rakaloo muttered. Aggo was stunned. He shook his head and said, "No, Calixi said that we, the Bloodguards, are her blood of my blood. Our closeness and loyalty far surpasses that of knights and lords. We can't neglect the essentials." Yes. Calixi's father's kingdom was overthrown by his vassals, and the Sea of Grass has never had a bloodguard who betrayed Call. Aggo came back to his senses and said excitedly, "Well, we are Calixi's last barrier." In addition to conferring the 25 warriors as knights, Dany then conferred the title of a knight to each of them one by one. A knight was not necessarily a knight, but a knight was only considered to have stepped on the threshold of nobility. A knight was considered a true noble, although it was the lowest level of nobility. Dany was clear about rewards and punishments. The Rose group had just joined her, so it was impossible for them to have the same rewards as the generals who had won a great battle for her. After conferring the titles of knights, today's ceremony was not over. Dany still had to confer herself as a knight. Well, knights and titles did not coincide. A knight conferred by the king could be respectfully called a knight, but he was not a true knight. And even if Dany had the title of queen, she was still not a knight. She had not undergone the baptism of knights, nor had she applied holy ointment, nor had she served a true knight. How could the king of a group of knights not be a knight? As the commander of the White Knights, if he was willing to use his reputation as a guarantee, he had the right to confer anyone as a knight, except for the king. If the Mad King Aerys was still alive, or even Dany's cheap second brother was still alive, Barristan could confer her as a knight with the status of a princess. Princesses and crown princes could kneel to the commander of the Kingsguard, but only the queen or the king could not. It was not that the queen could not become a knight. If the Archbishop of the Church of the 7 Gods was here, he could represent the Church of the 7 Gods to confer Dany as a knight. But now, there was not even a low-level cultivator. But Dany led all the knights, including Barristan, line up below her and announced loudly, "There is no Church of the 7 Gods in Slave Bay, and there is no Archbishop. So, I have decided to follow the precedent and concurrently hold the position of Archbishop Astapor." She was not exaggerating. The blessed by God Saint Baylor, the one who locked her 3 sisters in the Virgin House and buried the fuse of the Blackfire Rebellion, held both the position of king and archbishop. If Dany could maintain her current persona until the moment of her death, then she would definitely be praised as Saint Dany by future generations. Her historical status in the Church of the Seven Gods was higher than Saint Baylor. It was probably similar to Saint Peter, Saint John, and Saint Paul in Christianity. At this moment, Saint Danny, as the Archbishop, conferred Queen Danny, Liz I, as a knight. The night Queen Danny unsheathed her sword and inserted it beside her. She knelt on one knee, facing the Church of the Seven Gods. Dozens of knights behind her pulled out their swords and scimitars. They followed Danny and knelt behind her with a solemn expression. "I swear to be kind to the weak," Danny said loudly. "I swear to be kind to the weak." The knights behind her shouted in unison. "I swear to fight against violence bravely. I swear to fight against all wrong and injustice. I swear to use the sword in my hand to fight for the people of the world. I swear to not hurt children and babies. I swear to help my brothers as knights. I swear to be honest and trustworthy. I swear to abide by the basic laws and customs. I swear to be ashamed of ignorance, to be ashamed of ease and work, to be ashamed of extravagance and debauchery." Danny recited a sentence, and her knights swore together. The scene was simple but sacred, and the atmosphere was even more solemn. The surrounding soldiers quietly witnessed everything that happened. They were in awe and worship, but they also looked forward to it. However, Danny's new invention of the Knight's Declaration was a bit, cough cough, too much of it. At the end, it was almost shouting 8 honors and 8 disgraces. All right, the 8 honors and 8 disgraces were undoubtedly more advanced than the real Knight's Declaration. Well, the idea was more advanced. The Westeros Knights regarded the law as nothing. They were all ignorant, extravagant, and greedy. It was time for them to be baptized by the advanced ideas of the great celestial empire. Danny said the last sentence of the oath loudly, to conclude, "In the face of a strong enemy, be fearless. Be courageous, loyal, and upright. Rather die than submit. Protect the weak. Do not go against the law." As a feudal night queen, of course, she couldn't let her subordinates forget about loyalty and bravery. If she didn't proclaim loyalty, should she encourage the knights to rebel? Now that they were at war, bravery and fearlessness were even more important. After the coronation ceremony, Danny stood up and looked around. She found that the morale and spirit of the soldiers were much higher than before. Obviously, they saw the glory and also felt the real benefits of military achievements. The morale of the soldiers could be used. Danny sighed and ordered the servants to prepare wine and meat. After winning the battle and conferring so many knights, of course, there would be a celebration. After arranging the celebration for this afternoon, Danny gathered all the newly promoted knights to clean up the aftermath of the battle. The Unsullied were in charge of leading the servants to clean up the battlefield. Grey Worm was the first to stand up and report the results of the battle. "Your Majesty, we lost 127 knights and another 206 were injured. We are unable to join the battle immediately." Danny frowned. Even with such an advantageous battle situation, the casualties were still more than 10%. This ratio, in addition, during the bloody wedding, when the Fry family, about 2,000 to 3,000 people, and Bolton, about 3,000 infantrymen, worked together to kill Robb's 4,000 elite soldiers. The Fry family only lost about 50 people. Among them, 10 were bitten to death by Robb's dire wolf, Grey Wind. Yes, in the TV series Game of Power, Grey Wind died tragically in the beast cage. He lived a pitiful life and died a cowardly death. In the original Ice and Fire, Grey Wind was released by Reynold Westland. He went on a killing spree and died a heroic death. Reynold Westland was Robb's brother-in-law, Ginny's elder brother in Steep Cliff City, and the eldest son of Lady Siebel. Siebel did not tell her children about her collusion with Tywin. She was known as the #1 spy in Ice and Fire. She even made an agreement with Tywin to find a Lannister wife for Reynold. In the end, the traitor's mother and the loyal son, Reynold, committed suicide by jumping into the river during the bloody wedding. Yes, he was outnumbered, but he was unwilling to surrender to the Fry family who violated the rights of the guests. He was extremely loyal and brave. In addition, Rob's direwolf was several times more sensitive to its master's danger than Danny's dragon. It bit and growled at Sibyl and her brother many times in front of Rob to remind its master. However, it was very close to Sibyl's son, Reynold. Why did so many people die? Danny looked at Barristan and asked. She took Little Green and 500 knights to clean up the stubborn strongholds, but only 20 people died. Whitebeard led a large force to charge in the empty camp. No one should be able to stop him. After all, the camp had been trampled by the horses. We didn't lose many people in the southern camp, but when we changed horses to sweep the northern camp, we encountered a lot of resistance. The old general sighed. Danny nodded and said nothing. The guy's slave owner naturally put the mercenary group at the front of the camp. After seeing the situation of the enemy camp through the Black Dragon, Danny accurately cut the guy's alliance's camp in half. There were mostly traders and slave soldiers in the north. The threat was small and could be put aside first. The mercenary group was at the south end, but they were all wiped out by her. After Whitebeard's 2,000 cavalrymen swept through the mercenary camp several times, they changed to energetic mounts and swept to the north. It was completely worth it to capture tens of thousands of slaves and traders at the cost of hundreds of casualties. Chapter 132. How many people escaped? Danny looked at Barristan and asked. 6 great lords and virtuous lords have all escaped, including Grand Commander Grazdan. 90% of the Gith soldiers in yellow silk cloaks have also escaped. The peddlers and prostitutes were also crying and running away. I told them that you won't hurt the innocent, so they stayed. Speaking of this, he frowned and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, they can't escape even if they want to. The slave masters and Gith soldiers have fast horses, but the peddlers have heavy bags of radiance coins to carry. The prostitutes don't have horses, nor do they know how to ride. It's fine if the slave warriors stay. Danny nodded. Not only the slave warriors, but there are also laborers several times the number of warriors. They're all slaves. Barristan said. That's even better. Then she looked at Grey Worm and asked, how are the casualties of the Unsullied and the Freedom Guards? The Unsullied and the archers are very lucky. There are no casualties, and they retain all their combat strength. The civilian guards killed 8 and injured 17 while cleaning the battlefield, and 3 were whipped 10 times by the Unsullied enforcement team for forcing the prostitutes to have sex. After pondering for a moment, Danny sighed and said, Grey Worm, arrange for the Unsullied to give each cavalry 10 gold radiance coins as a reward, the archers and Unsullied 40 silver radiance coins each, and the civilian guards 2 silver radiance coins each. Then, gritting her teeth, she said in a deep voice, tell the peddlers to bring all the prostitutes here, but they're not allowed to enter the Poplar Hill camp. Yes. Afani, have you stopped the warhorses? Danny looked at the old centaur and asked. Afani belonged to the centaur people. He led a group of old centaurs and female centaurs to set up a barrier behind the Poplar Hill camp to stop the horses. Calixi, a total of 20,000 warhorses, 30,000 pack horses, 20,000 cows, 35,000 sheep, and 900 fat pigs. The horses follow the herd, but I don't think many of them escaped, but the pigs like to drill into the forest. I don't know how many pigs have become wild boars. A Fanti said, have the civilian guards taken the meat from the dead livestock in the camp and marinated it? Danny looked at the militia captain and asked, Your Majesty, you have already made arrangements. We are cleaning up the corpses while marinating them. I don't think they will stink, but in the end, the middle-aged black man from the Midsummer Islands hesitated. Captain Takeo, just what? Danny frowned and asked, Your Majesty, some of the corpses have been crushed. We can't tell if it's human or pig meat. Taco said awkwardly. Human hair is soft and pig hair is hard. Can't you tell? The red-haired Lila complained. Some men have hard hair in certain areas too. Tucker said, unconvinced. Cough, cough. Danny waved her hand and said, throw it away. If you can't tell, throw it away. Aren't the bodies supposed to be burned? Taker was puzzled. Burn it, burn it. Danny nodded and asked, how many cows and horses did the Great Northern Revenue collect? There are 8,000 war horses, 15,000 pack horses, and countless cows, pigs, and sheep pulling the carriages. However, many of them belong to the merchants. Should we rob them? Yes, our code states that property obtained through legitimate means is sacred. Even the king can't take it. Don't bother about the prostitutes' carriages, cattle carts, and pigs, but the merchants who provide food for the slave masters must confiscate half of their property. Then use the confiscated money to buy the remaining half of their livestock. Danny sneered. She thought for a moment and added, "Oh, right, tell them not to raise the prices. Forget it, just cut them according to the current prices in Astapor." After that, Danny gave out orders related to capturing supplies and preventing epidemics. After the officers left to carry out the orders, she muttered, "Our losses in this battle are very small. We can continue to fight. This time, it's our turn to attack the slave master's city." "Your Majesty, you plan to take down Kaiyuan?" The newly joined knight John immediately thought of what she said before. Make sure the slave masters don't have the chance to hire mercenaries. "How many soldiers do we need to take down Kaiyuan now?" she asked. John immediately replied, "Kaiyuan's main business is training and trading slaves. They don't have much military strength to begin with. Now that the guy's army has been wiped out by your Majesty, Kaiyuan is practically an empty city. With the morale of your Majesty's army and the help of the dragons, it should be easy to take down Kaiyuan as long as 2,000 cavalry can reach it quickly. The key is that controlling Kaiyuan will require a lot of manpower. Not only will we be unable to attack Marine, but the 600-kilometer coastline from Astapor to Kaiyuan will also become a huge burden for us if the stalemate continues." Barristan frowned. The next step is to develop the navy. I want Slaver's Bay to be my bathtub," Danny said confidently. "The navy is a high-tech force. It will be difficult to develop it in a short period of time unless your Majesty's dragons can patrol the estuary of Slaver's Bay daily." The White Knight said, "If I can develop it in a year or so, we can try." Danny said hesitantly, "In any case, the sooner we take down Kaiyuan and Marine, the better. At least we can kill all the slave masters and empty the two cities of their wealth." Simon said fiercely, "Then let's rest for the night and set off for Kaiyuan tomorrow?" Danny asked Barristan with her eyes. She could propose a strategic goal, but the one who truly commanded the battle was an experienced veteran. "I'll arrange it," Whitebeard said slowly. "You haven't slept all night. Go rest for a while." Danny said softly, "What about you, Your Majesty? I'm still young. It doesn't matter if I stay up late." "All right." The old man smiled tiredly. He could not help but think of himself 40 years ago. When he fought against ferocious Maris on the Stone Steps archipelago, it was common for him to stay up late and discuss tactics with his comrades. After the meeting, Danny went to the field to attend the soldiers' funerals under the escort of Beavos and the Blood Brotherhood. The weather in Slaver's Bay was hot, and the bodies could not be stored for long. More than 200 crematoria were neatly arranged. In front of each crematoria stood an armored cavalry. The cavalry held a blue flag with black wings. This was the wings of Liberty flag of the Mother of Dragons Guards. In the blue sky, just like Queen Dany's black dragon, flying freely with its black wings. As for why it was not little green or little white, sigh, they were relatively small, far less powerful than Big Black, and far less intelligent than the Black Dragon. Big Black had the aura of a big boss just by looking at it. Under the gaze of more than 10,000 idle soldiers, Danny rode past each crematoria on her big yellow horse and saw the faces of the sacrificed soldiers. The soldiers' appearance had been cleaned and mended. The iron armor was removed, and the leather armor was replaced by a large t-shirt with the image of a black dragon on the chest. Don't doubt it. Before Danny came, the people of Slave Bay were already wearing short shirts. Danny just adjusted the style to be more modern. After walking around, she shouted at the crematoria, "Send off the soldiers." The knights holding the wings of Liberty flag took a step forward, inserted the flagpole into the arms of the martyrs, and held the flagpole with their right hands. "Even if you enter the kingdom of the dead, you are still free soldiers, soldiers under my command. heroes who brought freedom and a better future to countless slaves. Danny looked around at everyone and said in a clear voice, "The noon sun wantonly scattered light and heat on the fields." Tens of thousands of soldiers watched solemnly as the queen personally lit the crematoria with torches. Danny did not stand there waiting for the flames to extinguish. It was difficult for the temperature to drop before evening. The cremation ceremony had been completed, and the rest of the work was done by the people. They would put the ashes of the soldiers who died in the battle into jars. When they returned to Astapor, those jars with names and numbers would be handed over to their respective relatives along with the pension. If there were no relatives, they would be sent to the bottom of the Great Pyramid where Danny stored the supplies. Next came the part that Danny was most familiar with, freeing the slaves. She had done it too many times. How to boost morale by shouting slogans, how to make the slaves revere her like a god from the bottom of their hearts, and how to make them feel grateful to her like a second parent back in the present. She would most likely become a big MLM boss in the United States. Oh no, the correct name would be President's Competition. Along with the shouts of, "I want freedom," "Long live the mother of dragons," slave collars and slave chains were thrown to the ground one by one. The slaves disappeared one by one, and new freedmen appeared one by one. More than 70,000 new freedmen stretched out their arms to Queen Danny, shouting Misha, Misha crazily. Danny galloped on her horse, dexterously passing through the jungle of arms. She opened her arms and leaned slightly on the horse's back. Her hands swept across the sea made up of countless white, brown, black, and amber-colored arms, bringing up stormy waves. Under the blue sky and white clouds, 3 brightly colored megalosaurus hovered above her head, and the dragon's roar echoed with the tsunami-like Misha. Well, in fact, Danny had been in the dragon spirit state. The black dragon stared closely at the 10-meter radius around her, and everyone's movements were clearly seen. If there was an assassin, to be honest, if there was an assassin disguised as a slave to assassinate her, Danny was not afraid. Her thick armor was almost flawless. If something unpredictable happened, Dahe would also descend from the sky in a second or two, pick her up with its claws, and take her away. Danny stimulated the passion of the new freedmen at the scene to the peak. When she shouted, "I need warriors, fight for me, fight to defend freedom, and fight to defeat the slave owners." Countless people raised their arms and shouted, "Die for the mother of dragons." Danny told John Bolton proudly, "Now you know where my men are, don't you?" Danny said as she watched the countless battle-hardened warriors lining up to register. As long as there are slave owners, there must be slaves. No slave does not desire freedom, and I am the symbol of freedom. Your Majesty, you are the goddess of freedom of Slave Bay. The knight exclaimed. Well, that's possible. Danny tilted her head and thought for a while. As the Archbishop of Slave Bay, I have to make slight adjustments to the teachings of the 7 gods of Slave Bay. The innocence and purity of the young girl. The meaning is good, but it seems a little narrow. I have decided that the young girl of the 7 gods of Slave Bay represents purity and freedom. The blacksmith has a hammer in his hand, the warrior has a sword in his hand, and the Heavenly Father has a balance in his hand. The young girl should hold a torch and illuminate the future of freedom for those who step into Slave Bay. Good, good. The red-haired Lila clapped her hands and smiled. The meaning of the young girl was indeed a little weak before, but now that your Majesty has changed it, it has become more noble and sacred. It also fits the current social environment of Slave Bay. Yes, we can use your Majesty's image to carve a statue of the young girl. Your Majesty is the young girl who has descended to the mortal world, the bearded Bruce complimented. Ha ha ha! Danny waved her hand and said cheerfully, it's still too early to say that. Our current goal is to take down Kai Yuan. Too early doesn't mean we won't do it forever. This shameless guy, just as they were talking, a cry that sounded like a pig being slaughtered came from not far away. Danny turned her head to look and saw that at the periphery of the long recruitment line, her own armored guards were pushing a fat man who was dressed extravagantly. The fat man stumbled and fell on his, but in the mud. The fat man struggled to get up and cried, I want to see the Dragon Queen. I'm not a slave owner. I want to see the Dragon Queen. Chapter 133. Are you a trader transporting food for the Gith Alliance? Danny sat on the big yellow horse and looked down at the white-skinned fat man with black, upright hair through the gap in the helmet. Although you are a Gith, I didn't deal with you merchants like I dealt with the virtuous lord. I didn't create the punishment of half of the property. There have been many such precedents in the city-state war. Danny was not wrong. In the city-state war, if one side won a Pyrrhic victory, in order to make up for the war losses, most of the captured merchants would be squeezed out of part or even all of the property. After all, the profits of war were too rich. Perhaps the two city-states would fight to the death, but in the end, the big merchants of the third city-state would benefit. For example, this time, the property Danny seized from the Gith slave owner was not even 1/3 of the property seized from the merchants. After traveling 600 kilometers, most of the gold coins carried by the Gith Alliance army were spent on the group of merchants behind them. Your Majesty, I am not a Gith. You have such a hairstyle and wear a toga robe, and you say you are not a Gith? Danny sneered. Don't be afraid. I'm not against the Gith people. In fact, most of the Gith people in Estapo are living better than before. This is boasting. The Gith people who were reduced to slaves because of bankruptcy are now free people, given dozens of acres of land, and could get a large amount of interest-free loans from Danny. Of course, their lives are better than before. But the Gith people who were originally slaves were a minority after all. Without the privileges of high-ranking citizens, the Gith craftsmen who mastered superb craftsmanship even wanted to leave Estapo. Your Majesty, my skin is so white. How can I be a pure-blood Gith? This dress is just to get more respect from the Gith slave owner. You see, he untied the cloth band tied on his forehead, revealing the green, striped tattoo on his left forehead. Danny's expression turned strange. She looked at Fatty from head to toe. Black unicorn hair, a fat face like a steamed bun, a humble smile on his face, black squinted eyes that flickered with vigilance, a small nose, and abnormally plump lips that looked like two sausages hanging around his mouth. He is not tall, about 1.65, shorter than Danny, but his body is very thick. Well, not just fat like the eunuch Beavis, it is a kind of solid fat. You used to be a slave from a trading city-state? Slaves in the free trade city-states would have different types of tattoos on their faces according to their occupation. For example, the slave warriors were tattooed with ferocious beasts, such as tigers, lions, poisonous scorpions, and so on. The hotel attendants were tattooed with gentle small animals or miscellaneous items, such as turtles, grass, kettles, and wheels. However, prostitutes were generally more uniform. They only left a teardrop mark on the tip of their brows, so as not to affect their appearance. The slaves of Slave Bay generally did not have tattoos on their faces. This was mainly because Slave Bay was a slave processing factory and the products were to be exported. Perhaps the slave owners of other city-states who bought slaves did not like the tattoos that came with the factory. Your Majesty Dragon Queen, I'm for Volantis. My name is Faust Doxum. I used to be a Tiger Head Army Sergeant. Because of my many contributions in battle, I've gradually gained some reputation in Volantis. My luck was good. A grain merchant's daughter was too fat and ugly to be married off, so he bought the handsome and brave me to be his son-in-law. After my father-in-law died, I inherited his business. The news of you freeing the slaves had spread like wildfire in Slave Bay. The big slave owners of Marine and Kaiyuan spent money like crazy and hired mercenaries all over the world. As for me, I also wanted to take the opportunity to make a fortune. I brought 400 carts of sesame oil with me and followed the Second Sons across the Dothraki Sea to Marine City in Slave Bay. After I sold the sesame oil to the slave owners, I bought a lot of food and livestock. After that, I came all the way here. Don't tell me you secretly impregnated their daughter. What's done can't be undone. Your father-in-law had no choice but to buy you as his son-in-law? Danny asked suspiciously. Your Majesty, why do you think so? Faust was stunned. Haven't you looked in the mirror? Or are the Volantis people used to hang sausages around their lips as decorations? Danny laughed. Your Majesty, you don't understand. After the white fatty came to his senses, he touched his thick lips and said proudly, a man with thick lips looks honest. My father-in-law was worried sick about his daughter's future, and I didn't let him down. Although I had 7 or 8 mistresses and had 15 illegitimate children, Dai Lin has always been my wife, and her children will steadily inherit my family's assets. Danny's face turned cold and said, maybe I should kill you and let your wife and children inherit your business immediately. Your dead father-in-law would be more relieved. Your Majesty, you're being unreasonable. The scumbag fatty was not afraid of her at all. When he heard Danny's threatening words, not only did he not beg for mercy, he even said shamelessly, you don't know how ugly my wife is. I don't need to look in the mirror every day when I wake up. Looking at her is like looking at myself in the mirror. Ha! Danny couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that Danny was laughing, the fatty showed a pitiful expression and said, being with such an ugly person, there are only 2 kinds of people who won't find a mistress. Poor people and people who can't do that. And I'm just, enough, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Danny waved her hand and interrupted the fatty's dirty jokes and asked directly, why are you looking for me? Your Majesty, you took half of my horses and forcefully bought the other half, but you're not interested in the carriage and the food on the carriage. The fatty's fat face wrinkled like a bun and complained, even the slave workers were taken away by you. There's so much food piled up in the wilderness. How am I going to transport it? Oh, sorry, I didn't think it through. Danny said awkwardly. Fatty Faust was dumbfounded. The mother of dragons said sorry to me, apologizing to a small merchant like me. Inexplicably, he had an urge to shout, long live the queen, please go and liberate Volantis. How about this? I'll use the market price of Astapor to buy all your food. She said, screw the mother of dragons, Faust said with a straight face. Your Majesty, the market price of Astapor is even lower than the price I bought from Kaiyuan City. It's not even 1/50th of the price I sold to the guy's army. If I sell it like this, I'll go bankrupt. He wasn't exaggerating. The cost of transporting food over 1,000 miles, plus the consumption of food during the transportation process, would increase the cost by at least 10 times. Moreover, Astapor had 2 consecutive seasons of good harvests. Other than Danny and the winery, no one bought the food at all, so the market price was extremely low. Even if Danny didn't want to harm the interests of the farmers and used macro control measures to increase the government's food reserves, the price of food was only half of what it was before Danny moved to Astapor. It was also because the granaries of the pyramids and villages were full of food that Danny had no interest in the peddler's food. Then what do you want? Danny asked. As long as I don't lose money. You don't want to lose money when you lose the war. Danny sneered. The fat man gritted his teeth, as if he had made a difficult decision that would cost him half his life. Then, I don't mind losing money. Danny was about to mock him again when she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She smiled and said, Faust, are all the merchants losing money? Not really. Those madams who raised a group of prostitutes made a lot of money. Tonight, they will make a lot of money in the hands of your soldiers. Right now, those prostitutes are rubbing their hands and preparing for a big fight. The fat merchant said sourly. Danny thought for a moment and said to an unsullied, inform those prostitutes that the mother of dragons will give them freedom. They can give up their career as prostitutes and become free citizens of Astapor. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, why would those girls give up their luxurious life and go to Astapor to be farmers? Textile workers? The fat man Faust chuckled. Danny glanced at the fat man and continued to say to the unsullied, ask those women if they want a husband. If they want, I can help them find a good family. They all want to marry big merchants and rich people. It's better to be a lover of a rich man than to marry a soldier. The fat man said sarcastically, you should take care of yourself first. Danny said coldly, oh, Your Majesty, you must help me. Fatty immediately begged with a stuttering voice. So, I will buy your goods according to the market price of Astapor, and then compare the price you sold to the Gith slave merchant. I will make up the difference for you as the queen." The fat man's squinted eyes almost protruded like two big eggs. He stammered, "Your Majesty, are you crazy?" Dany glared at him and said, "The difference will not be given to you in the form of radiant coins. You can buy goods in Astapor. No matter what you buy, no matter what the price, I will return 40% of the amount spent. The accumulated amount of return will not exceed the total difference of the food. Of course, you don't need to use up the total amount of return at once. You can register your name and business name at the customs. The amount of return will be recorded under your name, and it will be effective when you come to Astapor again." The fat man Faust was a little confused at first, but gradually his protruding pig eyes became brighter and brighter. He looked at Dany with eyes full of undisguised reverence. "Your Majesty, I am now sure that you are the real king," he said slowly in a solemn tone. "Wisdom, courage, benevolence, justice, the perfect Night King. At the same time, you also have extraordinary insights on governing the country and developing business. In the recorded history of mankind, I can't find a more perfect king than you. The world will change because of you. The first abscess in the history of mankind's development, slavery, may really come to an end." Ouch, I misjudged him. Although the merchant Faust is fat, lecherous, and greedy, his knowledge is very high. Dany actually felt that the fat man was not as eye-catching as he used to be. Who knew that the fat man would immediately become wretched and fawning again? He begged with tears in his eyes, "Your Majesty, you are so kind, so please help me to the end. Why don't you just give me a 20% discount? How about a 30% discount? I can't go bankrupt. If I go bankrupt, my whole family will die." Sob. "What do you mean? How will your whole family die if you go bankrupt?" Dany said in annoyance. Her right hand couldn't help but press on the hilt of her sword. If the fat man said anything unpleasant, she would immediately cut his fat face with her sword. "Your Majesty, although your policy is good, what goods do you have in Astapor that are worth buying? It can't be an unsullied, right?" The fat man said with a bitter face. Hee, your impression of Astapor is still from half a year ago. Don't say anything else. Just go and see for yourself." Just as they were talking, Dany's expression suddenly changed. She said to the fat man, "I have something to do and need to leave immediately. If you have any questions, go to Astapor and talk to my clerk." "What is it?" the fat man asked in confusion. "There's no harm in telling you. The Gith Navy has entered the Worm River." Dany turned her head and said lightly. She then quickly rode her horse to the poplar slope. Chapter 134. When Big Black flew back to Poplar Slope from Astapor, Ura Mormont's messenger crow arrived almost at the same time. This time, the anti-magic Mother of Dragons Alliance did not only attack from land. In fact, there were more than one army. One army, 5,000 mercenaries, 30,000 slave soldiers, and 3,000 yellow silk cloaks, gathered in Kayuan City and attacked Astapor from the north to the south. One army gathered in Kayuan, Marine, New Gith, and even more than 20 longships, 70 to 80 ships, and more than 100 ships entered the sea area of Astapor. There was also a third army, the Gith Iron Legion's assault team from the south to the north. After the 2nd Sun Regiment was wiped out in the morning, Dany let Big Black return to Astapor alone and monitor the enemy fleet within a few dozen kilometers from a height of 5,000 meters. Barristan guessed that the Gith coalition had communication with the Sea Fleet. Perhaps the enemy planned to follow Dany's plan and launch a surprise attack this afternoon with both sea and land forces. Well, the Gith Iron Legion north of the Worm River would also go north to destroy the industrial and agricultural production system that Dany had worked so hard to build. The army in the north was completely defeated. I thought they would retreat. Did the slave master lose the messenger crow in the process of escaping? Did the Sea Coalition not receive the notice? Barristan rested for more than 2 hours in his armor, and then began to work again. Maybe the ship was equipped with dragon-slaying crossbows, so they became bold and wanted to try to be dragon-slaying warriors? Danny sneered. In the process of clearing the camp of the Gith coalition, the militia found the wreckage of hundreds of heavy crossbows. Most of them were trampled by horses along with other military supplies, but there were still dozens of them in good condition in the North Camp. Gold and silk wood of the Summer Islands was as thick as an adult's wrist, 2 meters long bow. 9 koer refined steel wires were wound into a bowstring as thick as a pinky finger, and 2 strong men turned a winch assembled by pulleys to string the crossbow. The arrow was 3 meters long, a fine steel spear as thick as a thumb, and a series of dark red flame runes on the arrowhead, magic runes enchanted by the red-robed priests and fire warlocks. Danny had tried it herself. She let Little White and Little Green breathe fire on the crossbow, and the steel at the end quickly turned red and slowly softened, but the rune arrowhead burned bright red and showed no signs of melting. He didn't know if the runes were really effective or if the blacksmiths in Koer had used special steel. Just the 2,000 steel crossbow bolts that were found cost more than 20,000 gold royals, plus the expensive golden wire wood crossbow. The Guy's Alliance had spent at least 100,000 gold royals on the Dragon Slayer crossbow. The newly joined Rose group also revealed that the Guy's people had ordered more than 500 dragon-slaying crossbows in Koer. One could imagine that the enemy's warships were also equipped with similar crossbows. However, Barristan said that Koer did not know how to make real dragon-slaying crossbows. These crossbows were modified from siege crossbows, and their agility and lethality were 80% weaker than the dragon-slaying crossbows developed by the scholars. All steel crossbow arrows are too heavy and can't fly high. As long as the Megalosaurus is more than 50 meters away from the crossbow, it's safe. However, the Balerian Dragon Flame has a direct killing range of more than 80 meters, he told Danny. Danny cursed in her heart. The Targaryens of the previous generation had holes in their heads. What the hell were they thinking? They actually cooperated with the scholars to study the killing range of the dragon. Did they want Balerion to cooperate with the scholars to develop a crossbow that could kill them? The old man seemed to have guessed her thoughts and said faintly, "Only by knowing the limits of your own dragon can you better protect yourself and your dragon." That makes sense. I'll be careful. Danny nodded and ordered the militia to prepare firewood for burning the dead mercenaries and Guy's people's corpses. Unlike their own side, which only had about 200 cavalry dead, the Guy's Alliance had at least 12,000 corpses left behind. It was very troublesome to clean them up, and they only managed to clean them up around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Collecting firewood for burning more than 10,000 corpses was another big project, and it was estimated that they could start a fire at noon tomorrow. I'll go first. Remember to ask the militia to dig latrines for the new slaves and sprinkle a layer of lime powder on the Guy's Alliance's camp. Danny climbed on a Blackie's body while instructing Barristan. Barristan was a veteran general who had been on the battlefield for a long time, but the matter of military hygiene, no one cared about it for tens of thousands of years since the birth of civilization. As early as half a year ago, when she saw the unsullied people defecating everywhere outside the tent, Danny quickly formulated a military camp hygiene regulations. For example, they must wash their faces and hands before eating, and if there is no water, they must rub sand. For example, they must dig a trench outside the camp, and they must go to the trench to relieve themselves. Even if it was inconvenient for the general to pee with the soldiers, they had to be pulled into a wooden bucket and carried by the attendants into the trench. For example, after the war, the corpses were immediately cleaned and burned, and a thin layer of lime powder was sprinkled on the battlefield and camp. The soldiers' tents were also steamed with vinegar to disinfect every now and then. "Let's go," Danny yelled at Little White and Little Green. The 3 dragons flapped their wings and leaped into the sky with great force. The wide, fleshy wings flapped vigorously, stirring up bits of grass and dust. John Bolton could not help but cover his forehead with his hand. Under the sunlight, the black dragon's dark back and dark red-wing bones reflected a metallic luster. Seeing him fly higher and higher with Danny on his back, the knight asked worriedly, "Is it okay for His Majesty to go back alone?" Barristan said faintly. Don't worry. Astapor still has a king's guard, more than 3,000 unsullied people, 5,000 Mother of Dragons guards, and 10,000 militia. Let's go and choose new free guard from the registered slave warriors. The 3 dragons only took a quarter of an hour to cover the distance of 20 kilometers. From afar, Danny saw the Gith fleet that stretched for 4 or 5 nautical miles through the Megalosaurus's perspective in the dragon spirit state. The brown, and white sails were like roses blooming on the blue sea. They seemed to form a flower garden that half surrounded the city of Astapor. She came back just in time, and the battle had just begun. Boom, boom, boom. The ballistas and catapults on the city walls of Astapor roared. The position of the guards of Astapor was higher, and the catapults defending the city were bigger than the catapults on the ships. They were more powerful and had a longer range, so they first launched an attack on the ships that were trying to form an attack formation. Thick, long crossbow bolts that glinted with cold light and oil cans that were emitting black smoke streaked across the sky. Most of them only caused splashes on the surface of the sea, but a few hit their targets and left a hole on the enemy's deck or ignited a string of flames on the enormous sails. Danny even saw Cora in a white robe, shouting loudly. The wings of Liberty flag on the walkway of the city walls danced in the sea breeze. The strong, shirtless soldiers turned the capstan hard, rewinding it for the catapult. She also saw the Gith sailors nimbly climbing the ropes like monkeys, coming to the top of the burning sails and pouring sand from their bags onto the fire. Then 5 2-meter-long crossbow bolts flew over. Unfortunately, one of them pierced right through the skinny sailor's abdomen. Like a piece of mutton on a skewer, the thick wooden bolt carried the sailor, who was howling and flailing his limbs wildly, for another 7 to 8 meters before finally nailing to the bottom of the bridge railing. The tail of the crossbow was still buzzing and vibrating, and the sailor was still groaning, but no one paid him any attention. The second mate loudly urged the second firefighter to climb up the mast. The captain on the bridge only bent down to look at the hanging body below, and then cursed and shouted for the throwers on the bow and stern deck to fight back. As the warships adjusted their direction, the dock area of Astapor had entered their attack range. The dragons are back. The Mother of Dragons guards on the city walls cheered loudly. The 2 sides of the battle looked up. The 3 dragons hovering in the sky were only the size of a falcon, and with the strong sunlight, ordinary people would not even notice them. But the people of Astapor were too familiar with the 3 dragons, and they had seen similar scenes many times in the past 6 months. At first, there were only a few people, but gradually, the nearly 20,000 soldiers in the city shouted together, "Long live the Queen! Long live the Mother of Dragons!" The enemy ships on the sea heard the cheers, and looked for a while with their binoculars, and immediately found the 3 dragons circling under the sun. Woo, woo, woo. The low sound of the horn slowly spread on the sea, and almost all the ships began to lower their sails. The warships that had not yet set up their positions stretched out long oars from both sides of the ship. With the sound of drums, hundreds of naked sailors shouted, "Yo, yo, 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 yo," and used their strength to move the long oars. The ships obeyed the command of the captain and creaked as they moved. Well, the oarsmen were not wearing clothes, and most of them were still wearing leather slave collars. They are really brave, chasing us to the Worm River Delta. Looking at the long ships wandering in the river, Danny sneered. The Guy's coalition army ships were divided into 2 types. One type was slower, but had a large tonnage. Its deck was loaded with several, or even a dozen, cannons, and there were rows of powerful ballistas on the sides of the ship. The bow of the ship had a hard ram. This type of ship was mainly used to gain control of the sea. The other type of warship was a narrow, short longship. When the oarsmen used all their strength, they could even reach 25 knots for a short period of time. The oarsmen were also elite soldiers familiar with sea battles. In boarding and pursuit battles, these longships were as sharp as scalpels. Blackbeard Grohl's dozen or so ships were completely unable to fight against the enemy, So they entered the Worm River a few days ago and hid in the port of the Delta Plain in the center of the river. There were dozens of merchant ships stranded there. Illyrio's 100-meter-long Sidolian was lying on the beach. Well, a big-bellied sailboat could not be used as a warship, so Grohl's flagship was Uluin Serenity. Of course, it was no longer called Serenity. It was renamed Viserys, to commemorate Dany's unlucky second brother. The main reason was that Blackbeard Grohl wanted to call it Aegon. Dany felt that someone as awesome as Aegon should be treated better. As the ruler of the Bay City, she would definitely build a huge fleet in the future. She would build even more powerful warships. She would leave the Aegon for the future and let the dead Viserys take over. However, Viserys was really unlucky. Ever since it was named, it had been harassed and besieged by Guy's warships. It did not dare to leave the Megalosaurus field of vision. Now that it was forced into the freshwater river, it did not even dare to leave the harbor. Boom! Dany jumped down from Blackie's neck. Her iron boots left 2 shallow footprints on the red brick wall. "Prepare the incendiary bombs for my dragon," she said to the militia captain who came over. "Your Majesty, please wait at the pyramid. It's too dangerous here. You're a Mormont advised." Boom! Before he finished speaking, a pack of raging flames smashed into the base of the wall. The flames made the brick wall crackle, and the pungent black smoke made Dany's eyes a little dry. Asphalt. She crawled over the parapet and looked down. She saw burning cloth stuck to the wall and spread out in a ball. The thick black smoke burned a black line on the wall. "It's refined fire oil ointment," Yoris said. More than a dozen balls of smoke had already risen from the northern wall facing the sea. An Unsullied shouted loudly for the militia to extinguish the flames. There were also sergeants waving their shining swords and shouting at their subordinates. "Quickly load the bowstrings and kill those sons of bitches of slave traders." The battle gradually became white-hot, even more tragic than the sneak attack in the early morning. "I'll stay here and command the dragon." Dany smiled and said, "Arrange for 4 Unsullied to raise shields for me and block the arrows. The flames can't hurt me." Chapter 135. Boom! It was as if a napalm bomb had been detonated. The 40-meter-long ship was instantly enveloped in a dazzling fireball. A circular airwave that could be seen with the naked eye, mixed with a dozen sailors who could not control themselves, rapidly spread out, directly pushing the nearby ships 3 to 5 meters away. Through the monocular, Dany could even see the warship with the words Grazident painted on the hull slowly disintegrating. Countless sailors were struggling and crying in the flames. Then, their bodies maintained a distorted appearance as they burned with popping sounds. Fire snakes hissed and spat out tongues of flame from the ballista windows below the deck. Hundreds of sailors were like torches that were ignited, throwing themselves into the sea. Such an exaggerated explosion of flames, the entire battlefield could not help but be silent for a few seconds. Then 20,000 soldiers cheered wildly. "Long live the mother of dragons! The true dragon is invincible! Long live the mother dragons! Long live Dany, rise the first! The true dragon is invincible! The true dragon is invincible!" The soldiers even stopped what they were doing and waved their arms at the Megalosaurus hovering in the sky, shouting loudly. Their commanding officer did not reprimand the soldiers' behavior. Instead, he waved his sword and joined the cheering crowd. The cheers seemed to have encouraged the green dragon and the white dragon. They followed their elder brother, the black dragon, and flew 3,000 meters into the sky. Then, they retracted their wings and free fell from the sky like a spear. Below them were 2 giant warships. Huff, huff, huff. They kept falling for 1,000 meters. In the process, they kept swinging their tails, fine-tuning the direction of their fall. In the eyes of the Megalosaurus, there seemed to be a crosshair that kept aiming at the highest building of the warship, the bridge. They suddenly spat out a small flame at their claws, then spread their wings. Their bodies drew a beautiful arc in the sky, flying in the direction of Dany, who was on the city wall. But the giant incendiary bombs they threw were still falling vertically at an extremely high speed. With an ear-piercing screech, the speed was getting faster and faster. Danny asked the bricklayer to make a Molotov cocktail that looked exactly like a missile. The pointed head, made of bronze, allowed the center of gravity of the missile to be pointed downwards. Bronze was denser than clay pots. The round clay pots were filled with white phosphorus, kerosene, and asphalt. There was little white phosphorus, and it was soaked in kerosene, so it did not come into contact with the air. The missile's tail to ensure that it did not deviate from its course. There was a tail behind it, but a thick hemp rope tied to the megalosaurus claws. When the three dragons were 1,000 meters above the ground, they used their dragon flames to burn off the ropes on their claws. Then, the dragons flew away and the missiles continued their free fall. 3,000 meters, a bottle of kerosene weighing 80 pounds, and the warhead was made of bronze, boomed the Molotov cocktail. Crash! The hard and brittle jar broke, and fuel and white phosphorus sprayed into the cabin. Due to the high-speed fall, a large amount of heat was generated from the friction with the air. The temperature of the fuel and white phosphorus was very high, and the white phosphorus began to burn when it came into contact with the air. Then, the fuel, which had almost turned into a mist in the collision, was ignited. What if the fuel was replaced with wildfire? An image appeared in her mind. Blackie had finally reached adulthood and could carry 1,000 pounds. He then flew 10,000 meters above the King's Landing with a bomb 10 times larger in his claws. It was made of iron and filled with green wildfire. It weighed a total of 800 pounds. Then, he threw it at the Red Fort. Danny shuddered. Damn it. Why do we still need a fire-breathing dragon? We could just change to a bomber. Continue. Tied a Molotov cocktail to my dragon. Burn the slave owner. She drew her sword and ordered the soldiers. Long live the mother of dragons. Burn the slave owner. In the square behind the city wall, the three dragons landed on a platform. More than 10 militiamen pushed carts to the bottom of the platform. The carts were filled with soft straw. A 2-meter-long, bucket-thick missile was placed in the center. A rope as thick as chopsticks was woven into a net on the missile. A rope as thick as a thumb was tied to the tail of the missile. The soldiers squatting beside the megalosaurus tied the 7 to 8 meter long rope to the dragon's claws. Blackie was the first to complete the task of throwing the missile. He was the first to come back. He was also the first to flap his wings again and drag the missile into the sky. Because there was a short glide distance, the soldiers below had to follow Blackie's speed and push the carts forward 4 to 5 meters. Only then could Blackie bring the missile into the sky. Looking at the missile, swaying slightly below Blackie, Danny couldn't help but praise the megalosaurus's sense of balance and ability to fly steadily. About 10 minutes later, there was another whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. 3 Molotov cocktails took down 3 warships. The cost of a warship started from 10,000 gold royals. 40 to 50,000 gold royals wasn't considered much. A Molotov cocktail and kerosene only cost 1 or 2 silver coins. As for white phosphorus was a little expensive. Only a few fire sorcerers in the city could make it. It cost Danny 3 gold royals per kilo. Even so, the cost of a Molotov cocktail didn't exceed 5 gold royals. This was a huge profit. You really think that just because Astana doesn't have a navy, you have the confidence to fight a naval battle with me? I'm going to beat you slave masters until you go bankrupt. Danny laughed proudly as she looked at the 3 mushroom clouds rising from the sea. However, the enemy's tenacity was beyond imagination. After throwing 4 waves of Molotov cocktails and destroying 12 of the largest warships, none of the warships retreated. Not only did the enemy's fleet not retreat, the sailors who fell into the sea swam towards the dock. The 12 ships were destroyed in an hour. At the same time, 2,000 to 3,000 sailors who lost their ships gathered at the dock. There was a distance of 70 to 80 meters between the city walls and the coastline. Between the two, there was a wide red brick road, as well as brick buildings like taverns, food stores, and warehouses. Of course, The residents of the dock area had long evacuated, but the buildings were still there. The sailors who swam ashore didn't attack the city walls that were dozens of meters away. They scattered and hid by the walls. A black, unsullied glanced at Danny and hesitated for a moment before walking to Mormont, who was shouting for soldiers to attack the enemy warships. He asked him for instructions. "Commander Mormont, do you want to send the Unsullied down to clean up those sailors?" Danny's military regulations clearly stated that in the process of marching and fighting, the subordinate officers only needed to report the military situation to their superiors and ask for orders. They couldn't reveal military secrets to others because of their higher status, and they couldn't listen to the orders of non-subordinate officers before their superiors gave them clear orders. The military regulations also stated that if their superiors died in battle, or if they couldn't contact their superiors in a short period of time in an emergency, they could listen to the orders of people with higher military ranks than them. Of course, the above regulations were invalid to the Queen. No matter when and where, the Queen's orders had the highest authority. So the captain of the Unsullied hesitated when he saw Danny, wondering if he should ask her for instructions. The Unsullied were 50 people in a squad, 10 squads in a squadron, 3 squadrons in a large group, and a total of 8,600 Unsullied were a regiment. The commander of the regiment was Grey Worm, and the captain was also an acquaintance of Danny's, Miss Sand, the brother of the clerk Miss Sandy Eye. Miss Sandy Eye was sold to Astapor with her 3 brothers. She became the secretary of the benevolent lord, and her brothers became sisters. One of the brothers did not pass the trial and was killed by the benevolent lord, leaving 2 brothers, Miss Sand and Miss Sandy Eye. Perhaps Miss Sandy Eye's family had better genes. At the age of 10, Miss Sandy Eye was proficient in more than a dozen languages and could be called a prodigy. Her 2 brothers were also skilled in martial arts, could read and write, had high military literacy, and had a strong learning ability. As a result, Miss Sand and Miss Sandy Eye were elected as captains by their Unsullied comrades. Danny was not angry with Miss Sand's choice, because she had clearly ordered all the officers before leading the team out a few days ago. Ura Mormont was the commander-in-chief of the Astapor Defense Force, and he had the highest command during the war. "If they don't come to attack the city, don't worry about it," Ura said without hesitation. "Commander, those sailors have learned to be smart. When they saw the Megalosaurus flying over their warships, they immediately jumped into the sea. After that, almost no one on the 9 ships died. I'm afraid there will be more people gathering later." Miss Sand said, "How many people can there be at most?" "More than 100 ships, at most 40 or 50,000 sailors. But the people who fell into the sea were not wearing armor, and most of the sailors did not even have weapons. How can an army of 50,000 without armor, horses, or siege equipment attack the city?" Ura said contemptuously. "I see." Miss Sand suddenly understood. At this time, Danny interjected, "Sir Ura, don't you think the other side is too brave? In just over an hour, more than 10% of the ships have been lost. Under normal circumstances, they should have scattered and fled." Ura frowned and sighed. "I really hope they are waiting for nightfall. After nightfall, they can avoid the pursuit of the Megalosaurus. But I'm very worried that the other side has some trump card that we don't know about, so I'll deal with all changes by remaining unchanged and let the Unsullied defend the city, absolutely not taking the initiative to attack." Danny looked up to the west. The blazing white sun had turned dark red. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was still an hour or 2 before dusk. Although it was slow to reload, the 3 dragons could launch 3 waves of attacks in an hour. 6 waves in 2 hours, 18 ships. It didn't make sense. Even if they raised their sails and fled at full speed, how many ships could they lose? Could it be that the Gith Navy had guessed that they had small melons specially equipped for sailing ships? A series of incendiary bombs the size of beer bottles tied together to burn the sails. A dragon could throw 4 or 5 times at a time, and because there was no need to dive from a height of 200 meters, the back and forth speed was faster. At the same time, Grohl would lead the fleet in pursuit. The Viserys could be called the fastest ship in Slaver's Bay, and could be used as the aircraft carrier of the Megalosaurus to provide ammunition for the three dragons. It was possible that they would lose more than 18 ships. When her gaze swept across the Great Pyramid behind her, Danny's expression changed. She hurriedly picked up her binoculars and looked again. Sure enough, her Megalosaurus horn was gone. Big Black, don't throw the bombs yet. Go to the top garden of the pyramid and take a look. She immediately sent a message to the black dragon in the sky. Big Black was extremely fast. The pyramid 500 meters away only needed a flap of its wings to fly over. With just a glance, Danny frowned. There were two corpses hidden in the flowers to the north of the top garden, two unsullied with childish faces. Their faces were facing the sky, and their 7 orifices were bleeding. Half a year ago, she received 8,600 unsullied who had completed their training and 5,000 unsullied trainees. The 5,000 unsullied followed her to Poplar Slope, and 3,600 unsullied guarded the city walls. About 1,000 children under the age of 10 were not counted. Half of the 4,000 trainees went to the countryside to maintain order in the village, and 2,000 served as the guards of Astapor City. During this time, her Great Pyramid was guarded by the unsullied trainees. Now the pyramid was infiltrated by the enemy, and her dragon's horn was stolen. Chapter 136. Damn it, my dragon's horn has been stolen, Danny said with an unpleasant expression. What? The topic changed so quickly that Mormont couldn't react in time. The dragon's horn that I hung at the top of the pyramid as a signal to gather is gone, she said again. A dragon's soul was sealed in the dragon's horn. It was the soul of the Dragon King. The person who blew the horn could merge their will with the dragon's soul and enter the soul realm of the Megalosaurus along with the dragon's soul. They could then use the pressure of the Dragon King's soul to leave their will in the Megalosaurus soul realm. That was the magic principle of the Dragon Binder controlling the Megalosaurus. Last time, Yuluin left her will in Little Green and Little White's sea of consciousness. According to the normal method, Danny only needed to blow the horn and attach her will to the Dragon King's soul. Then, she could break through the soul defense of the green and white dragons again and leave an enslavement mark deep in their souls. However, Danny believed that breaking the soul defense of the young dragons twice in a short period of time had already caused great damage to their souls. If she used the pressure of the Dragon King's soul to enslave the young dragons, it would definitely cause irreparable damage to them. More importantly, as a dragon spirit, she was used to merging with Blackie's soul. Enslaving the green and white dragons made Danny feel guilty, as if she was betraying her own children. Although she hoped that Little White and Little Green would listen to their mother, she didn't want two obedient slaves who hated her. Deep in her heart, she also believed that dragons should be free and shouldn't be bound by anyone except her. She was a dragon spirit and could merge with the souls of dragons. Previously, she couldn't merge with them because the skill slot was occupied by Blackie. Little Green and Little White's sea of consciousness couldn't accept her. However, with the help of the dragon's horn, Danny broke through the restriction and entered Little White and Little Green's sea of consciousness again. Then, Danny did something crazy. She pulled Blackie into Little Green and Little White's sea of consciousness. Just like that night when they were hatching the dragons in the Red Wasteland, the three dragons merged with her soul. After the fusion, they worked together and overturned the soul of the Dragon King, who was also in the soul realms of the two dragons. The reason why the Dragon King's horn could bind a dragon was because the level of the Dragon King's soul was higher than that of a normal Megalosaurus. Indeed, Dahe, Little Green, and Little White were no match for Dragon King alone. However, when the three of them combined with Danny's mother, the Dragon King's soul was almost shattered. Well, it was indeed broken. The magic runes inside the dragon's horn fell off and landed in the soul realms of the two dragons. Danny picked them up. After Danny recovered, she tried to use the Dragon King's horn a few more times. The Dragon King's soul still existed, but it could no longer break through the dragon's soul space. Although he could still use the majesty of the Dragon King's soul to intimidate tens of thousands of creatures, he could no longer control the dragons. The dragon's horn had become a simple horn. However, Dany did not put it on the shelf. When the Unsullied attacked Astapor, she used it as a military horn. After taking down Astapor, she used the horn as the villagers' symbol. Alas, Dany was a village girl in her previous life. When a village chief gathered the villagers for a meeting when she was a child, he would hold a gong and hit it a few times at the entrance of the village. The villagers who heard the gong would come out of their houses one by one and slowly gather at the place where the village chief hit the gong. Even if the people at the end of the village could not hear it, there would be neighbors nearby to remind them. The dragon's horn could almost cover the entire city of Astapor. It was much more awesome than the village chief's gong. The little girl who used to have a runny nose inherited the village chief's mantle and became a village chief. The village chief of Astapor Village, she also hung a gong in front of her house. Dany was not worried that someone would steal her gong at all. How many civil servants and guards were there in the 100-meter pyramid? There were also 2 Unsullied who stood guard in 3 shifts in the garden on the top floor, and the Chaoyang Palace at the bottom floor was bustling with people. Every day, it acted as a government office and court, and there were countless bored citizens who came to watch the melon. When Dany led the army to war, her little secretary, Misty, sat in the hand of the queen position at the bottom left of the queen's wooden chair and handled the daily affairs for the queen. Well, Misty was equivalent to the hand of the king, who only had the right to judge. But someone broke into the pyramid and stole her horn. Suddenly, Dany thought of a person, and her face changed. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, it must be you, Luna, that bastard. It's been half a year, and you still haven't returned to the Westeros." "It's probably him." Cora nodded in agreement. At that time, Dany seemed to be besieging Estapo, but in fact, Skate also quietly ambushed hundreds of horse cavalry, and Estapo did not escape. But Yulon did not intend to escape at all. After he came out of the Great Pyramid of Grazdan, he stayed in the hotel, and Dany did not embarrass him when she entered the city. Half a month after Dany took over Estapo, the trapped merchants in the dock area began to leave one after another. Because the slave sailors were liberated and became members of the Gloria fleet, many merchant ships lacked sailors. Yu Luan and his 200 mute sailors were still very popular. Yu Luan concealed his identity as the pirate king of the summer seas, Red Devil, and acted as a lord in distress of Westeros. At most, Dany thought that Crozat would rob his employer halfway and then return to the Westeros, or become a pirate again. She never thought that guy would dare to touch the whiskers of Queen Dany. Or did he sell the secret of the dragon's horn to the Gith people? So the Gith warship has been unwilling to retreat to create opportunities for the thief? Ordering Blackie to continue to be a bomber, Dany turned back and called 2 teams of 100 Unsullied. "I'll go to the pyramid. Sir Cora, you continue to command the battle as planned. I'm not sure who the intruder is. Let me go with you," Cora said with some worry. "Don't worry, there are still 500 little Unsullied in the pyramid." Dany found a horse, and 100 Unsullied trotted behind her. It took only 10 minutes to reach the bottom of the pyramid. Outside, there were hundreds of people leisurely watching Miss Sandy-Eye's trial. What was even more ridiculous was the case Miss Sandy-Eye was judging. 2 farmers were fighting over a piglet. Half a year ago, a 40-year-old Laza farmer got an interest-free loan from Queen Dany and sold a strong boar. As a breeding boar, the farmers within a radius of 10 miles would often bring their sows that were in heat to his house to breed. A few months ago, his breeding pig broke through the fence of the pigsty and sneaked out. When the Laza people found it, the boar was lying on the back of a sow. It was a sow raised by a young white man in the manor next door. There was no big conflict at that time. When the 2 pigs stopped, the Laza people whipped their own pig a few times and led it home cursing. Even if the sow in the manor next door gave birth to a litter of piglets 3 days ago, the Laza farmers didn't care. Until yesterday morning, when Alaza's wife buried herself in the rice field weeding two people walked over from the ridge not far away. The chest-high rice seedlings blocked the woman's figure, and the young couple walked on the ridge and talked without restraint. The white husband proudly told his wife that he deliberately took advantage of the fact that no one was in the lazy farmer's house and led his sow to the breeding pig's gate. The strong boar couldn't bear it and broke through the wooden fence, following the smell of the pig. So he saved a piglet. Well, the breeding pig had to pay for the sow, and it wasn't cheap. Either pay 100 copper coins or let the breeding pig boss choose a piglet after the sow gave birth to a piglet. So the lazy farmers made a scene. Faced with the village elders questioning, the young man refused to admit it and even accused the lazy farmers of slandering his honor. More importantly, the place where the breeding pig rode the sow that day was in the young man's vegetable field, and the wooden fence of his pigsty was also broken. The village elder had no choice but to let the two of them find the village chief to solve the problem. Danny stood on the periphery and listened for a while, and only felt that this group of fart people was really big. There were more than 100,000 enemies outside the city, and hundreds of thousands of troops on both sides were fighting. Not to mention Slaver's Bay. Even the continent of Ursos hadn't had such a large-scale war for thousands of years. These two guys, for a piglet, left the village, crossed the possible war zone, and came to the Queen's palace to sue. Damn it, there were hundreds of Astapor citizens watching from the side, and even her maid, Listoya, was eating persimmons while watching with great interest. But after seeing Listoya, Danny was relieved. Listoya didn't stay in the top garden and didn't encounter any misfortune. A citizen in a linen t-shirt inadvertently turned back and saw Danny surrounded by the Unsullied. He immediately shouted excitedly, "Her Majesty the Queen is here! Long live the Mother of Dragons! The Queen is back! Danny, long live Queen Listoya!" The guy was a little incoherent and at a loss, but it also alarmed the others in the hall, who all shouted Queen and Mother of Dragons, and for a moment, the solemn yamen became as noisy as a market. Silence! Danny raised her hand and shouted. Thump, thump, thump. The two rows of Unsullied under the Queen's wooden chair stomped the red and black sticks in their hands and shouted in unison, "Mighty Marshal!" Those Unsullied had all changed into navy robes and cloth hats with red dragon patterns. They also held water and fire sticks in their hands, completely dressed as the celestial yamen runners. Even the word soldier was written in Chinese on their chests. In front of Miss Sandy Eye, the acting county magistrate, was a table with a gavel on it. There was also a plaque hanging above the Queen's chair, written in Valeglia, "The King is above, benevolence is below." Mighty could be shouted in Chinese, as long as the momentum was enough to intimidate the crowd, but the plaque could not be written in Chinese. What was the point of writing it if no one could understand it? The crowd quieted down, and Miss Sandy Eye came over and asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, what's the situation?" Little Black was very smart. She guessed that if there were no accidents, even if Danny came back, she would directly climb up the pyramid from the outside. Disrupting the trial was not her style. Someone has sneaked into the pyramid. I will temporarily block all the entrances and exits. Even if we can't find the intruder, we have to figure out how they got to the top of the pyramid. Danny did not hide anything from the crowd and spoke very loudly. "Oh my God, an enemy has sneaked into the top of the pyramid? Didn't the Unsullied guards notice? Could they be hiding among us? It must be those slave masters who should go to hell. They want to assassinate Her Majesty the Queen. Are you stupid? Who doesn't know that Her Majesty the Queen has led an army to battle? Are they trying to steal something?" The crowd of citizens who were watching the yamen trial chattered and guessed the enemy's purpose. Danny waved her hand, and the Unsullied guards who acted as yamen runners banged their sticks again and shouted, "Mighty, mighty, the horn I put at the edge of the garden has been stolen. Everyone, please go to the clerk to register your name and house number immediately. After that, you can go home. Today's trial will be suspended, and it will return to normal tomorrow morning," Danny said. The audience walked to the clerk's desk in an orderly manner, and soon there were 2 long lines. "Your Majesty, what about us?" Chapter 137. Your Majesty, what should we do? The onlookers lined up to leave. The two people standing in the middle of the fence were a little confused. Danny wanted to say, "You can continue tomorrow." But on second thought, although the case seemed simple, it was hard to find any substantial evidence. Miss Sandy Eye would probably leave the case to her. So with a shing sound, she pulled out the long sword at her waist and stabbed it into the ground. The blade pierced half an inch into the mahogany floor. "You two be honest. Who's lying?" Plop. The two people on the other side fell to their knees. "Your Majesty, I didn't lie," the middle-aged farmer cried. "Your Majesty, I didn't." The young man's eyes flickered. He stammered and denied, "I dare not lie." "Huh?" Danny lowered her voice and looked at the young man. Her iron gloves holding the hilt of the sword creaked. Your Majesty, I'm guilty. I lied." Through the gap of the mask, the young man seemed to see the queen's cold purple eyes glowing. He felt a pressing king's aura coming at him. He was so scared that he cried. Not to mention the young man, the people who were still lining up nearby also felt the queen's intimidating king's aura. Their necks shrank and their hearts trembled. They thought excitedly, it's here. I've seen Her Majesty solve the case with an iron face again." The young man cried and confessed, "Half a year ago, I met my current wife, Elena, at the national blind date arranged by Your Majesty. I love her very much. She loves jewelry very much. When we got married, I bought her a silver hairpin inlaid with pearls. The interest-free loan has been used up. I wanted to save the money for breeding sows. Your Majesty, I was wrong." Danny deactivated her dragon spirit state, and Dahe's soul also left her spirit ocean. Its shining eyes dimmed, and the king's aura seemed to have disappeared. "According to the code, what is the sentence for this person?" She tilted her head and looked at the chief judge, Miss Sandy Eye. In the form of a dragon spirit, Danny could enter Dahe's spirit realm and obtain its 5 senses, 6 senses, 7 or 8 senses. Similarly, because the souls of humans and dragons could perfectly merge, Dahe could also enter Danny's spirit realm and obtain her 5 senses. Previously, Danny could only enter Big Black Soul Realm. After the Immortal Palace devoured the Immortal's faith spirit, Big Black seemed to have undergone some kind of indiscernible evolution. When Yu Luan created the Dragon King's Horn incident, Danny first pulled Big Black into her soul realm to help him get rid of the suppression from the Dragon King's soul. After that, when he freed Little White and Little Green from their control, he used his soul realm as a transfer point to pull Big Black into the spiritual space of the two dragons. When Blackie's soul entered Danny's soul realm, it was equivalent to her receiving the Dragon Soul's blessing. When others saw her, it was as if they were facing a megalosaurus, especially her eyes. Her centaur maid once said with lingering fear, "I thought I saw the horse god." That was why Danny was always able to solve cases like a god, better than Mr. Justice Bow. "Your Majesty, Dick has committed 2 crimes, theft and breaking his promise. According to the code, Dick stole Muratu's breeding pig seed. His crime is very light. He will be punished with 1 whipping and return the seed to the owner." Little Black said with difficulty. Her big round face was a bit twisted. "A little pig, yes." Danny nodded. Miss Sandy Eye heaved a sigh of relief and continued. "There is no physical punishment for breaking his promise. He will only have to compensate the other party 5 to 10 times the loss. Dick will also have to compensate Muratu with 5 piglets for a total of 6. Are you satisfied with the verdict?" Danny sheathed her sword and asked the 2 parties. "Your Majesty is fair and impartial. I am willing to accept the verdict." Razamuratu said loudly. "Your Majesty is fair and impartial. I accept the verdict." The young Dick said in a daze. "Yes, justice above, benevolence below. Dick, your family is facing financial difficulties that are not personal reasons. I have decided to provide you with an interest-free loan. The term is 10 years, and the amount is equivalent to 20 little pigs," Danny said. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." The young man's face was red as he shouted excitedly. "Justice is above, Benevolence is below. Long live your majesty. The citizens who were satisfied with their meal also shouted, Wow, your majesty, you are so powerful. You can make a criminal admit his guilt with just one sentence. Doria's cheeks were flushed with excitement as she clapped and shouted. Dani was proud of herself, but she asked seriously, When did you leave the garden on the top floor? Doria stopped smiling and said with a puzzled face, I came down after lunch. Was the dragon's horn really stolen? But there are more than a dozen checkpoints along the way. How did they get up? Let's go and see. They didn't take the stairs inside the pyramid. Although they were at the same height, the stairs inside the pyramid were not connected, so the journey was longer. Doria followed behind Dani and climbed the stone stairs while inquiring about the situation on the front line. She heard that Dani had defeated the 50,000 allied troops with a loss of 200 cavalrymen this morning. Rhys's mate exclaimed. Not only her, but even the Unsullied around Dani were all red with excitement. They were excited about their queen's amazing achievements. As they chatted, Dani stepped onto the last floor. It was a spacious platform of 30 square meters. There were 4 little Unsullied and a dog on the platform. 4 people and a dog were guarding the door of the palace on the top floor. Woof, woof, woof. Dani had just stepped on the platform when the gray dog pounced on her. Hiya, Doorman, what are you doing? This is Her Majesty the Queen. Don't you remember? The little Unsullied, who was 10 years old, was so anxious that his face turned red. He pulled the dog chain in his hand. After taking in the Unsullied trainees, Dani naturally wouldn't do any more trials that violated the bottom line of humans. There was a group of little Unsullied who were luckier than their seniors and kept their puppies. Whoa, for 5 meters away, the half-grown dog's neck was taut. It ignored its owner's shouts and continued to bark at Dani. The little Unsullied said anxiously, Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Doryman was very obedient before. I don't know why it's so. Seeing that the little Unsullied was so anxious that tears were flowing out of her eyes, and the spear in her other hand fell to the stone floor with a clang, Dani waved her hand and comforted her with a smile. Maybe I just came back from the battlefield and was covered in the smell of blood. Doryman was startled. At this moment, 2 Unsullied ran out of the door of the palace on the top floor. As they ran, they reported to Dani loudly, Your Majesty, you guessed right. The enemy really infiltrated the pyramid through the outer wall. We found fresh steel claw scratches at the southwest corner of the grand staircase. Oh, I'll go take a look. Dani's expression changed. She quickly walked past the dog that was still baring its teeth and hurriedly walked towards the palace stairs. The Great Pyramid had 4 stone stairs in the east, west, north, and south. The 4 stone stairs were like 4 lines, dividing the 33 square steps into 4 parts. The stairs facing the north were the main entrance. The east and west sides were the side doors for servants and soldiers, and the back door faced the Colosseum. After Dani moved into Astapor City, all the Colosseum was closed. The Colosseum behind the Choyong Palace became a sheep pen. If the 3 dragons couldn't find enough food in the wild, they could go down and pick up 2 sheep to eat. The pyramid's cross-section was square, and the 4 corners were indeed blind spots, especially the southwest and southeast corners. Dani's face was gloomy as she walked to the edge of the flower bed. 2 13 or 14 years old Unsullied climbed on a stretcher, revealing a purple-black round spot on the back of their neck. It was slightly swollen and was the size of 50 cents. Looking carefully, one could see a thin silver needle in the center of the round spot, glowing with a lavender-cold light under the setting sun. The climate was hot, and the 2 corpses already had a faint stench. The hidden weapon was poisoned. Maybe it was a blown needle. The Unsullied said. Dani didn't say a word. She stepped over the low brick flower bed and entered the flower bed. The branches of the big rose cracked under the gray steel boots, and the butterflies that fell on the pink flowers to suck the nectar were startled and flew away from the knights. The flower bed was built against a half-meter-high wall. In the southwest direction, Dani found 2 groups of 6 claw marks on the red brick wall. One could imagine that the flourishing flowers and branches in the flower bed were between the guards and the wall. If the infiltrators' movements were gentle enough, Even if the flying claws hooked the wall, the Unsullied wouldn't notice. Then it was simple. The two poison-blown needles killed the guards, stole the horn, threw the bodies of the Unsullied in the flowers, and climbed down the way they came. Yulin, that bastard must have joined forces with the Gith people. Danny cursed in her heart. Thump, thump, thump. After a while, two more Unsullied ran in with a dirty cloak and reported, Your Majesty, we found traces of the enemy in the sewer west of the pyramid. There should be 4 of them. The cloak was originally red, almost the same color as the red bricks of Estapo. At this time, it had been stained with grayish-black sewage, emitting a rotten smell unique to the sewer. There were a total of 4 large hooded cloaks. In broad daylight, 4 agile assassins wearing camouflage red cloaks climbed the Great Pyramid. Yuluin refreshed Danny's understanding of the wisdom of the ancients of the Otherworld. The ancients were not stupid at all. Is there a bronze fence in the sewer? She asked. The fence was filed out of a door. The Unsullied said. Danny frowned. But at the outlet near the coast, I used a multi-pipe design. Each pipe is only as thick as a soup bowl. In the past 6 months, Danny had not only created a perfect administrative system for Estapo, but also launched a series of industrial and agricultural plans. The city reconstruction was also an important political achievement of hers. In the city reconstruction, the sewer drainage system and the city's healthcare were the 2 most important projects. Because she had seen too many movies about sneaking in from the sewer in modern society, Danny personally designed the city's sewage system without any blind spots. In addition to the bronze fence, many sensitive areas were replaced with multiple pipes to replace a single passage. It was about 15 centimeters in diameter and 7 or 8 meters long. How could a normal person pass through? Your Majesty, the enemy has cut through the stone wall between the 2 adjacent pipes. Danny was stupefied. How long had they been plotting for such a large project? Your Majesty, we should patrol the sewer regularly in the future. The Unsullied suggested. It makes sense in the giant stone steps of the pyramid. Doria interjected. It's too hot to stand guard on the steps of the pyramid. It's better to choose a few steps to build a flower bed and plant a dense growth of flowers. If someone climbs, they will definitely leave obvious traces. The soldiers patrolling below only need to look up from time to time. Yes, Doria, you're enlightened today. Danny joked. Reese's maid giggled with a red face. Chapter 138. Planting trees on the steps of the pyramid did have a certain scouting effect, but the roots of the plants would corrode the walls of the pyramid, and it could only be used during the day. From dusk to early morning, even if there were traces of people walking through the dense flowers, the guards below would not be able to see it. On the contrary, the flowers could become the hiding place of the enemy. So, Doria did not become smarter. She came up with a bad idea, and Danny only said that to tease her. Losing the dragon's horn would only alert Danny, not hurt her. She quickly cheered up and ordered the Unsullied to lay long bamboo poles beside the 32nd step. The bamboo poles extended out of the stone steps, and there was a barbed fishing net between them. Unless the fishing net was cut, no one could climb up from below, and in the future, the patrol team would regularly check whether the fishing net was damaged. After a while, the sky in the west was already dark red. Through Big Black's vision, Danny saw the remaining 70 or 80 warships slowly retreating under the efforts of the oarsmen. Your Majesty, are you going back to the city wall to command the battle now? Seeing Danny walking towards the stairs, Doria asked worriedly. What's wrong? Seeing the maid hesitating, Danny stopped and asked in confusion. Your Majesty, you should rest. I see that the enemy fleet seems to be retreating. Today's battle is over. The maid advised. Danny sighed and said, There is still a group of sailors hiding in the dock. I plan to recruit them for my own use. Although the 3 dragons are powerful, more than 100 enemy ships have been attacking for an entire afternoon. Our army has also suffered heavy losses. I have to go and comfort the wounded. This, Doria said with a strange expression. "Your Majesty, you should at least take a bath." Is the smell strong?" Danny raised her arm to her nose and sniffed. There was indeed a monster mixed with blood and sweat. She could not help but blush and look around. There was a pool beside the garden on the top floor. She could take a bath while controlling Big Black to chase the enemy ships. With this thought, she said to the Unsullied, "You go down and wait. I will take a bath and change my clothes. It will take about an hour." After the Unsullied left, Danny walked to the side of the pool. With Doria's help, she took off her helmet, throat armor, arm armor. In order not to affect her vision, her soft silver blonde hair was fixed into a bun with a hair clip. When she took off her helmet, she awkwardly discovered that her hair had merged with the purple crystal plate on the hair clip. His throat and vambraces were undone, revealing a corner of his collar. At this moment, his white shirt had been stained with sweat, and a strong body odor drifted to the tip of Danny's nose, making her feel even more awkward. She opened her arms so that Dolia could use the pliers to unscrew the screws on her waist. The sudden loss of weight made her sigh with emotion. "Ouch! It's like a mountain has been lifted off my body. Even my breathing has become smoother." His Majesty is wearing armor for the first time in battle, so he might not be used to it. I see that Sir Mormont wears armor every day and seems to enjoy it. Doria deftly undid the breastplate, freeing Danny's torso from the pressure as if she was opening a can. The relaxed feeling made Danny couldn't help but moan. She couldn't wait to jump into the pool and swim 2 laps. "Doria, your armor removal skills have improved. You're obviously much faster than before," Danny praised. Doria's body stiffened slightly. Then she put the breastplate on the table and smiled. "My job is to serve His Majesty. If you're satisfied, it means that my practice is very effective." "Haha, very good. You even know how to practice," Danny praised with a smile. A cold light flashed across the calm pool in front of her. Danny, who had been looking down at the pool, smiled and suddenly bent down. The cold light was as fast as a meteor, but she still couldn't completely avoid it. It was like the sound of scissors cutting through soft silk. Danny's intuition suddenly felt cold and numb. Although she was shocked, her counterattack was not affected. While bending down to dodge, she put her hands on the ground and kicked back with her right leg, which was still wearing the leg armor and iron boots. She kicked nothing. She didn't attack anything. Danny didn't have time to be depressed. Her eyes kept staring at the pool. Her smoky purple eyes were suffused with a little black light. Almost at the same time when she saw the shadow behind her dodge to the left, she put her hands on the ground. She screamed in a low voice. The coldness at the back of her heart suddenly turned into a burning flame. The scorching breath almost instantly spread from the back of her heart to the whole body, like a fire net tightly binding her. Danny's reason left her. Countless crazy thoughts rolled in her mind. Her will was burning wildly, but her body was almost unable to move. Danny put her hands on the ground and rolled under the table to dodge. Halfway through, she couldn't complete the movement. She rolled half a circle on the ground and lay on the ground, stiff and motionless. She looked at Doria, who was smiling mysteriously, and asked with difficulty, "Who are you?" At this time, Danny's facial muscles were numb. Her throat seemed to have shrunk into a thin line. Even breathing was very difficult. She said a few words in a voice like a mosquito. After saying that, her mouth moved up and down as if she was struggling to say something. Doria was completely Doria's face. Her hair, eyes, nose, mouth, and even the blush on her cheeks, the pockmarks on her nose, and the light fluff on her lower lip. If she wasn't sure that Doria's combat ability was 5 dregs, she definitely wouldn't be so agile. Danny almost thought that her maid had betrayed her. The assassin's right middle finger was sheathed with a strange, nail-like dagger. It was about 10 centimeters long and half narrower than a scalpel. A few blood beads were slowly sliding on the light blue blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing. With a light flick of her right hand, the blood beads on the dagger flew into the pool. Doria spoke in Valeglio with the same Reese accent as Doria. "I didn't expect you to still be able to speak. You are indeed the mother of dragons who miraculously hatched the Megalosaurus." This assassin was not at all like the killers in the movies who liked to babble to the dying. She didn't even have the mood to answer Danny's question. As she sighed, she pounced on Danny like a wild cat. Her right hand clenched into a fist and stretched forward. Before the attack arrived, the cold tip of her middle finger made Danny's forehead tingle. The strong wind hit her face. Danny's mouth was still spitting out incoherent syllables. Then, her eyes suddenly flashed with a bright black light. Her pupils suddenly turned into the vertical pupils of a snake. No, the black light had a hint of dark red, almost exactly the same as the vertical pupils of a black dragon. Scram! Finally, Danny spat out a word with clear meaning. Valeglia. As the last syllable fell, Danny tried her best to open her mouth. A formless, silent, but obvious airwave spread out from her mouth in a conical shape and hit Doria's face. Roar, there was no sound in her ears, but a thunderous dragon roar sounded in Doria's soul realm. The sound was full of anger and cold, murderous intent. Her sea of consciousness was almost boiling in the dragon's roar. Almost at the same time, blood oozed out of Danny's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. The shape was extremely horrible. Blackie, who was 500 meters above the sea outside the city, also stiffened. It drew a slanted trajectory in the sky and plunged into the sea. Boom! White water splashed everywhere, shocking the tens of thousands of soldiers on both sides. Yura Mormont shouted in horror. The enemy ships that were originally scrambling to leave also began to slow down. It seemed that they had finally waited for the variable they had been waiting for. Hissed little green and little white hissed like crazy. They casually threw a grape-like Molotov cocktail hanging from their claws into the sea. They flapped their wings hard and shot toward the Great Pyramid like sharp arrows. Plop! Doria, who flew in midair, fell straight to the ground like a wooden stake that had lost its speed. Ding, the dagger between Doria's fingers knocked on the side of Danny's right leg armor. Her head smashed on Danny's iron boots at the same time. It was a solid hit. Danny saw her widened eyes, which were full of shock and disbelief. Although Doria couldn't move, her consciousness was completely awake. That was indeed the case. Doria could clearly see Danny slowly moving toward her. However, she could feel countless ghostly hands reaching out from the depths of hell, desperately tugging at her soul. She could not move at all. Furthermore, the ground seemed to have turned into a swamp. Her body and soul were slowly sinking into the depths of hell. So Danny finally touched the long sword on the table, but she only pulled it out halfway before she realized that she couldn't lift the heavy sword with her current strength. Hiss, hiss, hiss. She tried to call out to the staircase, but her throat muscles shrank spasmodically. She almost lost control of her vocal cords, and even breathing became more and more difficult. Sensing that the assassin was slowly struggling, just like Barristan and Mormont, who had been hit by the dragon's horn, and wasn't completely in a stunned state, Danny stopped her useless calls and raised her right foot with difficulty. The heel of her iron boot was aimed at Doria's slightly shaking head. She slammed it down. Bam! Doria's nose was bleeding. Danny raised her iron right foot again. Bam pop! Doria's eyeballs were like popped pig bubbles. Red and blue juice splashed on Danny's right leg. But she was unmoved. She raised her right foot for the third time, and the fourth time. She only smashed it 7 times before Danny fell to the ground. Doria's face was like a layer of dark red birthday cake. Her flesh was a mess of flesh and blood, but she was still struggling. She struggled to get up and raise the dagger on her right middle finger while trembling. Hiss, the white dragon and the green dragon finally crossed the distance of more than 2,000 meters and entered the sky above the people's square. Thump, thump, thump. A group of Unsullied rushed into the high platform of the garden before the 2 dragons. It turned out that the strange phenomenon of the black dragon falling into the sea and the white and green dragons flying madly towards the pyramid was also seen by the Unsullied guards of the north gate of the palace at the top of the pyramid. They shouted Her Majesty the Queen a few times but didn't get a response, so they began to run towards the top garden. Just as they climbed up the last step, the Unsullied saw their queen's head leaning against the leg of the table. One of her feet was bloody. Dark red blood flowed on the stone floor, and the servant girl, who was beyond recognition, struggled to prop herself up. She held a small dagger in her right hand and seemed to be about to pounce on the queen. Chapter 139. Protect Her Majesty the Queen. The captain was aghast. He ordered loudly as he rushed over like a whirlwind. Bang! He kicked the maid who was struggling to get up in the abdomen and kicked her into the pool. Hiss! The green dragon and the white dragon returned. They circled above Danny's head in anger and helplessness, spitting out thin flames from time to time. Your Majesty, wake up! Seeing the queen bleeding from her 7 orifices and the long wound from her back to her left waist still oozing blue blood, the Unsullied were so scared that their limbs turned cold. Danny forced her eyes open and said in a daze, "Fire! Fire, make! Fire, bring me kerosene, splash me, ignite!" Ah, snake lizard poison. The queen must have been poisoned by snake lizard poison and went crazy. The Unsullied, who was supporting Danny's body, said in horror. If she could move, she would definitely give this black eunuch warrior a big slap. Fire! I, don't burn. She used almost all her strength. Her throat muscles atrophied, and she could barely breathe. Danny's face started to turn purple. The captain suddenly quivered and shouted, "Spearhead, short sword, husk, corn, the 4 of you help remove Her Majesty's armor and iron boots. The rest of you follow me." With that, he led the way to the lower hall. Although the Unsullied did not understand, their excellent military training made them obey the order reflexively. 4 Unsullied pulled out their short swords and nimbly and quickly pried open the iron buttons on Danny's thighs. The remaining 20 warriors followed the captain to the lower hall. Go get the kerosene. The queen wants to use fire to dispel the poison, the captain shouted. With that, he pulled down the kerosene lamp that was hanging on the wall and rushed to Danny's side with it. He splashed 7 to 8 pounds of kerosene on Danny's body along with the wick. When Spearhead, Short Sword, and the other Unsullied pulled off the queen's last iron boot, he quickly took out the flint from his waist and set Danny's shirt on fire. Boom! The orange flames instantly spread to Danny's entire body. The squad leader did not stop there. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and smashed the table and chair next to him. Then he piled the pieces of wood and wooden sticks on Danny. At this time, more than 20 Unsullied also ran over with oil lamp holders. Just as they were hesitating whether they should pour oil on the queen, the captain with the highest IQ immediately roared, "What are you standing there for? Can't you see that the queen's hair isn't on fire?" Ooh, the Unsullied one looked down. Her shirt had been burnt to black ash and stuck to the queen's skin, but her exposed skin was still white and delicate, glowing with vitality. Her Majesty really isn't unburnable. An Unsullied muttered in disbelief. "Quick, inform the brothers below to go to the kitchen and bring some firewood over," the captain continued to shout. "Captain, let's lock up that assassin first." An Unsullied pointed at the maid who was struggling to get up from the pool. "Tie up her limbs. By the way, take off her clothes. Check her teeth carefully, and then put a mouth on her," the captain said hatefully. An hour later, the indigo sky began to be dotted with shining eyes of the night. Yora Mormont, dressed in iron armor, panted as he climbed up the 100-meter-high Great Pyramid. Seeing a pile of firewood burning fiercely, he felt cold all over. He was so panicked that he could barely breathe. "Her Majesty, where's Her Majesty?" "Under the charcoal. I don't know. Bang, 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 boom." Before the captain could finish his words, the neatly stacked crematorium shook violently. Like a flaming demon struggling to climb out of the fire. Boom! A white fist reached out from the burning coals, and after a series of rustling noises, Danny sat up, her silver hair hanging loosely behind her. Her hair, face, neck, and shoulders were all covered in charcoal ash, like a naughty child who had been playing marbles on the ground for a day. But her eyes were bright, and her violet eyes were full of vitality and vitality. Her Majesty, Your Majesty, are you okay? I'm fine. Danny sat cross-legged in the fire and complained. The charcoal ash makes it hard for me to breathe, and the temperature inside is not as high as the outer flame, so it's uncomfortable to burn. Sigh. It seems that I'll have to build a grill where I can lie comfortably in the future. Mormont's mouth was wide open, and his face was dull. He could not help but think. The street teppanyaki was magnified 100 times, and the queen was lying on it and burning. Hurriedly dispelling the messy thoughts in his mind, Mormont asked, Your Majesty, do you know who sent the assassin? Needless to say, it must be the Gith. Danny rolled her eyes. Mormont looked around and saw that there were no outsiders, so he asked directly, I heard that it was Doria who assassinated you? She? His tone was difficult, as if he could not believe it. Is she a spy of the King's Landing, or a faceless one? The last word almost exhausted all his strength, because the meaning of the word faceless was too terrible. You haven't found Doria's body yet? Danny frowned. Her words were tantamount to admitting the identity of the assassin. Yura exhaled a long breath and murmured, I thought the Gith's slave masters were rotten, but I didn't expect them to be so bold. Your Majesty, this war is not over yet. We have to take down Mireen and Kaiyuan. Those Gith people are too rich. The captain looked at Yura, then looked at Danny and said, Your Majesty, the pyramid has almost been cleaned, and Miss Doria was not found. That, the Unsullied whose pet dog is called Doryman, call him here. Danny thought for a moment and said, You mean Ironhead who guards the north gate of the palace? The captain asked, His name is Ironhead? This rustic name made Danny complain in her heart. I don't know his name. When I entered this afternoon, his dog barked at me. Oh, he's Ironhead. I'll call him up. The captain nodded. Danny didn't know Ironhead's name, but she had seen him and his dog no less than 10 times. But they were all just passing acquaintances and had never communicated with each other. However, the dog had never bared its teeth at her before, but today it was unexpectedly irritable, as if it had met an extremely hated enemy. At first, she thought that she had just killed someone today, and her body was stained with a lot of blood, and the dog was stimulated by the murderous aura. Now that she thought about it, the dog was not targeting her at all. Doria was just beside her, and the dog was aware of her identity as an assassin. Danny and the little Unsullied misunderstood the keen dog. Your Majesty, are you okay? In a moment, the little Unsullied trotted over with the gray-skinned dog. Seeing Danny bathing in flames for the first time, Kid was so shocked that he was tongue-tied. His greyhound was also obediently curled up beside his leg. Perhaps it was frightened by the 3 dragons lying beside it. Well, the soul attack ended, and Big Black's soul returned to its place, and not long after, it struggled to fly out of the sea. It was also because he saw that Big Black was fine that Mormont continued to stay on the city wall to continue to command the battle until the sky darkened, and the last enemy ship disappeared from sight. I'm fine. You're called Ironhead, right? Danny said with a smile. Yes, I'm called Ironhead. Your dog, Doryman, before I came back today, did you see Doria? No. The guards at the north gate of the palace take turns in the morning, afternoon, and evening. I'm young, and the captain didn't let me take the night shift. These days, I come at noon and get off work after dark. Doria watched the citizens fight the lawsuit in the hall on the first floor in the morning, had lunch with me at noon, and didn't return to the palace on the top floor in the afternoon. Miss Sandii said immediately, Ironhead, when was the last time you saw Doria? Danny asked again. Ironhead replied without hesitation. The evening before yesterday, Sister Doria and I sat on the stone steps to feed Doryman. She liked Doryman before. The day before yesterday, the day I left. Danny frowned as she pondered, the firewood crackling around her. Under the night sky, the orange flames kissed her cheeks like little fairies, and her silver gold hair danced rhythmically with the waves of fire. Beautiful, mysterious, like a goddess of fire. Have you checked the vault? Danny asked. She suddenly thought that Doria was in charge of the key to the vault, and if Faceless One replaced Doria, he would definitely have her key. Yes, The captain said. Oomph. Are you sure you searched the gold coin lake? Danny said lightly. Go look again. Oh, right. Bring Ironhead and his doorman. Danny confiscated more than 10 million gold royals from the slave owners. Gold royals were the currency of Westeros, and Slave Bay used Radiance coins. In other words, the Queen's vault had more than 40 million gold Radiance coins. The number of silver Radiance coins was more than 500 million, and copper coins were not qualified to enter the Queen's vault. She did not count it carefully and only estimated it by weighing it. It was almost piled up into a gold and silver lake, and not only could one swim in it, one could even get a small boat to row on the lake. Found it, Your Majesty. Miss Doria was indeed buried in the gold coins. Only a quarter of an hour later, two Unsullied carried a body that was still slowly twitching to the front of the fire. Whoa, Sister Doria, don't die. Ironhead pulled Doria's hand and cried, and Doryman was also anxiously circling on the side, letting out sad whimpers. Doria was not completely dead, and from her forehead to her neck, there was a layer of white cloth wrapped around her, and only her two nostrils leaked out. Traces of scarlet soaked the cotton cloth, emitting a faint smell of blood and medicine. Anesthetic? Painkillers? Disinfectant? Danny almost instantly guessed Faceless One's purpose. The corpse would emit a corpse's smell, and the gold coins could not block it, and Faceless One was not sure when Danny would return. Doria's chest was still moving up and down, but her breathing was rapid, less in and more out. Bring her over. Danny in the fire waved to the Unsullied with tears. As soon as the tears fell down her cheeks, they quickly evaporated in the orange flames. Maybe she can still be saved. Cora hesitated. Can't save her. Let her be free as soon as possible. Danny said sadly. Maybe we can let Doria tell. No need. Danny waved her hand to interrupt him. Through strong external stimulation, Doria might be able to recover for a while so that she could ask about the situation after she was captured by Faceless One. But without asking, Danny could imagine that Faceless One must have obtained a lot of information related to Danny and Doria herself from Reese's, made through cruel means. But what was the point of this except to make Doria more painful? The skin on her lips was peeled off. The Unsullied braved the wantonly rolling flames and put Doria on Danny's arms. After a moment of hesitation, the captain also pulled out his dagger and put on Doria's abdomen. Beep, 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 beep. Reese's maid's dress was burning in the fire. Danny held Doria in her arms with her left hand and held the dagger to her throat with her right hand. Doria, Danny suddenly turned her head and pushed the dagger forward. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Fresh blood splattered onto the charcoal fire, giving off white smoke that stank of burnt flesh. Danny saw a colorful spiritual substance floating out of Doria's body. It seemed to form a figure in the night sky, smiling and waving at her. It even said to her, Calixie, take care. Goodbye. Chapter 140. You're not dead. In the dark stone room filled with the smell of decay, the Faceless One who had lost her face said in disbelief. A young woman in her early 20s, bald, with a purplish-blue left eye that was swollen like a small steam bun. Inside the eye socket was a tattered eyeball dripping with black blood. Her nose, forehead, cheeks, and chin had bruises and bruises. A few of her teeth were missing, and she spoke with a lisp. The Unsullied did not mistreat her. The injuries on her face were caused by Danny's iron boots yesterday. The assassination had happened yesterday. At this moment, it was already the morning of the second day after the naval battle. Danny could vaguely see that the other party's original face was very ordinary. Her skin was rough, pale with a little sallow, just like all the poor women in the street. Her facial features had the unique three-dimensional feeling of a Westerner, but there was nothing special about it. Her nose was not high or flat. Her mouth was not big or small. Her eyes were not big or small, and her eyebrows were not thick or thin. Her cheeks were square, and her intact right eye was light blue. It was different from Doria's beautiful ocean-like deep blue. You were stabbed in the back by someone. Even if the stab was not deep, the poison must have entered your heart. The mixed poison of snake lizard and scorpion tail beast. And with the help of blood witchcraft, even the most robust gladiator would die within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea after piercing the skin. How did you survive? The female assassin opened her single eye and carefully looked at Danny, who had changed into a purple gauze dress. Her hair was braided and tied to the back of her head, revealing a full forehead, a small heart-shaped face, rosy skin, and sharp eyes. She did not look like a poisoned person at all. You don't know this? Danny opened her right hand and handed a purple crystal to the other party. What is it? The assassin asked. Humph. It seems that the faceless one is only SOSO. You didn't even collect the most basic information. Danny sneered again and again. You dash. The assassin was furious at first, but she immediately recovered her calm. Like a monk chanting Amit Ba, she lowered her eyes and whispered, Valor Morgulus, all mortals have to die. Danny's eyes flashed. She is really a faceless one. She admitted it. After a while, the female faceless one raised her head again and slowly asked, What did someone neglect? Before I left Queers, one of the 13 Titans, Lord Zero, gave me a magical amethyst necklace that can protect me from poison. Later on, I pried the magic crystal from the necklace and made it into a hairpin. I wore it on my head all the time. I was indeed poisoned in the beginning, but although the magical amethyst crystal isn't as miraculous as Sir Zero said, it still forced the poison out of my body bit by bit, Danny said calmly. Impossible. The female assassin became excited again. Only the powerful Red God priests can create the poison avoidance crystal, and they have to predict the toxins they will encounter in the future and prepare the corresponding antidote or magic in advance. The story of the magic crystal's poison resistance was misunderstood and exaggerated countless times. It was impossible for it to defend against all poisons. I already knew about the magic amethyst given to you by the people of Queers, but even if it's really a magic amethyst, you're not a red deity priest. Otherwise, you would have predicted today's assassination, and I wouldn't have been able to hurt you at all. So it was like this. No wonder this broken crystal had no effect at all. Danny cursed Zero 10,000 times in her heart. To think that she had been wearing it on her head these past few days. No matter how terrifying the snake lizard poison and the scorpion tail poison were, they were still biological poisons. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of protein. Any protein would lose its activity when it encountered a high temperature of 8 to 900 degrees. Danny's cells, neurons, spinal cord, teeth, red blood cells, white blood cells, and even the amino acids and glucose in her blood could resist high temperatures. However, the things that were harmful to the human body would remain as they were. Therefore, she often used fire to disinfect and kill mites, get rid of dead skin and calluses. Other than its beauty effects, it could also aid digestion, increase cell activity, and absorb nutrients. The higher the temperature, the more active the molecules. It was very scientific. When her body temperature rose to 200 degrees, the snake lizard poison and the scorpion tail poison will be broken down from protein into amino acids, which would be digested and absorbed by Danny. However, she wouldn't say this to the female assassin. The Unsullied who were present at the time were also ordered to keep quiet. It was better to let the enemy poison her than to cut off her head or dig out her heart. Whether you believe it or not, my magic crystal really has the effect of avoiding poison. Zero himself also relied on it to avoid many assassination attempts by the royal family of Kars, Danny said indifferently. Without waiting for the other party to say anything, she put away the purple crystal and asked, Who hired you? You think someone would know? The female assassin sneered. As a faceless, you don't even know who your employer is? Danny said in disbelief. Humph. The mother of dragons also lived in Bravos for a few years. Do you think that the House of Black and White only has one Unsullied? The assassin sneered. There is no doubt that as the world's #1 assassin organization, and also openly doing business with the people of the world, the Faceless had at least a powerful government backing them. Moreover, They were also an extremely secretive organization. The female assassin was very likely telling the truth. She was only a tool to carry out her mission. She didn't know who her employer was or why she wanted to kill the person involved. Just like Arya Stark in Roaming Powers. "What's your name?" Danny changed the question. "Someone was called Doria before, but now I'm nobody." The female assassin revealed a strange smile. Danny's eyes sharpened, and she said coldly, "Then, have you ever heard of someone called Aunt Katie?" "Ha ha, the fat cook who lives in Lynn High Street." The faceless laughed in a low voice. "Yes, someone is also Aunt Katie." A stranger definitely couldn't get close to Doria. So last night Danny ordered an investigation of all the employees in the pyramid. As a result, they found that a fat cook named Katie was missing. Obviously, the faceless first sneaked into Astapor and found an opportunity to replace the cook, Katie. After coming into contact with Doria, the identity of Katie was abandoned. As for pretending to be a cook and poisoning the food, just like how few emperors were poisoned to death by assassins, Barristan had also established a perfect food audit system for Danny. "You're faceless. Why are you cooperating with others?" Danny asked. "Cooperation?" The female assassin cracked her ugly mouth that was missing a few teeth and sneered. "Faceless have no partners, but can borrow the strength of others to complete the mission." Involuntarily, Danny thought of Arya's old friend, Jaqen. He seemed to have been captured in King's Landing and was imprisoned in King's Landing's dark prison with two partners. However, his identity as a faceless was unknown, and Jaqen was only using the two villains to cover his true purpose. "Do you know who you're cooperating with?" The female assassin smiled proudly. "You should ask that person. Ask him if he knows who he's cooperating with. Then, of the 3 dragon eggs in my treasury, Yulin only knows about one. What about the other 2? Danny said lightly. At first, the Unsullied didn't notice that the dragon eggs were stolen at all. Later, under Danny's reminder, they returned to the treasury and seriously looked for Doria buried under the gold coins. But to their horror, they found that the queen's dragon eggs were also missing. The assassin looked at Danny's face seriously and said strangely, "You're so calm after losing 3 dragon eggs?" Because all 3 eggs were fake. She hadn't thrown away the fragments left behind by the dragon hatching. When she was in Kors, she met an Asian peddler who sold fake dragon eggs. So she learned his method and glued 3 broken stone eggs together into a complete dragon egg. Even the color of the egg changed. The brass dragon egg used to exchange for the Unsullied was fake, and even Yulun didn't recognize it. At first, the 3 unsophisticated maids didn't know about this matter, because Danny wasn't sure who she would use it to deceive next time, or when she would sell it for money. The maidservant's impromptu reaction might give her away her great scheme of fraud. But after defeating Astapor, well, Benevolent Lord fell, and Danny was full. She didn't need to use the fake eggs to cheat money anymore. The 3 missing stone eggs were casually thrown into the treasury by the maids, together with the dozens of boxes of gems. As for the brass dragon egg seized from Yulun, it was always in Danny's bedroom. She hugged it to sleep almost every day, waiting for it to hatch slowly. Of course, Doria knew which one was fake and which one was real, but obviously, Reese's maid wasn't stupid. Instead, she was a little smart, and, at the last moment of her life, she tricked the faceless. Oh no, the one who wanted the dragon egg must be Yulun. Not only did that guy not give up on the dragon's horn, he also didn't want to give up the brass dragon egg. That's right, dragon binder plus dragon whelp, a perfect match. But unfortunately, Danny sneered in her heart, but her expression was still indifferent. She said, "I can't even control 3 dragons, so what's the use of a few more wild dragons? And the price of hatching a dragon is too high. I have to exchange the soul of the closest person from the Night Kingdom for the spirit of the dead dragon of old, just like my black dragon, Balerian's reincarnation." At this point, she couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression and said sadly, "If I had a choice, I'd rather have a dragon than a dragon." Danny's performance infected the female faceless. She suddenly said, "No wonder you locked the dragon egg in the box and didn't ask about it. The dragon egg wasn't the target of my mission. It was all in the flower bed and was taken away by that person along with the horn. Well, you've answered my questions, and I've also told you a lot of secrets. Now, you only have a little value left. Danny raised her index finger and said coldly, "Tell me the secret of the faceless, and I may spare your life." Hee, all mortals have to die. The female assassin closed her only eye and sneered. "I hope you can keep persevering, Hadar, and serve her well." Pa, pa, pa. The strong man walked out of the shadows and grinned. "Her Majesty the Queen, there's no mouth in this world that the devil's tail can't open." Danny didn't waste too much time on the faceless. There were still thousands of sailors waiting to be recruited at the dock. Last night, before the guy's fleet left, they released a signal to the sailors gathered at the dock area, and thousands of people swarmed to the sea. Well, when the sailors swam to the dock after falling into the sea, they didn't want to attack the city of Astapor. They didn't even have a weapon, so how could they attack the 6 or 7 meters high city wall? They were mainly worried that as soon as they climbed onto the Allied warships, they would immediately be attacked by the Megalosaurus. Of course, they also didn't want Danny to surrender. When the fleet left at night, they swam to the fleet in the sea. The guy's people were right. At night, the sky was dark, and the ships were moving slowly, so the giant Molotov missiles naturally failed. But Danny had already made arrangements for this. The 3 Megalosaurus immediately changed, and dozens of beer bottle-sized pots were tied together, like a bunch of grapes. The Megalosaurus flew at a height of 500 meters, and the ships on the sea could be vaguely seen. The grape bombs fell to the sea in the form of heavenly maidens scattering flowers. There would always be a few bottles smashing on the sails, and then the ships would lie down. In this way, the guy's fleet not only failed to rescue the sailors who had fallen into the sea before, but also lost 7 or 8 ships. The guy's people were too greedy. At dusk, after the black dragon fell into the sea, the 3 dragons closed for a period of time. At that time, if they escaped, they could save 80% of the sailors gathered at the dock. However, not only did the guy's fleet not leave, but they also thought that Danny had died and began to approach the coast to launch the fiercest attacks on the city wall. Therefore, although Cora was worried about Danny's safety, he had been holding on for more than half an hour before leaving the battlefield. Well, Danny was burned for a few minutes and regained consciousness. The 3 dragons were keenly aware of the situation of their mother, and under the leadership of Big Black, they returned to the dock to continue to be bombers. Chapter 141. It was not difficult to incorporate the enemy sailors. Danny was the mother of dragons, the liberator of slaves. As long as the slave sailors had no holes in their brains, they would be willing to surrender. She only rode on Big Black's back and flew over the heads of the sailors at the dock, and the more than 10,000 sailors who had lost their ships all surrendered. Conditional surrender. Slaves were allowed to be liberated, but for non-slave sailors, Danny could not force people to be bandits. Obviously, there were not only the oarsmen and slave warriors on the ship, but also the captain, the first mate, the second mate, and other high-ranking freemen. They were not slaves, and most of them came from well-off families. Naturally, they were not willing to join Danny in the rebellion that would cost them their lives. Well, rich people are qualified to receive education, and educated people at least have a view of the big picture. Like the descendants of the Rose Group, the experienced senior sailors believed that Danny's abolition of slavery was against the whole world. Individuals against the world were destined to have no good end. Therefore, they asked Danny to allow them to redeem themselves with money in accordance with tradition. Although Danny cherished the talents of those elite sailors, she also understood that the melon that was forcibly twisted was not sweet. So she agreed. "You can redeem yourself, but you have broken the law after all, and all of you must work for Astapor City for 5 years." Of course, the ransom of nobles and ordinary sailors was different, and the treatment they received was also different. Well, the food and accommodation would be better. Danny did not ask for too much, and only set a price for each captive who did not want to join her according to tradition. She did not even treat those Gith differently. They were all treated the same. Danny was so magnanimous that the sailors immediately raised their hands and surrendered. Well, those people certainly did not know that autumn was coming to an end and the long night was coming soon. A total of 8,000 strong slave soldiers were incorporated, and the remaining 3,000 real sailors became coolies. After dealing with the sailors in the morning, Danny rode Big Black and led 5,000 infantrymen back to Poplar Slope in the afternoon. After burning the bodies of more than 10,000 soldiers of the Gith Coalition, she began to reorganize the army on a large scale the next day. 20,000 civil servants and militia, 5,000 immaculate ones, 10,000 wings of liberty with a mix of infantry, cavalry, and bows, and 15,000 Queen's Guards selected from 70,000 slave warriors. Danny gave the Queen's Royal Guards the White Dragon flag, officially becoming a new army. Yep, here, Danny used the Celestial Emperor's heart technique to purposely split the new free citizens of different cities into different troops, so as to prevent the free citizen guards, who were getting stronger and stronger, from having too much power. The vile Mother of Dragons is reorganizing her army. She's about to lead an army of 200,000 to attack Kai Yuan. In just one night, the virtuous lords of Yuan Kai City knew this terrible news. The Black Messenger Crow carried a black message. It couldn't be helped. There were definitely spies from Kaiyuan City among the thousands of merchants and prostitutes who were working for the guy's army, or merchants who were reporting to Kaiyuan City for the sake of gold radiance coins. Is that true? Is the news confirmed? Sigh, the news brought by the dozen or so messenger crows are exactly the same. It can't be wrong. That woman even wrote a declaration for the merchants to spread throughout the world. To the people of the world, Sage Kaiyuan's 7 serious crimes. Damn it, this again. When we attacked Astapor last year, she also wrote 7 great sins. Looks like she's really going to fight us to the death this time. Sigh. We have an army of 200,000, and we don't have time to recruit new mercenaries. Why doesn't she just die? The slave trade is the foundation of the world's great maritime trade. Even queers and the Volandis want to kill her. So why doesn't she just let herself be killed by an assassin? The heavens don't have eyes. Yeah, the heavens are unfair and the gods are blind. We're standing aloof from worldly affairs, just obediently staying in Slaver's Bay, doing business dutifully, repeating thousands of years of simple and unpretentious life, treating people with integrity, providing quality service to the entire world. Why would that woman come and provoke us, a group of honest people? In the end, it's still Queer's pity that he's useless. He already snuck in the Great Pyramid and even stole the dragon egg, but he still didn't kill that woman. He caused us to lose more than 30 ships for nothing. We should find a more professional assassin. Let's just pool our money and hire a faceless. Hiss. Faceless? That would cost tens of millions of gold radiance coins, right? According to the current situation, it's no less than 20 million. It's probably the most expensive price in history. But if we call the Great Lord of Mirene, 1 million gold radiance coins per person would be enough. Distant water can't quench a present thirst. We can hire a faceless, but we must defeat this wave of attack. I'm very puzzled. Even if Astapor defeated our allied forces, didn't they suffer any losses? Don't they need to recuperate? In the palace at the top of the Great Pyramid, the virtuous masters sitting around the round table discussed with each other in panic. Thump, thump, thump. The chief virtuous master knocked on the table, interrupting the argument that was getting louder and louder. His skinny old face was full of seriousness, and his sharp eyes swept across the general in the yellow silk cloak below the conference table. He asked, "General Zakuro, the other party claims to have 200,000 people. How many people do they actually have?" The virtuous master came from the Daznak family, wearing the noblest yellow crystal tasseled toka robe. He was close to 50 years old, and his face was skinny but full of majesty. In order to cover his sparse forehead, his black and red hair was slanted forward, looking a little like a plane. Virtuous Master Mourinho, that woman has at least 50,000 troops, General Gith, who had a big belly, said. 50,000? The virtuous master's black eyes narrowed slightly, and he knocked lightly on the table. After a while, he said, Kaiyuan is smaller than Astapor, but the city walls are taller and sturdier. If we have 10,000 defenders, can we resist the enemy's attack? Virtuous master, under normal circumstances, with Kaiyuan's 10-meter-tall city walls, and especially with our back to the sea, we can guarantee the transportation of goods. 5,000 elites can stop an army of 100,000 for 10 years, but that woman has 3 evil dragons. The fat general said hesitantly, We don't need 10 years. In half a year, we can find a faceless and end her, Mourinho said lightly. You really plan to hire faceless? We all know that the Iron Treasury and Ocean Palace are behind the Black and White House. The Bravosi will definitely take the opportunity to make a series of political demands, the general said in shock. Those Bravosi only know how to interfere with the finances of other countries through finance, but Slave Bay only has the slave trade and no finance. Then, the fat general gritted his teeth and said, I need more soldiers and an unlimited number of Dragon Slayer crossbows. It would be best if they filled the city walls. Yes, the virtuous master's dry lips cracked into a smile. We have more than 80 warships and 500 large ships. In half a month, we could transport all of Mirine's troops and crossbows to Kaiyuan. Will the great masters of Mirine agree? One of the virtuous masters asked uncertainly. Definitely. Without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. I believe that the great lord understands this. Moreover, the battlefield will be in Kaiyuan, and only Kaiyuan will be destroyed by the flames of war. The people of Mirine will peacefully enjoy the fruits of victory, so why not? There were spies from Astapor and Kaiyuan. In less than 2 days, Danny received a message from a messenger crow. The great masters of Mirine and Kaiyuan had gathered their troops and were about to fight the evil mother of dragons in Kaiyuan. At this time, Danny was preparing the army and was about to set out. 50,000 soldiers and hundreds of thousands of oxen and horses. Whether it was war horses or pack horses, everyone was given 2 horses. If there were no horses, they would use oxen, mules, or donkeys. In short, every soldier had at least 2 mounts. 50,000 soldiers, hundreds of thousands of oxen, half a month's worth of rations, and at a speed of 50 kilometers per day, they would attack Astapor in 10 days. This was Danny's plan. I'm afraid we won't be able to take Kaiyuan in a short time, Whitebeard said with a serious expression. Danny, who had changed into her military uniform again, said fiercely, Then we'll besiege the city. Let the 3 dragons bombard Kaiyuan's walls day and night. I want to see how long they can last. I'm afraid that the first ones to fall will be us. John Bolton frowned. Oh, what do you mean? Danny looked at him and asked. I'm worried that the enemy will scorch the walls and clear the field. The commander of the guards said slowly. Well, Danny didn't go back on her words. The core of the newly formed guards were all members of the Rose Mercenary Group. The former leader of the Rose Mercenary Group was naturally elected as the commander. The 800 elite mercenaries acted as the skeleton of the 15,000 slave soldiers, forming a force that could fight in just a few days. This wasn't an exaggeration. Even the regular armies of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros had a ratio of 1 to 100, with 1 to 200 knights leading 10 to 20,000 farmers who had just put down their hoes. Simply put, this was a world where everyone was worse than everyone else. It was just a matter of who wasn't worse. The general situation was like this: slave soldiers, farmers from the Lord's family, free citizens with some combat experience, selected from the slave soldiers, mercenaries ranked in the top 30, unsullied, knights with faith and complete education, including the knights of certain large mercenary groups and the armed knights of the church. This was why Danny had the newly formed guards follow her to battle. As for whether the guards would be controlled by the Rose Mercenary Group and John Bolton, there was no doubt that they would. But Danny did it deliberately. In addition to balancing the power of the new free citizens, it was mainly to lead a new and more advanced system for the liberated slaves, a Chinese version of the Westeros Knight system. At this time, Astapor was actually implementing a county system that was conducive to centralization of power. But with Kaiyuan, Marine, and even the entire slave bay being taken over by Dany, a more dynamic enfeoffment system was bound to appear. The feudal lords of the Westeros could last for more than 8,000 years. Compared with the ancient dynasties of the Celestial Empire, which had a cycle of 300 years, it was simply too dynamic. Yes, dynamic, the power of living. In terms of governing a country, the enfeoffment system was far inferior to the centralized system of the Celestial Empire. Dany wouldn't completely copy the system of the Celestial Empire, even if centralized power could bring 2 or 3 generations of the world's unprecedented Dany's Golden Age. Because she was a monarch, not a commoner. With Dany's Golden Age, there would definitely be a last emperor of Dany's nth generation. To put it simply, she only wanted her family to rule for thousands of years. As for whether the country was rotten, she cared, but she cared more about whether her descendants would be executed. Moreover, no matter how rotten the country was, her descendants were still monarchs. There was another advantage of the enfeoffment system. The vassals were often more loyal to the monarch, far more loyal to the emperor than the generals, the commander-in-chief, and the provincial governors. For example, Stark had been the king of the North for 8,000 years. The king of the North only had a small number of direct troops. Most of the troops came from the lords under him, like Dany and Jon Bolton at this time. Chapter 142. In the ancient times of the Celestial Empire, after Jon obtained the position of commander of the Imperial Guards, he might have become ambitious and wanted to rebel against Emperor Dany. However, in this world, the possibility of Jon doing so was extremely small. Furthermore, he couldn't do it because he only had a small number of direct troops. The small commander of the Imperial Guards under him was also Dany's direct vassal. For example, when Robb led the cavalry to attack Jaime, the Northern Territory's infantry was left to Luce Bolton. Seeing that Robb was courting death and that the Northern Territory was about to lose this war, Luce Bolton had thoughts of rebelling. However, even though he was the infantry commander, the infantry was made up of more than a dozen nobles. Bolton wanted to rebel, but he couldn't control the nobles under him. The other nobles had different positions, but their identities were the same. They were all direct vassals of the king of the Northern Territory. Thus, Bolton could only use small tricks to send the soldiers of the other nobles to Tywin to be killed. In the end, he was the only one left in the Northern Territory's infantry. Only then could he succeed in his rebellion. As for the loyalty of the other members of the Rose Group to Jon Bolton, they didn't have any relationship of loyalty. The position of the leader of the mercenary group was elected and not inherited. Lila Amber, Bruce Wayne, and Herman Talla's fathers were all leaders of the Rose Group. In fact, the previous leader of the Rose Group was Bruce's father. Jon's mother, who liked to fool around, and no one knew who his father was, didn't even have the position of a small leader. They were just ordinary members who were dragging along. The members of the Rose Group might stick together for warmth, but they would never betray the lord they swore loyalty to, Dany. Unless the Targaryen family's mad blood acted up and Dany made a ruckus like Mad King Aerys. Although there were many benefits to the feudal system, Dany wouldn't copy the system of the Westeros. She would choose according to the situation. All right, I've digressed. I haven't even taken down Yuan Kai yet. It's too early to think about Emperor Dany. Just as Dany was hesitating over whether to launch a surprise attack and immediately lead her army of 50,000 to Kai Yuan, or gather civilians to transport food and fight a normal siege battle, another piece of news came from Kai Yuan that night. Dany handed the parchment to Jon and sighed. You guessed right. Great Sage Kai Yuan orders scorched earth purge. The manor lords of the Kai Yuan plains are currently gathering towards Kai Yuan City. The food, cattle, and horses on the plains are being moved into the city as much as possible. Those that can't be taken away are being burned on the spot. The wheat, corn, and other crops in the fields are being burned as well. The wells are being sealed or poisoned. Jon's expression turned ugly. If our surprise attack fails, even if the entire army doesn't collapse, this northern war of liberation will end in failure. Your Majesty, we have the advantage in terms of military strength. Why don't we have a fair fight with those slave owners? We can conscript those newly freed slaves to help us transport food without affecting Astapor's agricultural and industrial production, Baristan said solemnly. The Giz Alliance's slave army and the merchant slave transport team provided Danny with a total of 70,000 slaves. She chose the elites among them to form a personal guard of 15,000. The remaining freedmen would be given Astapor's residence. Those with skills would become city dwellers. Those who couldn't start a business in the city would each have 30 mu of land and become farmers in the Worm River Plains. Danny frowned. She knew that the long night was coming, and working hard on production was the way to go. She couldn't throw all her forces into the war, and she couldn't allow the Northern War of Liberation to become a protracted war. After staring at Kai Yuan's position on the map and thinking hard for a while, Danny suddenly had an idea. She laughed and said, "Heavens, I'm so stupid. Why don't I learn from Tianji?" Tianji spoke in Chinese, and the generals around the map table were confused. "Your Majesty, what are you talking about?" The red-haired female knight, Lila Amber, asked. "The plan remains the same. Rest early today, and the whole army will attack the north tomorrow morning." Danny waved her hand and said heroically, "Only half a month's worth of food?" Scar Simon frowned and said, "Is your Majesty confident that you can solve the battle in a short time?" Danny looked proud and pointed at a certain location on the map. "Hee, my plan is like this." The next evening, the golden sunset dyed the ancient Yuankai city blood red, as if it was a sign of the coming blood and fire. However, the palace at the top of the Great Pyramid was full of laughter. The virtuous masters were in a good mood and rejoiced at the news that they had received. The evil mother of dragons had underestimated the enemy and advanced prematurely. 50,000 people carried half a month's worth of food and attacked a fortified city 600 kilometers away. "Ha ha, that woman is still young and inexperienced." Grazidant Eras laughed heartily, as if he had recovered from the crushing defeat a few days ago. "Well, a total of 7 virtuous masters of Yuankai, 3 great masters of Marine, and 10 noble slave masters went to the Giz Alliance. Only the 3 virtuous masters and 1 great master of the North Camp escaped. This Grazidant of Yuankai was luckier than Astapor. The coalition army was completely annihilated, but as the commander of the army, he survived. His body was lean and strong, and his stamina was particularly good. The other 2 virtuous masters were still on the way, but he spared no effort and ran all the way back. He ran until 4 horses died, and in 3 days he crossed 600 kilometers and fled back to Yuankai City. He rested at home for a day, and the next day he came to the joint meeting of the virtuous masters without any shame. Inexperienced? A fat man in a yellow silk toga with golden tassels glanced at Grazidant, who was getting thinner and darker, and mocked. "May I ask how our commander of the coalition army was defeated by an inexperienced woman and fled back alone? You took away all the 50,000 soldiers that we prepared for half a year." The fat man did not sit at the round table. He sat alone by the huge mosaic glass window, bathed in the colorful sunlight, like a big piece of meat without bones spread out on a huge 2-meter-wide bamboo chair. The nearest virtuous master was 4 to 5 meters away, but even so, the virtuous masters who were close to him had ugly expressions. They kept covering their noses with handkerchiefs, as if there was an unbearable smell on the fat man. "It's not my fault. She has a dragon, and the war horses will go weak when they hear the roar of a megalosaurus. A dragon is almost invincible in the field. No matter who takes my place, the result will be the same," Grazidant argued. The fat man curled his lips, looked around at the people around him, and said lightly, "That's why I said at the beginning, there's no need to take the initiative to provoke her. Let her stay in Astapor peacefully, and we can continue to live our own lives. It's not good for everyone to get along peacefully." The intoxicating sound came from the fat man's buttocks, and a strong smell of decay filled the room. The fat man's bread-like face turned red, and the few virtuous masters nearby covered their noses, got up, and ran away unbearably. Ugh! The fat man said that he lost control of his bowels and spat it out. Although the other virtuous masters either ran away from their seats or covered their noses with ugly expressions, no one showed any surprise. It was obvious that it was not the first time the fat man did this in public. Sorry, brothers, it's an old problem. The fat man smiled awkwardly. Yazin, if it weren't for your quick wit, your status as the richest man in Yuan-Kai, and your great contribution to the cause of resisting the evil mother of dragons, I wouldn't have allowed you to pollute my palace. So, even if you can't hold it in and defecate from below, you have to control the mouth above. Don't spit out nonsense that's smellier than the shit in your pants, the virtuous Master Murinho said coldly. The fat man's buttocks were still moving. Immediately, a few servants came over and lifted his body. 2 young and beautiful girls leaned over to scrub him. Hearing the words of the virtuous master, Yazin said while enjoying the service of the servants, Murinho, my wisdom allows me to speak the words of wisdom. You don't have the same wisdom, so you can't listen to my words. It's a waste of effort to call me. If you need to share the military expenses or the expenses of the faceless people, you could just find my butler. There's no need to waste my time. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the virtuous master, and he said coldly, Very well, you don't have to come tomorrow. The Alliance will also take over the manor of the Quagger's family in the Yuan-Kai Plains. What do you want to do with my manor? Just as he asked in confusion, Yazin Zo Quagger's face changed wildly, and he said in disbelief, Do you really want to do that? The mother of dragons only asked to liberate the slaves, not to kill the guy's people. Why? Hee, without the slaves, who will help you lick the shit door clean? Graz sneered. You dash. Yazin glared at him hatefully and said to the servant behind him, Let's go back. This is not a place for the living. The house is full of ghosts. The virtuous master's face immediately darkened. The other virtuous masters also cursed the Quagger's family in a low voice. But there were also fools who asked their companions in confusion, What does that shit pig mean? The virtuous master glanced at him coldly and said cruelly, Today's topic is how to destroy the wilderness to the greatest extent. Half a month after the assassination of Danny, it was almost dusk. The sun was like a beast that had been cut by a knife, shaking and sinking into the horizon, sprinkling bright red blood on the vast wilderness. 200 kilometers outside Kaiyuan City, on the side of the road, the thorns of the red wild roses were trembling gently. The cricket in the center suddenly stopped sucking the sweetness of the nectar. The 2 antennae on its forehead trembled slightly, as if it was listening to something. After a while, as if it had been electrocuted, the cricket suddenly kicked its thighs and drew an arc in the air, falling from the flower to the ground, and then quickly burrowing into the cracks in the rocks. At first, there seemed to be the faint sound of drums coming from afar. Gradually, the earth trembled, and a yellow earth dragon roared from afar. Rumble, a strong silver horse galloped like the wind, running wildly on the road without restraint. The horse's hooves brought up waves of yellow dust. The red cloak of the armored female knight on the horse's back fluttered in the intense air waves like a flag, encouraging the 50,000 cavalry behind her. 50,000 cavalry, 100,000 cows and horses. It was a powerful army that had never appeared on this land. The ground rumbled, bringing up a stretch of yellow dust that stretched for several kilometers. The flowers and plants in the field were like the hearts of the virtuous masters, trembling in the sound of the horse's hooves. Screech, screech, screech. 3 megalosaurus that had become stronger after the baptism of war hovered in the sky, arrogantly showing their existence. Chapter 143. Your Majesty, it's getting late. The scouts have found out that there's a well for travelers a mile away and a lake 3 miles away. We can set up camp here. Baristan, who was riding on a tall black horse, shouted to the queen beside him. Danny, who was at the front of the cavalry, ran another 3 miles before slowing down. She stopped beside the long and narrow lake, raised her right hand and shouted, "Stop!" Once she gave the order, all the soldiers obeyed. In just a few moments, the 50,000 warriors on horseback and 50,000 other war horses that were tied to the saddles of the cavalry and had withered sacks of wheat on their backs stopped at the same time. "Set up camp here. The White Flag Army will build a camp." Grey Worm stepped forward and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Looking at the endless fields from the perspective of the Black Dragon, Danny said, "Wings of Liberty spread out and graze the cows and horses." "Yes, Your Majesty." Scarback Simon and Fatty Morono replied together. Danny glanced at the green dragon and white dragon that had already flown to the mountains in the west and said with a smile, "Guards, line up and guard the southwest part of the forest. The 3 dragons will chase the prey from the northeast." "Yes, Your Majesty." John looked at Danny in awe. "Commanders of the Yellow Flag Army, a go, take her." Danny shouted, "Calixi, Your Majesty." A go and a black man stepped forward together. The 20,000 militia will be divided into 2 groups. 10,000 will set up tents and stoves, and 10,000 will go to the beach to collect fish. Danny said strangely, "Yes, Your Majesty." Hiss, chirp, 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 roar, roar. The 3 dragons were almost touching the treetops, roaring in 3 different directions above the dense forest in the east. Occasionally, they would even spit out fire. The wild boars, deer, water deer, rats, rabbits, and even tigers and wild cows in the forest all mixed together and ran forward blindly as if they had gone mad. Rumble. The sound of thousands of animals running became louder and louder. The soldiers waiting outside the forest gripped their shields tightly and stared ahead without blinking. "Archers, load your bows." Red-haired knight, Lyra roared. Rumble. The mixed group of goats and wolves rushed out of the forest like a wave and pounced on the shield-bearers in the front row. "Shoot!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of arrows were fired at the same time, and the wails of all kinds of animals could be heard. Laura smiled and said to Big Beard Bruce, who was beside her, "It's a great harvest. After smoking it, we can eat it for a few days. Your Majesty's method of collecting army rations is amazing." The Megalosaurus drove the forest animals away. "How did Your Majesty come up with this idea?" Bruce was filled with emotions as he watched the spearman kill the yellow-skinned tiger that had jumped over the shield. How did he think of that? Danny had seen Dahe and the others hunting too many times. As soon as they entered the forest, they roared twice, and the beasts ran wildly. Then they swooped down and spat dragon flame at the largest bison. "Let's not talk about the prey in the forest. Look," Laura pointed at the 3 dragons flying towards the sea and smiled. "Dragons can even dive into the sea to find and chase away schools of fish. We'll have fresh fish soup tonight." Indeed, before the sky turned dark, amidst the cheers of tens of thousands of civilians, a silver-white wave of fish broke through the sea and jumped onto the wide sand in front of the beach. Then they rushed to the beach with scimitars, short swords, chipped swords, axes, and other weapons. They picked up the cod and tuna that were still jumping. They chopped off the heads and tails, washed the innards in the seawater, put the big pieces of the body into bamboo baskets, and then went on to pick up the next one. That's right. The civilians threw away the fish heads and tails directly. It was very extravagant. However, there were also civilians who would collect some fish bubbles, fish roe, and big fish heads. These were prepared for Her Majesty the Queen. There was no doubt that steamed fish heads, stir-fried fish bubbles with fire dragon pepper, or stewed fish roe and beef bone soup were 100 times better than grilled fish. They were also more nutritious. Danny had promoted the delicacies of the Celestial Empire to her subordinates many times. It wasn't that they thought the taste was bad, but that the process was too troublesome. As the queen, Danny had a special chef to process the ingredients for her. However, those people had been busy for the whole day and were so tired that they could fall asleep as soon as they lay down. How would they have a mood to do the tedious steaming of the fish head or wait for a few hours just to cook the beef bones? If it wasn't for Danny telling them that eating bone marrow could strengthen their bodies and teaching them a way to split the bone with a sword, they would have thrown away the bones that were as thick as their wrists after eating the meat. Night. The bonfire in the middle of the wooden palace reflected Danny's red cheeks. However, her eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent as she looked at the letter in her hand. Yuan Kai has decided to burn the earth and clear the land, she said coldly. Baristan was puzzled. We've already considered that situation. Danny's eyes were cold. The most thorough burn the earth and clear the land. The great sage Mourinho has ordered that all the food in the manor be moved to the pyramid in Kaiyuan City as much as possible. The wheat fields, olive groves, and the food that can't be taken away will be burned. We've already considered burning the food and destroying the water source. However, the great sage also encouraged the slave owners to eliminate the unstable factors to kill the slaves in the manor to prevent them from joining me. The letter was passed around the map table by the generals. Everyone who saw the contents of the parchment pursed their lips tightly and had a heavy expression. Finally, John broke the silence and sighed. There's good news. The Guy's Alliance's fleet will be transporting Murine's 2,000 mercenaries, 10,000 yellow silk cloaks, 10,000 gladiator slaves, hundreds of dragon-slaying crossbows, kerosene, and more to Kaiyuan City tomorrow. Why are there so many yellow silk cloaks? I remember that 2 months ago, there were only 2,000 yellow silk cloaks maintaining order in Murine. The captain of the guards, Knight Herman Tauha, was puzzled. John sighed. They must be new recruits. Of the 3 cities in Slaver's Bay, Murine's location is the best. There's sea transportation, river transportation to the Leza, and the Dothraki Sea behind it. Murine can be considered the capital of Slaver's Bay. The city area is the largest and has the most Guy's nobles. The Guy's population is also the largest, about 150,000. 15 to 1. Almost all the young and strong Guises in Murine have gone to Kaiyuan City. Simon laughed foolishly. The fat knight Morono stroked his double chin and was puzzled. Why is there no Iron Army? Even Murine is fighting with their lives on the line. Why hasn't the Iron Army of New Guys been mobilized? What about the Iron Army of New Guys? It's our trump card. Why isn't it here? The next morning, at Kaiyuan Harbor, the great sage looked at the fleet that covered the sea with a pale face. The rising sun sprinkled a patch of golden-red ripples on the blue ocean. More than 500 ships with dark red, white, black, and brown paint broke through the thin layer of haze, bringing streaks of cheerful golden sunlight to the dock. Something called hope came with it, like the sun shining on the earth, filling the hearts of those who watch from the city walls and the pyramids. Look there, the blue and white flag with a forked tail. It's the Windblown Group. The Windblown Group is one of the strongest mercenary groups in the Western continent, with a mix of 2,000 soldiers and cavalry. Wow, so many yellow silk cloaks. All the warriors of Murine have come to protect Kaiyuan City. The ordinary Guises were overjoyed by the arrival of the reinforcements, and also proud of the endless white sail ships. The evil mother of dragons seemed to be no longer able to stop the children from crying, the adults from speaking, and the great sage from changing his expression with just her name. But the great sage was very angry and asked the fleet commander, Murine brought us 10,000 Guys warriors. Why didn't you even send a small group of Iron Army? Among the 4 city-states of Guys, New Guys, located in the Summer Sea, had the strongest navy, so the fleet commander of the Guy's Alliance was a captain of New Guys. The thin captain with short black and red hair was not frightened by the great sage's aggressive momentum. He said, Your Excellency, the previous coalition forces were divided into 3 routes, sea and land. The coalition forces of Murine and Kaiyuan City went from the north to the south. The 3rd Regiment of the New Guys Iron Army, a total of 2,500 warriors, crossed the Giscari Strait and went north to the Worm River Plain from the east coast of the Old Guys. It's 600 kilometers from Kaiyuan City to Astapor, and about the same distance from the Old Guys to the Worm River Plain, but it's too difficult to cross the ancient forest road, which was built by the Guys' empire thousands of years ago. It's hard to get in, and it's hard to get out. They're still stuck in the swamp at the end of the Worm River. Oomph. A regiment was stopped by 500 people. I know that this is a disgrace to the Guji's army, but the new Guji's army has 5 regiments. If necessary, they can mobilize 10 more. At least 5,000 people should be sent to Yuan Kai. The great sage said coldly. The fleet commander said unhappily, not only 500, the enemy has a total of 2,500 soldiers, and they've occupied the strategic checkpoint. I don't know why that woman is so alert. She seems to have discovered the 3rd Regiment's surprise attack long ago, and she even targeted the narrow valley with kerosene and rolling stones. Every member of the Iron Army is the son of a noble harpy, and most of them even have the surname of a great legendary hero. Every time a warrior is lost, it will cause a great shock in the new guy's parliament. This time, 600 to 700 warriors have died unjustly, and you still expect the parliament to send 2 more regiments? The new guy's Iron Army was modeled after the glorious old guy's Empire's army. The male free citizens of New Guy's Island were required to enter the army for 3 years, and their training and equipment were similar to the Unsullied. In other words, the Unsullied were also modeled after the Guy's Empire's army. The most elite warriors among the serving soldiers could choose to become professional soldiers, which was to join the Iron Army. For New Guys to be able to hold its ground in the pirate-infested Golden Water route, there was no doubt that the Iron Army was very strong and might not be inferior to the Unsullied. In the first war against Dragon Mother, New Guys also contributed greatly. Not only did they send their elite fleet to participate in the battle, they also sent a regiment to sneak into the Worm River Basin, wanting to destroy the foundation of Danny's Rule the Manor on the fertile land. Because of the fast and stable transmission of information by the messenger crows, according to the original plan, the 3 armies could attack Astapor at almost the same time. Even if the Navy and mercenaries could not take down Astapor in one go, the Guy's people were not stupid and had fully considered the strength of the 8,600 powerful Unsullied. The Iron Army could still rampage through the Worm River plains, burning all the manors and granaries under Danny's rule, and the newly freed slaves would be slaughtered. To be honest, if there were no dragons, the Guy's people's plan would have succeeded. Danny was a newcomer who had just arrived at Slave Bay. How would she know the Guys rode for more than 6,000 years ago? Chapter 144. Fortunately, Danny had been encouraging the 3 dragons to go out and hunt by themselves, which not only reduced her burden, but also trained the dragons' mobility. Half a year later, there were fewer and fewer large beasts in the mountains near the city of Astapor. The 3 dragons had to go deep into the mountains in the south, and sometimes even flew to the Red Wilderness in the east. Half a year ago, Blackie's speed reached 150 kilometers per hour, and now the average speed was more than 200 kilometers per hour. Danny also often used Blackie's eyes to observe this fantasy world, and on the eve of the war, she often looked for the fleet of the Gith people on the sea. If she was not careful, she would see a long row of moving black beans on the red alkali soil from an altitude of 8,000 meters. They were like ants on a chessboard. Then, Sir Butcher led 500 soldiers and 2,000 civilians and left Astapor to set up an ambush in the valley hundreds of kilometers away. After careful searching, Danny found a dangerous valley with steep slopes on both sides, ready to let the country bumpkins of this world see the brilliant art of war and the romance of the 3 kingdoms. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. The Iron Army did not foolishly line up in a long line and directly pass through the valley entrance. Instead, they divided the regiment into 5 large groups, each of which had 500 people, and marched in batches. Fortunately, Sir Butcher was not stupid. He knew that as long as one large group of the enemy passed through the valley entrance, his 2,500 people would not be able to defeat them. So he did not cut them in half. After the first large group entered the valley entrance, they launched their attack. Well, it turned out that the art of war of the 3 kingdoms was quite useful. Both ends of the valley were blocked. Kerosene, firewood, rolling stones, black logs, bows and arrows were all thrown down. In the end, soldiers were sent down to finish the job. Without losing a single soldier, the 500 men of the Iron Army were completely wiped out. The rear army, blocked by boulders outside the valley, almost went crazy when they heard their compatriots' miserable cries. Then they impulsively charged into the dangerous valley. Sir Shackle was also a cunning and ruthless character. In order to provoke the other side, he even cut off the heads of the 500 Iron Army soldiers who died tragically and threw them out of the valley entrance. Needless to say, the regiment commander, who had originally advised the soldiers not to be impulsive, also felt a burst of anger from the steel door straight to the top of the sky. Over the next 4 to 5 days, another 200 soldiers died in battle, and more than 1,000 were crippled. On the other hand, Sir Butcher only lost a dozen soldiers and 100 civilians. Faced with such a tragic result, and receiving the letter of Danny sweeping through the Allied army, the captain of the Iron Army finally calmed down. Dejected, he retreated to the south coast with his remaining troops. Well, after defeating the Iron Army regiment, Sir Butcher left a few hundred militia to build a permanent base at the entrance of the valley. He immediately brought his subordinates and rushed to Yuan Kai, because he was worried that the queen would seal his fief in this broken place where not even birds would shit. Danny had indeed sent a letter to Tess or Shackle and asked him if he was willing to become old Count Gooey's and help the queen guard the borders. To be honest, Danny really did not treat him unfairly. Although the old city of Guise was destroyed by the people of Valeglia, and the land was still covered with salt and alkali, sulfur, and bones after 6,000 years, the land could still be used for farming. The old city of Guise was the capital of the Guise Empire. Virtuous Lord, let me tell you the truth. Because more than half of the 3rd Regiment was killed and almost crippled, and your army of 50,000 was wiped out by the Mother of Dragons, the Council is very cautious about sending the Iron Army Regiment again. Also what? The Virtuous Lord's expression turned ugly. After hesitating for a moment, the fleet commander moved closer to the Virtuous Lord's ear and whispered, "The new city of Guise is preparing a second hand, dragons and magic. That's right. We plan to send a fleet to follow the Red Devil through the Smoke Sea. That undull pirate king, Euluen Greyjoy?" The Virtuous Lord was shocked. He really went to the ruins of Valeglia? At first, we were also suspicious. After all, since ancient times, many heroes have died in the Smoke Sea. But the dragon egg, horn, and armor have all been verified in the past few days, especially the dragon's horn that cost us 30 warships. At this point, the fleet commander's face was filled with fear, and his voice became even lower. We have personally experienced it. It is too scary. It is definitely the real horn of Valeglia's Dragon King. Only the top nobles of Valeglia have a magical weapon, the Dragon Binder. The anger on the Virtuous Lord's face disappeared, and he asked in surprise, "If the dragon's horn is real, why not use it to control the 3 Megalosaurus? Sigh, that undull tried it once before. The green dragon and the white dragon could be controlled, but the black dragon, for some reason, the black dragon could resist the binding power of the horn. Last time, because of the black dragon's sudden rebellion, his plan to capture the Megalosaurus failed. On the day the Allied army attacked Astapor, he did have the chance to blow the horn, but when the white dragon and green dragon were still struggling, the black dragon threw an incendiary bomb at him. So you understand? The fleet commander said helplessly. Then, did you bring the horn this time? It can be used in the battle to defend the city. Our Great Pyramid is not afraid of incendiary bombs at all. The Virtuous Lord was surprised. No. The fleet commander shook his head regretfully. Why? The Undull pirates will only teach us the horn and the secret method to control it after completing the exploration and obtaining a huge harvest. He still has to lead us to explore, so we can't fall out with him now. The fleet commander gave the Virtuous Lord a look that said, "You understand?" Of course, the Virtuous Lord understood. Burning the bridge after crossing the river. Now that the river had not been crossed, of course, the bridge could not be torn down. Sigh, without the Iron Army to hold the line, we can only use the ultimate move. This time, Yuan Kai is really going to suffer a great loss. The virtuous lord looked back at Yuan Kai, who was bathed in the golden red morning light, and said with a cold look in his eyes, "His boom 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 boom." Suddenly, a terrifying shriek came from the sky. Then, a blood-red pillar of fire that was as thick as a wash basin and 20 meters long fell from the sky. It was like a real red razor that crushed the sails, masts, decks, and the sailors on the surface of the sea from 3 kilometers away. Broken pieces of wood and charred corpses splashed in the fire, and the warships in a straight line burned and exploded in the dragon flames. Countless sailors and soldiers cried and shouted as they struggled and ran in the flames. Under the clear blue sky, more than a dozen thick black smoke pillars with a burnt smell rose from the sparkling sea surface, like the scorched fingers of the Grim Reaper, stretched out from the sea and straight into the sky. The people of Guise who were cheering for the huge reinforcements on the city walls and pyramids were stunned on the spot, and the words in their memory were spinning in their throats. The people of Guise's throat was dry, and they moaned with difficulty, "Demon dragon, the demon dragon is attacking! Quick, quick! Archers, dragon shooting crossbow!" The muscles on the general's face twisted, and he roared at his soldiers. Dahe suddenly pulled up the arc after approaching the dock, and jumped 500 meters into the blue sky, quickly leaving a terrifying black shadow on the faces of the great virtuous master, the soldiers of Guise, the people of Guise on the pyramids, and even the slaves on the street. Then, Dahe loosened one of its claws and untied a corner of the quilt-sized bundle that it was carrying. Walala, under the warm sun, the pieces of paper reflected the sparkling white light, dazzling the eyes of hundreds of thousands of people in the city, and also confused their hearts. But soon, a person of Guise picked up a piece of snow-white parchment the size of a notebook page, and saw the title, "Mother of Dragons to all the citizens of Yuan Kai. I, Danny Liz I, Mother of Dragons, Liberator of Slaves, inform all the slave owners, large and small, that within 7 days, 200,000 troops will come to the city and liberate Yuan Kai. My intention is to remove the inhumane slavery, not to target the people of Guise. If you are willing to open the city and surrender, I will still retain your right to rule Yuan Kai. If you are unwilling to fail and intend to violate the heavenly Tao and resist stubbornly, I'm also willing to have a great and legendary battle with the Guise army. However, I have benevolence, the etiquette of a knight, and the wrath of a king. Anyone who dares to burn crops will be killed without mercy. Anyone who dares to harm slaves will be killed without mercy. Anyone who dares to poison wells will be killed without mercy. When the king is angry, blood will flow. When the Dragon King is angry, fire will burn the city. Don't say that I didn't warn you." Dahe circled around Yuan Kai, and wherever it went, there was panic. It also brought a continuous sound of bowstrings, and countless arrows with a metallic luster rose and fell under its body. Dahe said goodbye and flew leisurely to the south, leaving only the screams of fear in the city. Dragon, the muscles in the corner of the virtuous lord's eyes twitched, and his teeth creaked. Watching the black dragon gradually disappear from sight, the virtuous lord turned his head and said word by word in a firm tone, "We got a total of 3 dragon eggs last time, and Yuan Kai wants 1. This." The fleet captain hesitated and said, "It was an unexpected surprise to get 2 extra eggs, but one of the bronze dragon eggs went to the Undulls, and one of the white dragon eggs was taken by the regretful guest. There's only 1 golden dragon egg left, but we, new guys, also need dragons." More than half a year ago, the royal family of Kars accidentally got 2 dragon eggs from the Asian merchants, and now they want 1 more. Aren't they afraid of dying? The virtuous lord said unhappily. We also don't know who the regretful guest was hired by. Maybe it was the royal family. Maybe it was the 13 giants. Maybe it was the Tourmaline Brotherhood. Maybe the regretful guest didn't even give the dragon egg to the employer. The ancient assassin organization definitely wants to raise a dragon. Who doesn't want a dragon? It is said that after the news of the woman successfully hatching a dragon from the stone egg spread to Asia, the price of the fossil dragon egg suddenly increased by 100 times, 1,000 times. Actually, some of the nobles in the free cities in Westeros are also secretly collecting dragon eggs. Everyone wants a dragon, and even if the royal family has 2 dragon eggs, 3 dragons isn't a lot. Didn't that woman have 3 dragons? The fleet captain shrugged. Then, did the royal family of Kars hatch a dragon? The virtuous lord asked nervously. They also just learned how to hatch a dragon from us. I heard that they sacrificed 7 or 8 descendants of the nobles, but there was no effect. According to the explanation of the old priest who presided over the ceremony, maybe the blood of the sacrifices wasn't pure enough to please the Light King Lalo, and maybe the results won't come out so quickly. It's also his first time hatching a dragon. Although he is confident, he doesn't have the experience. The fleet captain shook his head. The virtuous lord looked down at the people who were panicking and shouting, "Mother of Dragons is here, and Mother Dragons is going to burn down the city." His expression became more and more unpleasant. Finally, he turned around and glared at the fleet captain. Since the new guy's warships have already gone to the ruins of Alleglia, they will definitely be able to bring back a few dragon eggs like the Undulls. Now, Yuan Kai needs that golden dragon egg. Virtuous Lord, why don't we wait for the fleet to come back? Anyway, it won't be able to hatch a dragon in a short time. The fleet captain refused. No, you see, the virtuous Lord pointed at the boiling city below and said coldly, "A black dragon is enough to throw our army into chaos. If we can't restore the morale of the people and the army, when the evil mother of dragons comes to the city with 3 dragons, Yuan Kai will immediately become the second Astapor. I need the dragon eggs to calm the people. I need to bring hope to the fearful sons of the Harpies. Dragons. We all know that dragons are not invincible. If that woman's dragon dares to breathe fire and burn down the city, I will be very happy. But the people are ignorant. In their minds, only dragons can fight against dragons. So I want the dragon eggs. I want to gather the people and tell them that Yuan Kai is hatching a dragon, and Yuan Kai will soon have his own megalosaurus. But the price of hatching a dragon is a bit high." The fleet captain hesitated. He was very aware of the overall situation and understood how much damage Yuan Kai's fall would cause to the Guy's alliance. "Ha ha ha, young man, you are still too young." The virtuous lord patted the shoulder of the middle-aged officer in front of him, winked slyly, and asked with a smile, "What was our previous plan? Stall for time. Let the mother of dragons use up the food." Speaking of this, the doubt on the fleet captain's face faded, and he praised, "The virtuous lord is wise. You only need to restore the morale of the army, even if it is only 10 days. No, 5 days is enough. When the people see the mother of dragons outside the city that she can only gnaw on horse bones, everyone in the city will become fearless warriors. Well, on behalf of the new guys, I agree to give the golden dragon eggs to the virtuous lord." "Ha ha ha." The virtuous lord raised his head and laughed. But he thought in his heart, "Young man, you are still too young. The meat in your stomach really belongs to you. Who knows what is in the ruins of Alleglia? Maybe there's only 1 dragon egg left? As for the price of hatching a dragon, even that little girl has the courage to sacrifice her only brother, husband, and son. Am I not as magnanimous as her? Moreover, I have many wives and many sons. I have much more capital than her." Chapter 145. After the fall of the Guy's empire, the Guy's people were forced to leave the capital, the old Guys, and built 4 new cities in the north and south. The Summer Sea in the south, the new Guys on the Golden Waterway, which was the core city of the Guy's people, the 3 large cities on the east coast of Slaver's Bay, Meereen, which bought slaves, Kaiyuan, which trained slaves, and Astapor, which produced eunuch warriors. Meereen and Astapor were built at the estuary of the freshwater river, and were both important shipping routes. Kaiyuan was located between Meereen and Astapor, and there was no convenient river transportation nearby, and Kaiyuan was only 250 kilometers away from Irene. Geographically, there was no need to build another Kaiyuan city. After all, the guy's population was very small, only a few 100,000, while Mirene and Astapor had thousands of miles of fertile land that no one could exploit. In fact, Kaiyuan was blessed with a natural environment and had a large plain that was very suitable for growing crops. If placed in the three kingdoms of the Celestial Empire, Kaiyuan could be called the granary of the empire, the foundation of the empire. It was a pity that such a good place was occupied by the fallen GC people. Or was it because the environment of Slaver's Bay was so good that they could eat their fill while lying down, that the guy's people were corrupted by the good life? In any case, Dani valued the granary of Kaiyuan Plains very much. She even decided that if the slave masters were obedient and left the entire plains to her, she would treat the masters of Kaiyuan City well. After all, Kaiyuan had turned into slaves, and there was a lot of women on them, but the smell of blood was far less than the masters of Astapor. Regrettably, my heart was turned to the moon, but the moon did not shine on the ditch. 3 days after Blackie delivered the letter, the mother of dragons, to all the citizens of Yuan-Kai, the scorching sun shone quietly on the earth, and Dani came to the Yuan-Kai plains. She slowly pulled the little silver horse to a stop. In the endless field of vision, it was all scorched black land with white smoke rising. The black and gray color even covered the bright sunlight, making people think that they had come to a world of only black and white. Nay, the little silver horse stepped on its hooves, moving with small steps uneasily, as if it was avoiding the hot ground under its feet, or as if it was frightened by the forest of corpses that covered the entire dirt road. The wheat fields on both sides of the yellow road were burned, and there were wooden javelins that were 3 to 4 meters long stuck on the road. The long pointed ends of the javelins pierced through the abdomens of the slaves in ragged clothes, through their chests, abdomens, throats, and all the way to the upper jaw. Old people, young people, children, men, women, white people, black people, brown people, amber people, but no matter what skin or age, it was difficult to distinguish at this time. After the slaves were nailed to the road, guys ignited the crops on both sides of the road. Although the corpses could not be directly burned by the flames, it was like smoked meat. The black smoke and the high temperature ignited the tattered linen clothes and hair of the slaves, and then licked their skin. The black skin exuded traces of water and oil. Vaguely, there was a salty smell of smoked meat in the air. Then, a gust of wind blew, bringing with it the stench of feces and urine. Some of the corpses near the fields were burned by the flames. Their internal organs swelled, and their bellies exploded like sausages, revealing the large intestines inside. Charred wheat fields, remnants of tree stumps emitting white smoke, grayish-black dust swept up by the wind, and a black forest of corpses that looked like bacon. Wasn't this the scene of purgatory? 50,000 soldiers clenched their fists. Silence was speechless. Damn it, damn it. Barristan's face was livid. His white beard trembled with the twitching of his facial muscles. They will definitely die. The mask covered the expression on her face, but her voice revealed a cold, murderous intent. The forest of corpses was right in front of her. All the corpses were deliberately placed, facing south. Their mouths were wide open, and the hardwood points inside could be seen. The white, lifeless eyeballs protruded out of their sockets, as if they were looking at Dani opposite them. The female corpse at the front had been specially processed. A plaque hung around her neck, and her hands were on both sides of the plaque. Her cheeks, from her lips to her ears, had been cut open by a sharp knife, revealing a hideous smile like a clown. A line of words was written in white paint on the grayish-black wooden plaque. The slaves are all coming out to welcome you, slave queen. 30 kilometers to Yuan-Kai. It's still early, let's move on. Dani turned the horse's head, leaving the yellow road and entering the warm, charred wheat fields. Then these corpses, red-haired Lila asked carefully. Leave them to the militia at the back. Dani let the Centaur cavalry send a message to the militia 5 kilometers away. As the saying goes, distance tests a horse's strength. As the army got closer and closer to Yuan Kai, the difference between the fine war horses, workhorses, and mules became more and more obvious. The formation of Danny's army of 50,000 also became longer and longer, stretching for dozens of miles. 100 miles away, there were even a few hundred peasants riding on water buffaloes and leading horses, slowly rushing towards the north. Fortunately, the enemy and them were not evenly matched. Otherwise, with just a few guerrillas behind the enemy, Danny would be in big trouble. The iron hooves trampled on the warm fields, bringing up sparks and dust. The gray powder left behind after the wheatgrass was burned swirling in the air. It almost made people think that they had arrived in a world full of snow. As they rode, everyone's mood became heavier. The dense forest of corpses on the road was not an exception. Intermittently, they would come across manors that were only left in ruins, and then a forest of corpses would appear on the road, not far away. The crops were burned, the manor was burned, and half of a tree stump in the olive grove near the sea was still emitting black smoke. It was as if the entire world had been burned, and it made people feel disgusted and depressed. Even the veteran General Barristan was affected. For the past 2 days, his face was gloomy and he spoke less. The next morning, Yuan Kai appeared in the vision of the army. On the scorched land, there was an empty city. The 10-meter-high city wall was already filled with armored soldiers. As the dragon flag appeared, people could be seen on the city wall. Danny knew that the Gith people had also discovered her army. I'm in a bad mood. I want to kill a few animals to vent my anger. Danny turned back and said to Barristan, "We have a plan." The old man hesitated. "Don't worry, I haven't lost my mind. Only when they feel pain will they cooperate with us. Later, we'll do this." Danny quickly told the dozen generals a plan. 2 hours later, on a brick wall tower to the right of Astapor city gate, a group of Gith generals were using binoculars to observe the army that was slowly walking past the city. This tower was not tall and was only one of the many watchtowers on the city wall. It was much shorter than the main tower above the city gate. Such an inconspicuous tower naturally would not be the target of the Megalosaurus. Ha! The great sage's plan is indeed good. Look, the woman's soldiers are all dejected, and their armor is covered in dust. What a bunch of homeless dogs. Grazadin laughed happily as he looked through the binoculars. In the lens, the soldiers were indeed disheveled, their hair messy, and many of their exposed skin was covered in black dust. Yazin, who was slumped on a wide bamboo chair, looked up with difficulty and asked the enchanting servant by the window, "Sweetheart, have you seen the Dragon Queen?" Yazin was also here today, but the narrow window was too far away from Grazadin, and the others did not want to squeeze with him. So the one who was looking through the binoculars was his servant, Sweetheart. Sweetheart was her name. Sweetheart was slender, with a beautiful face and delicate skin. She had beautiful purple hair and a pair of charming purple eyes. She was wearing a gorgeous dress decorated with moonstones and mill lace. She looked like a noble lady who had walked out of a castle. "Master, the first rider is the Dragon Queen. She and her dragon have already gone south." Sweetheart's voice was sweet, and the other masters who heard it felt their bones go numb. Looking at Sweetheart's beautiful appearance, Grazadin's Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He turned around and patted the hilt of the sword at his waist. He asked tentatively, "Yazin, don't you like my Valeglia steel scimitar? How about exchanging it with Sweetheart?" Sweetheart was not angry when she heard that. She even gave Grazadin a shy and flirtatious look. "Grazadin, give up. Sweetheart is mine. Even the gods can't take her away from me." Yazin said angrily, "Valeglia steel weapons are hard to come by in 100 years. Grazadin did not give up. No matter how rare Valeglia steel scimitars are, can they be more unique than my baby Sweetheart?" Yazin was unmoved. An old general with silver-gray hair and silver-gray armor glanced at Yazin and Grazadin contemptuously and mocked. "The mother of dragons' 50,000 troops are already at our door, and you are still fighting over a monster who is neither male nor female. I have a huge doubt in my heart now. Was the decision to accept Yuan Kai's employment, right? The strange thing was that the old general's cloak was tattered and sewn with different colors of cloth. It was as if he was wearing a tattered shirt. Sweetheart's slender fingers tucked her curly purple hair behind her ear and giggled. Although I am both male and female, I am not a monster. Shut up. What right does a slut like you have to speak here? The virtuous lord turned around and coldly glanced at the bisexual sweetheart with a sharp gaze. Bam, bam, bam. Yazin slapped the armrest of the bamboo chair and shouted in dissatisfaction. Mourinho, you bastard who deserves to be captured by the mother of dragons and fed to the dragons. How dare you yell at my sweetheart? I can make you. The virtuous lord stepped down immediately. Do you believe it? Yazin, this is a special time. With your wealth and connections, I am afraid you cannot shake the guy's alliance's trust in the virtuous lord. A great lord from Serene said lightly. Trust him, Yazin sneered. You fools. Wait and see how the mother of dragons avenges the 50,000 slaves. Get this fat man out of here. He is disrupting the morale of the army. The silver-haired old general pointed at Yazin. You trash king, you want me to get out? Do you know whose family your 2,000 animals are eating? Which are you whoring from? Yazin shouted loudly. Sweetheart leaned on the poop man and giggled. The ragged prince hired the wind-blowing group for 300,000 radiance coins, all provided by the great Master Yazin. In other words, Master Yazin is the employer of your wind-blowing group. The leader of the wind-blowing group, the ragged prince, stared at the poop man and his servant for a while with indifferent eyes. He then turned to the virtuous lord and said, The enemy crossed nearly 600 kilometers in 10 days. Their physical strength is almost at its limit, and they were frightened by your forest of corpses tactic. In the face of this group of tired soldiers, you were so timid that you let them line up and walk slowly through the city gate? Chapter 146. What do you mean? The virtuous lord frowned. The ragged prince said coldly, Send all the cavalry out and cut off the enemy's army from the city gate. Charge north and kill the mother of dragons' militia and civilians. The virtuous lord hesitated. He looked at the first commander of the allied army, the first war god of Yuan Kai, the first military strategist, and the first fierce general, Grazadin Mo Eris. Grazadin, who was defeated by Danny without suffering any damage, was indeed the first war god of Yuan Kai. He even studied in New Guise. He was the captain of the Iron Army for 10 years. After his father died, he returned home to take over his father's job and became a great virtuous lord. Grazadin's record was so good that Marine and New Guise recognized him as the commander of the allied army. Grazadin thought for a moment and said, I have observed carefully. The white flag of the Unsullied, the wings of liberty of the Mother of Dragons Guards, and the red flag of the newly established guards have all passed by. The 3 dragons did not go to Emerald Lake 3 miles north. Instead, they flew to the forest 20 miles east. Perhaps they are looking for food. They have been gone for an hour and a half. If we can complete the attack within an hour, we should be safe. If the commander is brave enough and purposely waited for the Megalosaurus to appear before running to the city gate. Grazadin's eyes flashed coldly. His right hand slashed down like a knife. Prepare the dragon-slaying crossbows near the city gate. Perhaps we can kill those dragons today. The ragged prince looked at Grazadin in surprise and praised. Great minds think alike. Are you willing to be the warrior who baits the Megalosaurus? Grazadin's smug expression froze. Damn it, I paid you a lot of money to hire you mercenaries to come to Yuan Kai. Didn't I want you to work for me? However, he could not refuse. He had just killed 50,000 soldiers half a month ago. He had to atone for his mistake. No problem. He was full of fighting spirit. Moments later, the city gate creaked open. Grazadin, who had changed into a metal armor, led 1,000 elite cavalry out. Kill! He raised his Valeglia steel scimitar and shouted. Rumble! The earth was shaking. Sand and dust were swept up by the horses' hooves, forming a yellow dragon that charged towards the marching troops a kilometer away. Under the afternoon sun, the militia that was lazily riding on the back of the horse and slowly moving to the north of Yuan-Kai was stunned. They shouted and crazily whipped the horses but to disperse. 1,000 mercenaries in yellow silk-caped cavalry did not care about the scattered militia. They came out from the east gate, drew an arc, and charged towards the south. Disperse. Throw away the supplies and disperse. A militia captain stepped forward and shouted. As a result, thousands of sacks of wheat, copper pots, and tents were abandoned on the road. The horsemen on the back of the horses mindlessly urged their horses to gallop away. They did not even shoot a round of arrows, as if they were scared out of their wits. Don't mess up the formation. Hold your ground and pierce through their ranks. Grazadin, who was at the front of the arrow formation, waved the scimitar in his hand and shouted loudly. Seeing the militia scattered like butter before a hot knife, he was very pleased with himself. Grazadin had never felt so carefree on the battlefield before. He felt as if his soul was being refined in the charge. The shadow of his failure half a month ago had completely left him. The terrifying dragon's roar could no longer bother him. Screech, suddenly, the militia at the front stopped running away. Instead, they stood there quietly. Then, the nightmare came again. A terrifying roar came from the back of the militia. Nate, Black Dragon, a famous horse that was so ferocious that it even dared to bite a wild wolf, suddenly felt its front legs go limp like noodles. Then, Grazadin felt the world spinning around him. The light disappeared from his vision, and the clamorous shouts and nightmarish roars of the demonic dragon disappeared from his ears. In a daze, he lost consciousness. After some time, Grazadin felt someone touching his crotch. He wanted to shout, "How dare you?" But in an instant, his rationality returned. He was not dead. Was he captured? No, someone was taking off his armor. Grazadin slowly opened his eyes. He saw two men in short-sleeved linen clothes pulling off his iron boots. Next to them was a naked corpse as tall as a pile of firewood. The smell of blood was thick in his nose. Why didn't they capture me? Then he knew the reason. When he opened his eyes, they were stuck with blood. His face was numb as if a thick layer of scab had formed on it. Some unlucky person's blood was all over his face. The militia who was searching the battlefield thought that he was dead. That's awesome. No, they're taking off my iron boots. After taking off my armor, they will come and take off my leather armor and inner shirt. They will immediately realize that I still have body temperature and a heartbeat. With this thought, he immediately focused. When the two militia pulled off his iron boots like they were pulling out radishes, he suddenly retracted his legs. In the instant that the militia was shocked, two huge feet came crashing down on their faces like rocket launchers. Then, Grazadin pushed off the ground with his hands and stood up. He did not even look at the two militia who were dizzy from being kicked by the huge feet. Instead, he ran toward the big yellow horse that was leisurely grazing beside him. An enemy is faking his death. The militia nearby shouted. Grazadin had already seen that there were more than two militia cleaning the battlefield, so he did not even think about killing the two in front of him. But he was lucky. The dozen or so centaur scouts behind him fired arrows like shooting stars. None of them hit his vitals. Yes, he was lying on the back of the horse. His butt and thigh were hit by 3 or 4 arrows. Even the horse under him was hit by 7 or 8 arrows. But other than running faster, it did not collapse. After running for a few miles, he saw the shadow of the city wall, but he did not dare to look up and shout. Dusk had just passed, and the sky was dark. The soldiers on the city wall probably did not recognize him. He even saw the cold light of the iron arrows reflected by the fire on the city wall. At this critical moment, he was lucky. He flipped his body and hid under the belly of the horse. The next moment, whoosh, 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 the arrows on the city wall were fired. The horse neighed and fell heavily to the ground. The centaur scouts behind also pulled on the reins and cursed a few times before leaving. He was saved. Grazadin, who was under the belly of the horse, let out a sigh of relief. Night. 5 kilometers north of Yuan Kai, in a wooden palace on a low hill. What? Grazidan was in the cavalry, and he escaped? Hearing the news from the centaur, Danny was very angry. The mission in the afternoon was to vent her anger and to intimidate the slave owners of Yuan Kai. What could be more effective than cutting off the head of the commander of the allied army? Grazidan has such obvious characteristics. Are you all blind? Calixi, you can't blame us. If I didn't ask the prisoners, I wouldn't have known that bastard left the city. Centaur Tschik cried out. Well, Tschik was the centaur who provoked Yura outside Drogo's tent that day. At that time, Danny went against tradition and did not let him lie on the ground waiting for death. Instead, she saved him. As a result, this guy also joined her casa. Tschik was originally a subordinate of Pinocchio. In addition to the Blood Guards, the capable centaurs of casa were also placed in important positions. Tschik was one of the leaders of the militia. Virtuous Lord, your black hair is so long and your helmet is so high. How conspicuous is it? Danny retorted. No high helmet. Tschik shouted. Well, now only the upright centaurs dare to shout at Danny. Danny waved her hand and said, Bring the prisoner with the highest status here. After a while, the two unsullied at the entrance of the tent opened the cowhide curtain. Red-haired Lila personally escorted a blonde prisoner in with a guard. Under the bright light of the torch, Danny saw that the other party was a blonde white man with blue eyes. His armor was removed, and he was wearing a white shirt and black pants. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. He was tall and sturdy, with a height of more than 8 meters. The curves of his chest and hips were somewhat feminine, and his shoulder-length blonde hair was messy on his face. However, the other party's face was very large and square, and it was not completely covered by his hair. His nose looked like it had been bitten by a dog. The torn flesh revealed 2 black holes, and there was a deep cross-shaped scar on both cheeks. His blue eyes were like ice that could not be melted. It seemed like he had no ears. This is? Danny recognized Lila, the interrogator of the wind blowers, Beauty Maris. The red-haired female knight said with a complicated expression. Danny frowned and could not help but think of Beauty Brittany. It seemed that the beauty that women loved the most had become a sharp sword that pierced ugly women. Your friend? She asked. Not a friend. She's also a Westeros. We've met a few times and nodded at each other. This guy is very difficult to communicate with. Lila complained. Oh, so you're from the same hometown. Danny nodded and smiled. Help Maris remove her shackles. Looking at the queen who only took off her helmet, Lila and the guard released Maris' hands and feet from the chains. What's going on with Grazidan? Maris rubbed her wrists and looked at Danny indifferently. He's the commander of the cavalry division. When he escaped from Astapor, he cut off his long straight hair and took off his toga robe to not attract attention. Because he wore the same armor as us, your people did not recognize him. Although Maris' voice was hoarse, it was not as rough as her face. Perhaps it was because she was an interrogator, but she knew very well what Danny wanted to know, so she simply told her everything. I see. After understanding Grazidan's situation, Danny asked again, is there a possibility that your commander, the Ragged Prince, will side with me? She was also very straightforward. The commander will only side with the winner. He thinks that you have no chance of winning. With that, Maris turned to Lila and asked strangely, what's the Rose Group thinking? There's no Rose Group. John and I have all become knights under the Queen. Regular knights, Lila said proudly. I mean, have you considered the consequences? When the Mother of Dragons is defeated, the Rose Group will be finished. Maris sneered. Defeated? Lila smiled faintly. We've surrounded Yuan Kai, and you don't even dare to leave the city gate. Who will be defeated? The battle is not about Yuan Kai, and it's not even about Slave Bay. The Mother of Dragons is against the entire world. Maris sighed. Let's take it one step at a time. Danny raised her hand to end the topic. The careless Lila might not have noticed, but Danny noticed that the wind-blown group's interrogator's eyes were cold. It was obvious that she was using this opportunity to test her trump card. Maris, tell me, how should I deal with your group of captives? She turned to Lila and asked, how are the casualties? We lost 30 soldiers. The other side lost 300, 700 captives, about 300 mercenaries, and 400 yellow silk capes. Excluding the dead and disabled, we also got 900 good horses. The red-haired female knight replied. Danny nodded and looked at Beauty Maris. Have you thought about it? I think the commander will pay you a large ransom. Obviously, the ugly Maris did not have the intention to side with her. Danny's heart moved, but her expression was calm. Okay, tomorrow afternoon, let the Windblown group send a messenger to negotiate with me. If the price is right, I'll let you go after the battle. Chapter 147. At noon the next day, under the watchful eyes of a group of crossbow-wielding soldiers, the hanging basket in the corner creaked as it climbed up the city wall. The ragged prince quickly walked to the front of the hanging basket and said to the woman squatting inside, Maurice, why did they let you come back? After yesterday's battle, the people of Yuan Kai were terrified, and the city gate was blocked by sandbags and stones. Maurice rode alone to the city gate and could only dismount and take the bamboo basket's lift. The beautiful interrogator glanced at the disguised masters behind the commander and said calmly, while climbing out of the basket, The mother of dragons let me come back to pass a message. After passing the message, I still have to go back to be a captive. What message? Grazdan quickly asked. He and the other masters took off their toka robes and changed into the yellow silk cloaks of the ordinary guy soldiers. They disguised themselves as ordinary guards to avoid being targeted by the megalosaurus in the sky. In the morning, the black dragon came over and killed the 3 sons of the great virtuous master with a 15 kilograms barrel of kerosene. The great virtuous master's pyramid was the largest. At around 5 o'clock in the morning, the sun had just revealed half of its face from the horizon. The 3 princes habitually went to the top garden and bathed in the morning light to practice their martial arts. In the end, a firebomb fell from the sky and turned the 3 princes into human-shaped torches. It was a miserable sight. Maurice didn't look at Grazdan and said to her commander, The mother of dragons hopes that you will lead the wind-blowing group to her side. She will give you double the commission or other conditions you propose. The nearby guys, soldiers, and masters exclaimed. The ragged prince didn't seem to notice the guys' soldiers' wary gazes and said calmly, Maurice, you should understand the other party's intentions. Yes, the mother of dragons is trying to sow discord between the wind-blowing group and Master Yuan Kai. The interrogator nodded. Yes, that cunning woman wants to drive a wedge between us. Grazdan gritted his teeth. As he spoke, his right hand unconsciously touched his hip. He had been shot 4 times last night and should have been resting at home. However, His Excellency War God's team had been wiped out once again. He felt guilty. If he didn't immediately get out of bed and contribute his strength to Yuan Kai's anti-dragon mother cause, he wouldn't be able to sit or lie down in peace. He wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. He would be anxious and anxious. All right, he wanted to atone for his sins. He wanted to use his unremitting efforts to make up for the mistakes caused by non-personal factors. If the wind-blowing group is not willing to join them, then they must pay the mother of dragons a ransom in exchange for the 124 members. Meryl said calmly, How much? The ragged prince's eyes flickered as he asked, Can we negotiate? She can't just say how much she wants, can she? At least 3 times as much as usual, but the mother of dragons also said that she would not go against tradition. She allowed the wind-blowing group to send someone to negotiate tonight, Mealy said. At night, Grazdan's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and asked, Why not in the afternoon? Do you know what happened to that woman in the camp? Did those slaves go to the Jade Lake to fetch water? Were they going to attack? Meryl looked at her leader. Tell him. The ragged prince nodded and said softly, The mother of dragons did not set up camp at the Jade Lake. The smell there is quite strong. She probably guessed that the virtuous master had contaminated the lake with feces. Her camp is divided into 3 parts. The front, middle, and back camps are located 5 kilometers north of Yuan Kai. They extend more than 10 kilometers to the east, and the closest one is 7 to 8 kilometers away from the Jade Lake. I don't know the exact situation in the camp. Before I left, I only saw a large group of soldiers digging a well. The Mother of Dragons was outside the camp, supervising the militia's construction. She seems to be very busy, so she set the negotiation at night. That shouldn't be. Grazadin rubbed his chin and said doubtfully, "The Jade Lake and the forest nearby are the perfect camping grounds that we prepared for the slaves." Throwing feces into the lake was to lower the woman's vigilance. Drinking the feces contaminated water directly may cause symptoms, but it is not fatal. Actually, it is fine to just filter it with gauze and boil the water. When she thinks that we have already done something to the lake, she will ignore the real killer move. "You even poisoned it," the Ragged Prince asked with a frown. "Do you think we are stupid? Won't the fishes die if we poisoned it?" Grazadin glanced at the leader of the wind-blowing team in disdain and said coldly, "We sank 10,000 slave corpses in the lake." Hiss, the interrogator, who had always been expressionless no matter what the situation was, gasped in shock, just like her captain. "If it really caused a large-scale epidemic, how can Yuan Kai escape?" The Ragged Prince said in disbelief. "Slaves die one after another, but the virtuous master still stands proudly on the pyramid." Grazadin's expression was 7 parts smug and 3 parts ruthless. "We are willing to let Yuan Kai and the Mother of Dragons die together." If news of the Blood Plague really spread, I'm afraid that you virtuous masters will immediately seal the pyramid and completely cut off all contact with the outside world, the Ragged Prince said coldly. "Ragged Prince, the virtuous masters are very generous. We will pay the ransom for the captured mercenaries and the compensation for the dead mercenaries." Grazadin smiled meaningfully at the leader of the wind-blowing team. The gray-haired leader instantly understood what he meant. "We have money and are willing to pay. Aren't the mercenaries selling their lives for money? Maris, you have another mission. Help us find out about the slave camp." Grazadin directly ordered the interrogator. Finally, before leaving, he turned back and said, "Oh right, during the negotiation tonight, help me ask that woman if our guy's warrior can be redeemed. The price is negotiable." The Ragged Prince watched the virtuous masters leave with a cold gaze. "Maris, come with me." That afternoon, Maris and 2 other members of the wind-blowing team were placed outside of Yuan Kai City in a hanging basket. Along with them were 2 healthy horses. Other than Maris, there was a tall young man from Bravos and a well-built old man with a white beard. Strangely, the old man had a 2-handed greatsword on his left waist, a flute on his right, and a wooden guitar on his slightly hunched back. The Centaur scouts that had been patrolling 500 meters outside of the city were immediately alerted. After Maris went up alone and explained the situation, the leader of the scouts, Chick, waved his hand unwillingly and made the cavalry move out of the way. "You guys came too early," he muttered. "Maybe, but only the others can wait for the queen. No one can make the queen wait for too long. Don't you think so?" The Bravashan beside Maris laughed. You'll have to wait. The queen is hunting in the forest in the east. She won't be back until evening." Chick mocked. The Bravashan's eyes flashed. He opened his mouth and was about to ask how many people went. But after seeing the ugly woman's cold gaze, he immediately changed his words. "Waiting for the queen is also a kind of honor. We'll gladly endure it." A group of 10 centaurs protected the 3 mercenaries as they walked towards the camp 5 kilometers away. Along the way, the Bravashan's eyes drifted left and right, not letting go of any militia that passed by his sight. 3 kilometers away from Yuan Kai City, there was a sudden clamor in his ears. His vision was densely packed with people and wood. Tens of thousands of short-sleeved soldiers were doing carpentry under the command of the Unsullied. They're building siege engines and trebuchets. When they arrived at the camp, the Bravashan was shocked again. What a tall and sturdy camp. The thigh-thick wooden fence was 5 meters high and had 2 layers. In the middle was a 2-meter-wide wall with dirt piled up. Outside the outermost wooden fence, there were shirtless civilians building walls. The manors outside Yuan Kai City were all burned down. But while the wooden houses where the slaves lived could be burned down, the gorgeous brick villas of the slave owners would be left in ruins. At this time, a group of civilians dismantled pieces of yellow bricks from the blackened brick wall and pushed them near the camp with strange wheelbarrows. Then, the bricklayers began to build the wall against the wooden fence. Such a sturdy camp. It seemed that the Mother of Dragons was not stupid. She was prepared to fight a long-term siege with Yuan Kai. The Bravashan youth was deep in thought. Wait here. You're not allowed to go anywhere else in the camp. The captain took the three of them to the stables behind the camp gate and arranged for two unsullied patrolling in the camp to guard them. Then, he left with the centaurs. How much work would it take to build such a sturdy camp? I'm afraid we won't be able to attack Yuan Kai in a short time. The Bravashan whispered to his two companions. Zidane, be honest. It's your new Second Sons Regiment's business if you're willing to be a spy for the Jith people. Don't cause trouble and implicate more than 100 of my brothers. The old man's eyes were as sharp as a blade. Don't worry, I'm just a guard. I won't even meet the little queen. The Bravashan smiled strangely. I'm only paid to do things. I only care about the Mother of Dragons army. Even if your wind-blowing group secretly discusses with her about joining her side, I won't interfere. The old man was furious. Meili pulled him and said lightly, Danzo, why do you care about such a villain? That's right. Danzo snorted and said sarcastically, in order to become famous, you even changed the name of your regiment. Aren't you afraid of being infected with the bad luck of the Second Sons Regiment being wiped out? It's the new Second Sons Regiment, not the Second Sons Regiment, Zidane corrected and said with a smile. What bad luck. It's more like power and wealth. After changing the name, the small mercenary regiment of 20 people that wasn't even qualified to join the Jith army suddenly expanded to 500 people. When those stragglers heard that I was the illegitimate son of the Titan's illegitimate son, they all flocked to me. Now, even the virtuous lords know my name. 200,000 gold radiance coins. How's that compared to your wind-blowing group? You better pray that the Mother of Dragons doesn't know about your relationship with Merlot. That big Bravashan was miserable. He was burned to a crisp by the dragon's flames, and then was bitten into pieces by 2 dragons. Speaking of this, Danzo deliberately looked up and down at the uneasy Bravashan and said, You're not small either. If you're roasted, you'll be very chewy. The Megalosaurus will like it. I'm just borrowing Merlot's name. He's 29 years old this year. How can he have a son as big as me? Zidane forced a smile. The Dragon Queen is back, Meili suddenly said. At this time, the sky was already dark. The camp was located on a hill, and they could see the surrounding scenery. They saw a dusty Megalosaurus appear in the east. The sound of hooves rumbled. Thousands of cavalry led by a red, cloaked knight were like a long dragon winding on the earth at dusk. Behind the red cloaked knight, there were 2 flag bearers holding 2 flags, the Wings of Freedom and the red-black dragon flag. It's the Imperial Guards and the Mother of Dragons Guards. That red cloak is the Dragon Queen. Zidane's eyes shone. Chapter 148. Even if the Dragon Queen returned to the camp at dusk with a large number of prey, the 3 messengers representing the wind-blowing group could not see her immediately. But Maris and Danzo were not in a hurry, because the silver-haired queen had said last night that she would meet the messengers of the wind-blowing group during the night's rest time. Zidane, the leader of the new Second Sons Regiment, who was disguised as a messenger of the wind-blowing group, was not in a hurry either. He pretended to look around as if nothing had happened and muttered to himself, "Ha! She claims to have an army of 200,000, but in reality, there are only 52,000 people. That woman really knows how to brag." He said to his 2 companions proudly as he drank the carrot oatmeal. Well, the guards did not starve them. There was enough carrot oatmeal, and each person was given half a pound of roasted boar meat. You don't need to count the smoke from the bonfire. The Mother of Dragons did not intend to hide her strength at all. The merchants in Astapor have already told the slave masters about her military strength. Danzo mocked. You don't understand. Zidane shook his head and said with a smile, Of course, I also know about her military strength, but her troops didn't suffer any major losses after a 600-mile raid in 10 days. Doesn't this mean something? What does it mean? No matter how many losses her troops have suffered, with just 3 dragons, it is impossible for us to go out of the city and raid. Did you forget the lesson yesterday? Danzo shook his head. Haha, who are we? Zidane sneered. Danzo was stunned and did not understand what he was trying to say. We are mercenaries, not Gith people, nor are we virtuous or great lords. Is the wind-blowing group really planning to die for Yuan Kai? Are you going to rely on the mother of dragons? Maris, who had been silent all this time, was also shocked. Of course. Zidane dragged his words and said with a smile, No matter how many times the mother of dragons wins, she will lose in the end. But seeing that her army of 50,000 is still so neat after a long raid, I am afraid that Yuan Kai will not be the last battle of her life. Since that is the case, we have to prepare a backup plan. Let's work together and secretly control a few large ships. If the situation is not right, This time, the 2 members of the Windblown mercenary group didn't refute Zidane's words. Instead, they seemed to be deep in thought. It was almost a tradition for mercenary groups to run away if they couldn't win, so it wasn't embarrassing to say it out loud. Around 10 o'clock at night, the entire campsite was quiet. The ground was covered with flickering bonfires, like a starry night hanging upside down. Under the guidance of the Unsullied, Meryl and Danzo saw the silver-haired queen leaning on a wooden chair with her right hand supporting her chin. She was still wearing her grayish-black full-body armor. Only her helmet was removed. Under her silky hair was a delicate and small face. Her silver hair flickered under the light of the torch. The mother of dragons was really young, and she was as beautiful as the rumors said. Her eyes were clear and bright, without any fanaticism, but there was an obvious tiredness in them. The moment Danzo entered the wooden palace, he began sizing up the queen. Considering that Lara knew the general situation of the Blowing Wind group, the people of Bravos could not pretend to be officers of the mercenary group, and if they were not officers, they would not be qualified to meet Danny. He stayed outside the tent, seeing the flute at the old man's waist and the wooden guitar on his back. Danny sat up straight and said in surprise, Oh, this old swordsman is also a bard? Danzo bowed and said gently, Your Majesty, I am Danzo Dahan, the deputy commander of the Blowing Wind group, representing the Ragged Prince to negotiate with you. As you can see, I am indeed a poet, a warrior poet. The old man's appearance was coarse, and his armor was old and tattered, but he gave Danny a feeling of elegance like a spring breeze. Flute in the left hand, sword in the right. What a warrior poet! Danny smiled and patted him, saying, I've been learning the harp from a musician recently. If there's a chance, let's exchange ideas. This wasn't a lie. After becoming the queen, Danny had arranged for herself cultural classes, etiquette classes, and other noble classes in addition to swordsmanship. As a transmigrator, she indeed lacked the basic etiquette of a different world. Like she said, etiquette was never used to ask others how to behave, but to regulate her own behavior. She couldn't be like a silly Chinibu and shout, I'm proud. You all have to listen to me, learn from me, right? If the Blowing Wind group is willing to pledge allegiance to your majesty, how many chances are there? The red-haired Lara said with a smile. It's not impossible. Danzo said something that shocked Danny and the others. Not to mention Danny, if Zidane was present, his jaw would probably drop. Previously, this old man had an unyielding and proud look, but now, under normal circumstances, almost no mercenary group would stab their employer in the back. Otherwise, who would hire you? For example, Mero's second sons had a long history and were powerful, but the reputation of Titan's illegitimate sons was too bad, and they had not received any missions for several years. Therefore, once they received the Githa's invitation, they immediately traveled thousands of miles from Bravos to Myrene. The reason Danny acted like she was thirsty for talents in the Blowing Wind group and driving a wedge between the Blowing Wind group and the Virtuous Lord was only a secondary goal. Her main goal was to send a few Jianggan to the Chow camp on the other side without leaving a trace. Is the Prince of Ragged Clothes really willing to renounce the darkness and pledge allegiance to the light? Danny stared. Renounce the darkness and pledge allegiance to the light. This dragon queen sure knows how to talk. Danzo complained in his heart, but on the surface, he smiled warmly and nodded. The Prince of Ragged Clothes has admired your majesty for a long time. As long as you satisfy his insignificant request, he will lead 2,000 of his brothers to pledge loyalty to your majesty. What does he want? Danny asked curiously. Pintos, Danzo said seriously. What? Danny suspected that she had heard wrongly. If your majesty agrees to give Pintos to our leader in the future, the Blowing Wind group will be yours. Danzo clearly stated his condition. I remember that the Prince of Ragged Clothes once rejected the position of Prince of Pintos. Why is he regretting it now? Danny was puzzled. There were two reasons why the leader of the Blowing Wind group was called the Prince of Ragged Clothes. First, he was born in a noble family of Pintos and was elected as Prince of Pintos 30 years ago. Second, he wore a tattered cloak that looked like a tattered bedsheet. The members of the Blowing Wind group affectionately called him the Tattered King. Your Majesty, don't you know the customs of Pintos? Danzo frowned. Sir, I stayed in Pintos for a long time, but I was too young at that time. The most I knew was that Black Jack's grilled herring was the cheapest on Bear Street. 1 copper coin was enough to fill one's belly. Danny chuckled. Danzo's expression was strange. He nodded and said, I've been to Black Jack's barbecue shop. 1 copper coin and 2 tails of sour wine. Your Majesty, do you know about the situation of the royal family of Coors? He asked again. Danny immediately understood. She said in disbelief, when I was in Pintos, I often saw the prince patrolling the streets. In a long line, 3 ceremonial officials in gorgeous clothes walked in front. They were holding a golden scale, an iron sword, and a silver whip. It was said that these 3 things symbolized the prince's control over trade, war, and justice in Pintos. Every New Year's Day, the prince even. Speaking of this, Danny's cheeks turned red. Every New Year's Day, Pintos would offer a beautiful virgin to the 2 gods in charge of the land and the sea. Then, the prince would represent the gods to lust for the 2 virgins when Viserys told his sister about this. His face was full of envy and jealousy. He even said, if only the Westeros had such a custom. Then, Legger would not have caused such a big commotion when he snatched Lyanna Stark. After a few light coughs, Danny was puzzled. Pintos doesn't look like the royal power has been lost. It's all on the surface. Sighing, Danzo slowly explained, Pintos is the same as Dragonstone Island where you were born. It was a trading outpost built by Valeglia. It was ruled by the nobles of Valeglia. The prince was chosen from 40 noble families. Nominally, he was equivalent to the king of Pintos. But after the fall of Valeglia, the foundation of the city's power changed. From absolute power Valeglia's megalosaurus to pure wealth. But in terms of wealth, how could the prince compare to the great sea merchants? And so, after a few hundred years, the prince gradually became a symbol, even a sacrifice. Sacrifice? Danny was stunned. Every time Pintos loses a war, or the year is not good, resulting in crop failure, the Pintos people will slit the prince's throat and sacrifice him to the gods to appease the gods' anger. Fuck, what kind of weird custom was this? The seasons in this world were not fixed. Everything was fine in summer, but winter would always come. What kind of year would there be in winter that lasted for several years? Wouldn't the prince be beheaded every time winter came? Danzo continued. When the previous prince was beheaded, the commander was elected as the new prince. But how could he want such a prince? I haven't even conquered Yuan Kai. Who knows if I'll have a chance to go to Pintos in this life? Danny refused. The ragged prince must be crazy. How could the Windblown group be worth her running tens of thousands of miles to conquer a trading city for him? You don't need to lead an army to attack Pintos. Danzo seemed to have guessed her thoughts and explained, Pinto's situation is very special. In the slave war 100 years ago, Pintos sacrificed 4 princes a year, but they were still no match for Bravos. The governors of Pintos could only choose to negotiate. While promising to give up the slavery system, they were also forced to sign an agreement to reduce their military power. First, Pintos could not have more than 20 warships. Second, Pintos could not hire mercenaries and could not sign a contract to defend the city with free mercenaries. Third, other than a limited number of city guards, Pintos could not have an army. Therefore, Pintos was as weak as a delicate girl. Your Majesty only needed to send 3 dragons to accompany them, and the wind-blown group could easily take Pintos. Looking at Danzo's eager eyes, Danny touched her chin and said something out of the topic. Did Bravos really start the war for slaves? I remember that there were many servants wearing slave collars in Governor Illyrio's mansion. Your Majesty is smart. The Ragged Prince once said that the abolition of slavery was just an excuse for Bravos to expand their power. In name, Pintos did not have a single slave, but in reality, it was just a change of name. Slaves were changed to debt slaves. No matter how hard they worked, the money they earned could never satisfy their daily needs. Buying a house, getting married, eating, raising children. Therefore, those free slaves could only borrow from wealthy merchants. In order to pay off the loans, they could only do the work arranged by the wealthy and work harder to earn money to pay off the debt that could never be paid off. Speaking of this, Danzo's gaze towards Danny changed. It was full of awe and worship. Your Majesty is completely different from the Bravos people. Your Majesty provides every new free person with enough living necessities, land that will always belong to them, interest-free and long-term Queen's loans. The slaves themselves may not understand how much protection the code you set up is for ordinary people. A perfect system and law allows every new free person to live a truly free and prosperous life. You are the real liberator of slaves. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.